just working on my trophy speech. My trophy speech. I'm just working on my trophy speech. My trophy speech. It's for the fam, it's for the home team. I'm just working on my trophy speech.
I started making a list of some names that I gotta mention when I'm getting my trophy. Lot of folk wasn't with me in the gym. I was shooting around, I was trying to be Kobe. No time for the phony, don't act like you know me. Got God on my side, I can stand on my lonely. Been on my ground so that wifey and I could just live a sweet life where exactly Cody. She wasn't there and I wrote your name down and I made a mistake, gotta scribble it out. Snakes trying to slither in now. The ones that ain't put in, been wanna reap benefits. They want some clout, that ain't what I'm about. I'm moving different and they moving fast. They gon' be tripping when my name announced. And the winner is Mike Cheesy. Congratulations. Cause I kept the faith, keeping the faith. I know you got it. Out of my way, give me some space, just family around me. Put it in work, won't say a word till they announce it. Determined to get it, I'm focused and driven, so what you know about it? Yeah, I'm just working on my trophy speech.
My trophy speech.
I'm just working on my trophy speech.
My trophy speech.
See, this for the fam, this for the home team. I'm just working on my trophy speech.
My head feels like a fountain overflowing, going upside down. Giving me more heart, sky higher than mountains. Kind of love could turn me inside out. Wanna be yours. Take me to Saturn while I'm still tangled up in your sheets. I'm leaving traces of golden, yeah, when you're holding me. No, I probably sound like I'm losing my mind, but I swear every time you look in my eyes. My head feels like a fountain overflowing, going upside down. Giving me more heart, sky higher than mountains. Kind of love could turn me inside out. Wanna be yours, ooh, forevermore. Wanna be yours, ooh, wanna be yours. Wanna be yours. Don't need a light in the dark with you, it's a neon dream. I'm sleeping with all the sparks, yeah, you got a pull on me. No, I probably look like I'm losing my mind, but I swear every time your hands in mine. My head feels like a fountain overflowing, going upside down. Giving me more heart, sky higher than mountains. Kind of love could turn me inside out. Wanna be yours, ooh, forevermore. Wanna be yours, ooh, wanna be yours. My head feels like a fountain overflowing, going upside down. Giving me more heart, sky higher than mountains. Kind of love could turn me inside out. Wanna be yours, ooh, it's you that I adore. Wanna be yours, wanna be yours.
open your eyes, you'll see a red brick house. Post lights out in the neighborhood you grew up in, and all your friends are calling you, but you're still running from the fate you thought you'd find your life. From the fate you thought you'd find your life, until you opened your eyes. Until you opened your eyes. Life's short when you don't pay attention, and even shorter when you do. A tough shot, a walking contradiction, even weirder than she looks. She said, I'm a gritty, gritty, grim and gracious cactus. My love's a dish, the best unserved. Oh. best dancer. She loves to dish. The best dancer. Cold showers in the morning, fog at night. I'm a levitating ghost now. I'm doing alright. Living it up, letting you down, lagging away. Cold glass on the street, vodka indoors. I'm a legislating boss now, licking the floors. And I'm living it up, letting you down, lagging away. Yeah.
Show your color. That's so cool, slick. Better be too quick for me. That's so flamboyant. But a little too typical, won't ya? Say the same, don't ya? I'm one of a kind, don't get me wrong. Show your own color. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just take all the spotlight. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Making mama feel so right. No need to look high and low, baby. Maybe it's a little too obvious. It is my solo show. Let's hear you say color, leave a mark, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm here to show you fluorescent paint, paint. I just stand up, what can I say? Fluorescent paint, paint. Just go parade. My one and only color. Da-da-da-da, he show you, come on. Da-da-da-da, he show you, come on.
나라에서 이 세계로 오시려면 나르가 새 눈이 필요하다. 어리석은 자여, 나의 신하가 될 자여, 새로운 주인을 맞을 준비가 되었는가?
어두워진 하늘 날아오르는 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들릴 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너
라이를 지킬 소환사를 소개하겠다.
그리고 나
이제부터 나의 시간이다.
희미해지고 어두움의 이른 날로 선명해지는 반복된 시간 속에 흘러 어둠에 익숙한 듯 흘러가며 살아가고 있어. 어느 날 누군가 점점 더 내게 말을 걸어
마음 놓고 싸우라고.
아픈 친구가 있어? 두려워해야 할 거야.
어느새 이미 준비를 모두 마친 나는 한 번 더 날아오를 준비가 됐어. 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 난 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 난 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너 그리고 난
Hello everyone and welcome to the SWC 2022 China Qualification match. For all intents and purposes, this is the first regional cup of SWC 2022, and I'm happy to be here for it. My name's Evan, and with me today, it's Stoic. What's up, Stoic?
What's going on, Evan? We're back. We're here. We've got China Regionals.
Yeah, we do, and we have a lot of awesome players here today, actually. I think we've got 8 players with us for a very fun show, and a few of them are returning champions, as well as some folks from the Legend tournaments prior who are looking to make their mark on SWC. Should be a very cool show. Looking forward to seeing the China meta. We have a couple awesome heavy hitters coming in. We got Lest today, LD Monster. How are you feeling going into this, Stoic?
I mean, like you said, there's a lot of big names in here. We're expecting Les to do really well. We always expect to see HOWTOPLAY and players like Tars as well, players that we've seen in legendary tournaments, previous legendary tournaments before. We're always expecting to see like these incredible performances from these guys.
That's right, and if they've got that incredible performance in them, now's the time to show it, because they are playing for a huge prize pool of $210,000. Now, this whole tournament process is spanning from August 6th all the way to November 12th, so we've all still got quite a journey ahead of us, even though we now find ourselves in the month of September. You can see the America's Cup, the Europe Cup, and everything else there, and we got that one China qualification match. That's what we're here for today. We're going to find the one player who's going to jump all the way forward to the World Finals. Again, this is going to be single elimination. It's going to be best of 5 all night tonight. Everything is going to be best of 5. So everybody's going to get a chance to kind of warm up to their competitors, figure out their play style, and adjust accordingly. Should be very
Definitely
cool.
looking forward to these crazy best of 5s tonight. I'm very happy that we've changed those quarterfinal matches to best of 5s. I think it's extremely important to give everybody their best chance. You know, in a best of 3, it's like whoever gets that first victory, it can be up to RNG in that second match. You never want to let it be like that. In a best of 5, we're able to really get some good matches out there and get their ground, and you can definitely figure out that the better player can truly win in a best of 5. So definitely a great format to play here.
I think it's the most ideal way for SWC to be played. And now here's the bracket we're going to be traversing through tonight. We're starting off strong, Les versus Lin. Then we've got L&D Monster versus FH, Tars, Magic Man, Jin, and HOWTOPLAY wrapping up the end of the bracket. And we have a few players here who are new to the whole SWC process. In fact, I don't think they've been a part of any competitive SWC or Summoners War competition before this. And one of them is that FH as well. So it's going to be fun to see if they can hold their own against some of the biggest names in Summoners War.
Yeah, it's always cool to see these newcomers. Jin and FH
Uh-huh.
are our 2 newcomers here. So it's interesting. Let's see how well they'll be able to play against some of these really, really big names out there. Tars is someone to look out for, like we said. Lest, obviously previous SWC champion. You know, obviously we don't have Diligent going to be in SWC at all this year, which is definitely upsetting to see a champion not make it through. But I mean, will a champion make it through in the form of Lest in this China Regional?
Yeah, Lest has the chance. If right now, again, guys, whoever makes it to the end of this bracket is automatically jumping over to the World Finals. This is a regional cup. This is the China Regionals, and that's why you see all these people popping out, ready to make their mark. And Stoic brought up Tars earlier as someone to watch out for. Some of these people, some of them have not necessarily made it to an SWC in the past, but others have actually done an SWC and a Legend tournament showing, and Tars is one of those people who has a Legend tournament title under his belt, and now he's trying to get that SWC champion title too.
Yep, most definitely. I mean, L&D Monster, we've seen him in SWC plenty of times. Magic Man, obviously HOWTOPLAY's been in there. HOWTOPLAY, I believe, has a Legend title victory as well. So, like, those are definitely some big names to look out for. But obviously, we've got Lest here as our SWC champion back in 2019. Tars. Lest is looking to make his way back into the cup to try and claim another victory here. You can clearly see what he's been drafting before. You know, he does have some new LD monsters that we have not seen in the previous like SWCs. We've got Bella available. I know he has a Patter available. I don't think we're going to be seeing a Patter coming out of Lest, but a lot of turn 1 play is going to be pretty interesting coming out of Lest.
Yeah, he's kind of got that balance, and also something that you're going to be seeing over the course of the day is a suspicious amount of Nana in these most picked, specifically in Season 20 and still persisting into Season 21. And here's a look at our other competitor going against Lest. It's Lin, who's actually had some play in SWCs prior in 2019 and 2020 during this very same night in those years past. And you can see his most favorite picks. We got a Ragdoll in there. We got the Nana. We got the Wusa, the Riley, and the Cigar. Transitioning into Season 21, we saw a couple people leave that play, and more has kind of come back into that draft form. What do you think going into this, Stoic, Lest versus Lin? Looking at their play styles, who do you think has the advantage?
I mean, we're seeing Lest looking like he's going to be taking a turn 1 kind of draft, and Lin heavily favoring a lot of turn 2 units in there. Obviously, Ragdoll, Riley, even the Wusa, a lot of turn 2 play coming out of those units. We're probably going to be seeing that Nana most definitely coming out of these guys, and I think that's where things are going to kick off. Like, whatever that first pick is, if we see the Nana come out there, we're going to see someone trying to, you know, show the other person that, hey, I'm accepting turn 2 already, but we'll find out as we get into that first match between the two of them.
Yeah, between the picks, it seems like people are more ready for that turn 2 play style. We're going to get to see this happen live, folks. We're going to be going into this shortly. Lest versus Lin. We do have chat open. I just saw someone say LF Nana. Me too, and I hope I find one day.
You know, me as well, Evan. I am still looking for the Nana. Maybe a Nana will appear in my account one day. Hello, Comptous. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, let me just press that button for you, Stoke. I got you, bud. Here we go.
And let's get into it. Lust versus Lin. Pre-ban's going to be coming out shortly, and we'll see what they're going to be pre-banning against each other.
Looks like Moore and Molly are the ones to soak up the pre-bans here. A little bit of information from maybe those most picks in those categories here.
Yeah, that's very interesting to see Molly getting pre-banned out here. Obviously something that he doesn't want to play against here. Les taking the first pick here, and this is going to decide it. Does Les want turn 1, or is he going to take some turn 2 units away from Lin?
Oh, looks like he's going to lock down the Oliver to try to guarantee that 33% speed lead, and also just generally one of the most impactful units of this season.
Ooh, okay, so that Cigar, honestly, he might be trying to go for turn 1 after seeing an Oliver. That's oh my god, there you go, there you have it. It's gonna be turn 1 for Les. There's just no doubt about it. The Varisa's been coming into the picture a whole lot here, being a stripper, something that applies a lot of glancing, and obviously having a great base speed as well.
I love Varisa as an AoE strip option because not only does she strip, but she also mitigates damage. You know what I like to say, glancing is healing. Damage not taken is health not lost. That sounds like healing to me. And of course, here comes Barbara as a single target strip option to set up Oliver or whatever's going to fill up that 4th and 5th slot.
Yeah, Les clearly showing that he wants that turn 1, and there's that big turn 2 shift right there for Lin. Ragdoll Nana, we knew it was coming out here.
Yeah, we knew. Now it's like looking like maybe Lin is settling into that potential for the turn 2, something to do after they lose that first turn. Because I don't see any speed leads necessarily coming out. Nobody's trying to match anything. It seems like Lest is going to be taking that one.
Ophelia. You know, I'm not too sure if I was Opheliaing this draft here. Yeah, I did that. But we've got a Shizuka also wrapping up the draft. I do like the Shizuka. I don't know if I'm on board with this Ophelia. Juno as a turn 2 unit, not bad. Definitely here. I think that signaling the Shizuka is probably going to get let through with that Juno here. But Juno is going to get the ban. Oliver is going to get the ban here. HP lead for Les. 44 defense lead for Lin. Let's not force any more bad jokes and get into this first match.
I think there's a world where we can get in and also force some bad jokes. Let's see. Here comes the Barbara for the turn 1, looking to set up a boost for the rest of the team and facilitate that Varisa strip. See who they go for here.
Yeah, looking to get that damage out onto the Masha, try to get a quick dismount here. There's that threat state going out onto the Ophelia. Very interesting. That should be able to help guide the damage.
This is looking like something interesting that I have not had the pleasure of seeing live, which would be Shizuka interacting with threat state.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't seen it yet. I have heard something about it, but we're about to, oh, well, it looks like we're not going to see it because that buff just got stripped off. It's gone now.
It did just get stripped off. It'd be funny if everybody had threat and you can just attack anyone as you please. She has the opportunity if she wants to do all things in nature right now. Obviously, that Masha's not necessarily going to be opening up for it, but chooses to refresh the cooldown time by 1 on Varisa and also protect her.
Yeah, definitely. He doesn't want to use that cooldown just yet. Going for a fast link. Big damage coming out here on top of Ragdoll. Ragdoll still standing tall here. Second skill is available. Let's see if you choose to use it. And he did not. A little bit of damage coming towards the Varisa.
But luckily not enough to activate the Soul Protect, so she can get a little bit more value out of her right now. Nice stun coming out there, depriving a turn.
Very nice stun right there. So now Shizuka's got stuns available. Ragdoll's looking at getting removed, but of course we have an orb left up on the Nana. Ragdoll still standing tall. Stuns are now going out.
And there it is, the answer to our question, and it looks like someone in chat just answered the question for us moments before. You can, in fact, attack whomever you want in this situation. So as cool as it looks to have threat on literally everyone, it means the game proceeds as normal.
Yep, that is very interesting. So there's one hit going out onto the Varisa. So I would assume once the threat state gets dropped off the Varisa, they have to go after other units that have the threat state.
Yeah, so there's still a little bit of flexibility and reliability from that even just because you lose one, right? So you still get some value out of that. Ragdoll's obviously in torrent range there, but I don't remember if he has it or not. I wasn't paying attention to the skill.
I believe he does have that torrent up here, but I don't think he's going to let that slide here. Les may take no Ragdoll before that torrent pops up here. Nice additional turn coming out of the Masha. I think he might have to try to take advantage of a unit here using that second skill. Choosing not to. He's going to be holding on to it. And there's the Marisa taking away that Ragdoll torrent. Was available, and that is now gone here. We're going to see a second skill coming out of Scar. The defense break for both. Choosing to go with just the first skill.
Yeah, there you go. And just poking in some damage where they can.
Yeah, that is interesting now. I actually kind of like this threat state idea, because as they fall off, you're forcing your opponent to have to go after threat state units only. So it's like if they had a unit of focus that they wanted to go after, well, after they went after twice and there's still threat state, if they got to still deal with all those threat states.
Oh, and at you on Twitch, it just reminded damage reduction from threat is a sweet bonus, though. Whoa, didn't think about that. That's amazing. Nana goes down. No more soul stones available. And now it's looking like maybe Lin should just be considering how they're going to adjust. Again, this is best of 5.
Yeah, best of 5 here, but I think Lin's going to be taking his time. And there you have it, Lust taking round 1 away from Lin.
Just a solid draft in general, I'd say. And also that the way that the bans played out, I think that Lin may have banned thinking that Juno was going to stick it in, or stick it through, rather. You know, it's like, that. I think that she was going to stick in the game and counter the Shizuka. But because she got banned out, that Shizuka was free to just kind of do whatever she wanted over the course of the game. And it gave a lot of wiggle room for Les.
Yeah, Shizuka is a really tricky unit to have to deal with. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a potential pre-ban going into this next match here, because Lin did not handle that Shizuka well at all. The Cigar was supposed to be there for the resets and then not have to worry so much about that Shizuka, but that's not at all what was going to be happening there. So I'm expecting to see a Shizuka pre-ban going in round 2.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That's what we call, like, SWC trauma game. You know, you interact with a monster and it just completely disrupts your game plan so much that you want to pre-ban it. That's why we call it the face your fears mode too, right, Stoic? You pre-ban something, eventually it's going to come back. But for now, you can get rid of it. Cadiz!
Yep, Cadiz and Chunk Hung. They're going to get the bans here. Interesting. First pick's going to Lin. Let's see if he takes some units away from Les, or is he going to do his own thing? Going with the Masha still.
Doing his own thing. So yeah, I think out of the draft last time, the thing that wasn't functioning properly definitely was not Masha. I hate to use the double negative there, but I think that Masha was probably the most reliable unit on that side. And it also denies things that Lest is trying to put on Lin there.
Well, Lin's going to go for a speed lead now. He's drafting that Water Ryu. This is a potential ban going out onto the Oliver already. He's signaling that he wants to go for turn 1 against Les. Les bringing out another turn 1 unit in the form of Barber again. He's definitely not giving up the idea of turn 1.
Yeah, and I like that pivot a lot. I think that Lin dramatically shifting the playstyle to try to go for that turn 1 instead of sitting back for turn 2. Oh, Tomoe! Okay, all right, Les. I like that a lot. Oh yeah, chat. You like Cadiz? Do you like Cadiz, chat?
This is another interesting unit here. Tomoe is very, very, very good. I like this pick, but alright, so there is an AoE strip here. With this is a potential ban going out on... the potential ban should honestly be the Oliver, to be real.
Right, and yeah, to be frank, like, I actually think that Abellio is a really nice draft there, because it's good into things that increase cooldown time, because his passive doesn't have a cooldown, right? I mean, I know his third skill does, but he's going to get that self-cleanse and activation regardless of whether or not he's on cooldown, so that's very fun.
Definitely. I feel like if I was Lin, though, if I had the Shizuka, I probably would have played the Shizuka into this draft. I mean, that's a really nice Diana pick, too. Diana's looking really good. Diana might actually be the ban now. He made it force Lin's hand here by drafting that Diana.
I think you're super right, Stoic. The Diana is gonna live to be a problem, I'd say here, unless the Masha can get a clutch defense break into a kill early. But I don't know what the odds of that are. Let's go ahead and see. We're going into game 2, folks.
Yep, let's see what happens here with game 2. Lest versus Lin. Lest, with, in my opinion, a better draft here. And we've got Wateroo or more trying to kick things off here with him being very inconsistent, not getting the strips on the Tomoe or the Diana.
Oh my goodness, the attack bars were so close, I actually couldn't call whether or not it was going to be Verisa or Masha moving next. Nice. Verisa with the violent proc in the skill 2. Great job.
Yeah, Verisa looking like a much better stripper. Minus the speed lead, of course, compared to the Moore, but a much better stripper in this case right now. Tomoe, obviously, skills are going to be available. Karma is going to be coming out onto the Masha. It lands true. Oliver is going to be such a problem as well.
Yes, big time. Until that Jameer takes his turn and tries to undo all of the menacing that Oliver does here. But for now, it's a problem. And Masha's going to take a turn before she can actually even fall into that Karma. Nice stun there. Everything seems to be going in the way of Lest right now.
Most definitely. I think Lynn needs to see a couple violent procs here. If he can get some nice stuns here coming out of the Abelia, he might be able to get something rolling. We've got first skill coming out of the Tomoe with, of course, it's going to be stunning that Jemire as well. No additional turn coming out of the Diana, though.
Of course. Now here's nice proc and significant damage coming from Verisa. I'm actually pretty impressed with that. Now the one way that I could see this kind of going a little wrong for Lynn right now is that Abellio in the long term if Diana isn't dealt with. But we'll see what happens.
I would love to see the Karma going out on the Abellio. Abellio needs to transform to get back into the human form. And that's not what's going to happen here. Karma's going to go out onto the Mashi and wants to stop that unit from using that second skill.
Yeah, luckily Abellio... Oh, this actually is getting him very close to being able to use his heal again. Jameer skipping the turn. That was an incredibly placed stun right there to make sure that his turn got denied.
Definitely was, but Diana's locked and loaded, removes the Jemire from the field. He's going to use the carry. He's going to try and get some provokes out here. Only getting a provoke on the stun Verisa. That is not the kind of value he was looking for. Diana looking for a stun onto that big bad bear, and no stun's going to be popping up there.
The boost from that heal back from when Abellio healed the team pushed him up, tried to go for a stun on Diana. The Diana is just going to be such a thorn in Lynn's side right now.
It really is. Gets a slow though. He's got to just capitalize on this. Get that defense break. No defense break is going to land.
Oh my word, that was the moment, Stoic. That was the moment where he needed to land that defense break to get rid of it, because now if Diana can proc or do something, get back in the game. It looks like maybe she's on the way out the door, but is it too little too late?
Lynn might be able to hold on. If he can get rid of that Diana, things are definitely going to be favoring him having sustain on the field. Like I said, I think I wanted to see a Karma possibly come out onto that Water Druid to stop this unit from transforming, because he needs to be able to transform to heal his team here, and that might prevent him. Nice little stun goes out onto the Moore, though. He's got third skill available. Look at a reset. Nice damage coming out of the Oliver as well. Diana is going to drop.
Oh my goodness. Diana's gone, so all of a sudden this is looking pretty either way. We actually have two significant damage options over here on Lynn's side. Masha could totally tear this up.
Masha could tear this up, needs to land those defense breaks, but was able to finish off that Verisa here. Can we get a stun going on Tomoe? No stun's going to be coming up here. Karma does land on top of the Masha, which is pretty big. Of course, the stun's going to land as well. Oliver's going to be pushing back the attack bar. We've got third skill. That's going to bounce right back into the second skill, and that's definitely going to be it for the Abellio.
The damage, Stoic, locking this down. This was looking like it could have been in Lynn's favor if he had just gotten another turn or managed to get back into Druid form over Bear so he could get the proc of the passive. He needs to do some serious work with Masha before she's dismounted.
Yeah, there's the dismount right there, and say goodbye to your attack bar. It is going to take away the Tomoe, though. Hold on. It's technically no... Oh, buddy. There's that damage. I wasn't expecting so much damage. Oh, no proc! Oliver's able to finish it off there last! Taking round 2 away from Lynn.
There you go. Nice round 2. Great round 2 from Lest. Now, I believe that puts him in match point, folks. This is a best of 5 tonight. Again, this is a regional cup. We're out of the prelims. This is a regional cup, so that means we're going on to set number 3 in match 1.
That was an excellent match there with previous 2019 SWC champion Lest. I love the way that Tomoe was used here. It was so strong. All the stuns coming out were very, very clutch here. I think Masha was an incredible unit for Lynn there. He was not getting the violent procs that he needed. If he was able to get at least some procs with the Masha, we actually could have seen a different outcome in that match.
Or I'll give you one more. Even if it wasn't a proc, if it was a defense break, There was a couple chances to land a defense break on the Diana, and Lin was just not getting there. So that was a little bit of a bummer, but I gotta say, I actually do like both players' drafts there. I really like the Abellio pick. I like the forcing the Diana pick at the end there too. So that kind of put Lin between a Diana and a hard place, right? Like you gotta pick your poison. What do you want to fight against?
Yep, exactly. So the Molly and the Water Ryu are going to get banned out again. So Lin, when he drafted that Water Ryu, he went for a turn 1 team, and the Water Ryu just offered him that 24 speed lead to make a team work against Les. So Les saw that, banned out the Water Ryu, and he's bringing the exact same draft here. Pay attention to how fast this Verisa is. It is on violent, and it is moving very quick.
You've seen it proc. Yes, exactly, Stoic. That's what I wanted to emphasize, the same thing. She is on violent. We saw her proc. Nice pick there from the Bulwark. We hadn't seen that represented in games previously. Bulwark has kind of seen a renaissance as of late, considering that Masha now provides an immunity every single turn. And obviously, we've seen that Shizuka is so strong in the meta right now. She could even be picked first before buffs are on the table, and you'd still have a great time with her.
It's a very interesting draft we have right here. So it's 3 units water against 3 units fire. Obviously, Les is going to have the elemental advantage at the moment here. And I do like the Cigar last pick coming out of Lin, and I am happy to see the Shizuka on the side of Lin here, because Lin needs to get some sort of clap back against Les here. And Shizuka might be the unit to be able to do that.
Yes, there's a couple force. I was just going to say I'm a little worried about the Cigar there, and I'm glad that Les saw it in that case. And Lin, I think that was a really good choice, banning out the Bulwark too. So nice choices for the bans there. Let's see how they go with these 4. Match point for Lest.
Yep, match point for Lest indeed. If he can play enough skill 2s into the Vanessa to keep units alive there, he can keep that revive pretty consistent with that skill 2 coming from Shizuka here. We're going to see the big strip glancing being applied to everybody, and of course, the additional turn once again is coming up for Verisa. Verisa has been on, it's been crazy how often Verisa's been violent procking.
She has been a VIP in my eyes, actually. She's, or rather an MVP, choose your initialism. She's been it. I'm very impressed with Verisa's performance as of late, because obviously we've got these impactful units. We know Oliver's very good, but Verisa has been making an impression. Look at the glancing, look at the attack break, and she's even confirmed kills. Very impressed.
Yeah, the glancing is really, really good right now. Able to keep back both those defense breaks that were on the side of Lin there. We do have the sleep available. He could sleep them because there's only immunity left on top of the Masha, so there is value there. Choosing to go for skill 1. Looking for the dismount on top of the Masha does receive this. So let's keep in mind that the revives are still up on the Vanessa.
I like that choice to go for the dismount there and to play it a little patient on the sleep, considering that Shizuka is cooldown reset. And I don't even know if defense breaks were in the pool, so it wasn't the worst case scenario. You get stunned, now defense break is officially in the Shizuka pool, as it were.
Yep, that's right. I mean, he might need to change focus to go onto the Shizuka, but it looks like he's going to try and take the Masha out. He's going to be hoping for a reset, but he's got to be worried about that defense break sitting on top of his Oliver. If he loses Oliver, he's going to be worrying about that Vanessa and Shizuka.
Now's the time. And Stoic, has he reset the Vanessa yet? I don't think Lest has taken that out of play yet.
No, there is no reset on top of that Vanessa. Vanessa still has that revive available, but that skill 2 is going to make that revive available pretty quickly.
I swear, this Verisa is proccing as much as the Oliver. It's crazy the Verisa is being so efficient. Nice proc from Shizuka. That actually is very important because it brings her cooldowns back up.
All right, let's see what Faber is going to be doing here. With Fast Link available, looking for some defense break. Big damage! Choosing to go onto the Juno, which is interesting.
Nice. Yeah, I love that shift there because now Masha is open for business. Increasing the cooldown time
that does get. Oh, he did get the reset, not the attack bar though.
Great counter coming from there, and now Lest is just knocking them down. Basically, Lin is going to have to find a way to get those cooldowns back from Shizuka in order to even have a chance at staying in this.
Right there, though. Yeah, like so it's down to 3 turns, down to 2 turns, and then that second skill, if that goes back onto Vanessa, Vanessa's going to be 1 turn away. The Vanessa's looking for a violent proc. That's not going to be happening here, though. We're going to get a 3-0 with Lest moving forward in today's tournament.
And I wouldn't expect anything less from Lest. Lest has been a super important player. He's been so impactful when he's here. He's already got a champion under his belt. Very great 3-0. I liked what Lin brought to the table, but I think at the end of that round, they knew as well as we did, it was very unlikely for them to come back from that situation. They, like we were talking about Stoic, they would have had to find some way to get all those Shizuka cooldowns back, because you don't just need skill 3, you need skill 2. You need to bring a unit back, you need to get something out of there.
Yeah, I think you were right about the Varisa. Varisa looked like an absolute hero out there. So many strips, all the glancing, stopping, all those defense breaks were coming out. He tried to bring a 33 speed lead in the form of Vanessa. Couldn't apply any of the defense breaks with all the glancings being applied to the field. Varisa was honestly an absolute hero. So many violent procs as well. So many turns being taken by that Varisa. A lot of value being gained from that unit alone.
I loved her. I really, really did. Between the attack break and the glancing, making sure that the team was not taking a ton of damage. And something else that's kind of a little niche, but we failed to mention during the game, is that if those units have glancing on them and they're not landing their debuffs, then you're not adding those debuffs to the pool for Shizuka later. So that's another side benefit of running the Varisa.
Yeah, definitely was a big fan of that Varisa as well. Les, just excellent play here. He's showing why he was 2019's previous SWC champion right here, and he's going to be moving forward. Honestly, it was still a good showing from Lin. Lin playing turn 2. He wasn't able to take advantage of Les turn 1 drafts that he was bringing out here. So showing maybe we're going to get some really good turn 1 play in previous matches later on today coming out of Les, and will his next opponents be prepared for Les taking turn 1?
Yes, because something we got to remember too is that everybody else, all the other players in this game, there's 6 other players in this tournament, they all watch this game, right? So they know what Lest is bringing to the table. And I really did like what Lin did, right? Lin did something where they pivoted to try to take that turn 1 away. Like you said, it didn't work out quite well. And so that was in the past. Let's look to our future here. We got LD Monster versus FH. Why don't you tell us a little bit about LD Monster, Scott?
Well, L&D Monster's got some L&D units under his belt here. Not as much as I feel like L&D Monster would like to have, but he's got some good ones. We're seeing a Gianna Yanhong and, of course, the Light Monkey King. And just the Light Monkey King and the Gianna alone are very, very powerful units. And you will hear Makeabud say it all the time. Light Monkey King probably one of the best units, especially for these control teams. Like LD Monster's trying to draft right here. We've seen the Chung Pong, and we see that turn 1 play coming out of LD Monster. But FH right here, this is the new challenger. This is someone brand new to SWC. Clearly showing that he's playing some turn 2 units. We've got the Nana in there, but he's also playing turn 1. So both these guys being Gianna users, but FH does have a Narsha. We've seen Narsha be able to put a lot of damage out onto this field. And of course, both these players are going to be probably drafting a lot of Oliver. I want to guess we're going to see a lot of Oliver in this match as well. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, they may fight over that Oliver, and I would personally love to see Narsha come into play. I know that it didn't look like she was in the most picked category for Season 21. That was more Season 20, but like we've already seen Narsha be so dominant in the SWC prelims as of late for the America's Cup. She's been so cool. She's able to do turn 1 snipes like no other Beast Rider can because of the innate defense break on her passive. So it'd be really cool, and plus the 33% speed lead for speed scaling damage, like from Oliver. It's like, come on, that's great.
Yep, definitely going to be seeing who's going to be taking turn 1 based off those very first units popping out in this match here. This is an exciting one, guys. LD Monster and FH. We're going to be getting into the pre-bans very shortly. There's just so many units that could possibly get pre-banned here. Could be the Oliver, could be some LDs coming out here.
That's right, and again, FH, a new challenger tonight for this, right? Has not been in SWC's prior or Legend tournaments, I believe, up against L&D Monster, who has actually been to several Legend tournaments before this.
That's right, a little bit of tournament experience coming out of L&D Monster, and that does show, and it weighs a lot in SWC. But to have that tournament experience is very, very important. You can always tell that tournament experience when it comes to this draft phase right here. When people are second-guessing a lot of their picks, they should already know. And there you have it. Neither one of these players want to have to deal with Oliver.
If I can't have him, you can't have him. That's exactly what they just said to each other. They didn't even want to take that risk because it's so important to both of their comps. Both of these players, like we saw in their most picked, have been using Oliver so much. So it's important. It's more important to deny them than try to vie for that on turn 1. And it looks like Shizuka for FH is what he walks down first.
Yep, FH locking in that Shizuka first pick. Shizuka not signaling first or second here. I think Shizuka is a great first pick. Really, really powerful. And that's where we've got LD Monster. He's going to have to show what he's doing here. And we're going to get a Gianna Nana coming out of LD Monster.
That's a pretty strong opener. Oh, my word. Light Battle Angel, baby.
That's wild. Like, you play a Gianna, I'll play a Veronica. Like, holy cow.
Wow. I think And they locked it in. That is amazing. Is this the first Veronica that's being picked in SWC?
Ooh, yeah, I'm not too sure if it is the first, but it might be. It might have been the dark one that we've seen before. That might have been EU that I saw a dark one pop out in.
Yeah, I know for a fact that we've seen the dark one. The dark one's crazy because the dark one features Oblivion, am I right?
That is correct. Ooh, L&D Monster bringing the Yanhong and the Changpeng to the table here.
Nice choices from LD Monster. I love the Yanhong. This is just a lot of utility from the side of LD Monster. Just a lot of generally really solid units. And notably, everybody sans the Nana strips, which is great.
Yep, definitely. I mean, those defense are going to be available there for LD Monster. And very, very turn 2 plays here with the Juno and Molly as last picks. Now, I know Mosh is the only kill potential here. That is almost signaling that the Nana has to get removed because there's not a lot of kill potential if you remove that Masha from the field. I don't know how they're going to take orbs away.
That's right, yeah, Masha's going to be probably the only burst damage potential in this whole category because even though there are bombs here, we don't know how much attack Shizuka has on her. But I love this comp that FH has kind of assembled here where they can lead with the Veronica to open everybody up for Shizuka to place debuffs on. And there he is, Kitian Dasheng to close out the draft, that light monkey king.
Yep, that's a really, I really like the draft of LD Monster here. He wants his turn, he wants it now. He doesn't want FH to take a single turn here. We'll see what happens. I know that Juno can pose a big issue for him, but maybe that might be the ban out here, and then he'll just do away with the Masha, because there's nothing here that's going to be saving it, except the potential healing and sustain coming out of the Molly, which is now gone.
Yeah, now he's more likely to land all the effects that he's trying to do. And I just want to throw out how important that Light Monkey last pick was. We all know he's so strong, so we don't need to stand on it for so long, but he was really missing something to do with all the strips. We had already said he had 3 strips. He needed something. Here we go, guys. Game 1.
Well, Veronica is going to be kicking it off here. We're going to see some big stuff out of this Veronica. Well, at least we're hoping to see some big stuff.
And it looks like we see some pretty big stuff just getting a res on the Nana. I don't think there were any other reses unless I missed them. But that was a pretty strong start. Again, she strips and increases cooldown time by 2 on everybody. So that means, for more or less, FH has pretty much decided how LND Monster is going to be playing these opening turns.
Yeah, that's really big right there. Able to keep all those skills back. Beautiful stuns going out to the entire team of L&D Monster. Keeping that Gianna back. Gianna's going to be the first unit removed from the field. It will come back with a non-passive. This should be enough damage to take care of it, and it is. Lots of stuns going out. Oh, stuns going out on the Changpeng.
Oh my goodness, FH. I love this, and I really do like the play of not holding on to Shizuka's third skill for too long. I really do feel like sometimes it can be tempting to try to accrue more value before you bust out that third skill, but it's more important to do exactly what we just saw. Deny turns, get an early kill while they're still on cooldown.
Yeah, I wonder if L&D Monster just thought he was fast enough, and that Veronica came in here and just left his jaw wide open with that one. You can see a nice little first kill going on in Juno. I'm not too sure if L&D's got enough in the tank to take care of any of these units here.
We are truly seeing some fun gameplay here from FH with the Veronica. I really like what he set up with the draft here. I thought that was pretty awesome.
That was a very fast Veronica, shutting Light Monster down. FH, the newcomer, taking a round 1 victory.
What a statement game to do it. Like, game 1. Showing L&D Monster what he's gotten, and frankly, all of us at home what he's got. That was so much fun to watch, and again, you don't often get to see that Light Battle Angel picked, which is really cool, and all that Sans and Oliver still managed to get turn 1 even without a 33% speed loop.
That's right. I mean, we saw a double Oliver pre-ban. I can't help to think, but we might see a Veronica pre-ban in this match here. Oliver will be available, and I think L&D Monster has first pick going into this round here.
Yeah, so we can probably anticipate the Oliver being... Oh, and there it is, another Trauma pre-ban, like we said earlier. You see the Veronica once, you don't want to see her again, at least for a little while.
Yep, well, Veronica's going to get pre-banned. Shizuka getting pre-banned here, and I believe an Oliver first pick out of Light L&D Monster is probably what's going to happen, and that's what happens.
Absolutely, yeah, it's like we've been talking about. You don't even want to give FH the chance to do that. Nana and stealing the Nana then. I almost skipped over that. They took that away from L&D Monster. Shifting to a turn 2 maybe, but the Masha is still pretty fast.
Yeah, potential turn 2 here. Masha is able to get those orbs back here. We're going to see a little bit more damage coming out of FH, so he wants to make sure that he gets those orbs here. Now, because that Oliver's already picked here, I want to say he's going to keep going with the turn 1. We might see the Gianna, might see the Light Monkey King coming out of him. Maybe not right here. Possible Chung Pung, though.
Good call, Stoic. Yeah, I think Gianna Chung would be great. Gianna, wow. Okay, Gurkha. Nice.
There's a Gurkha.
Okay, Gurkha, great. Didn't know that we had that option available at the moment. That's awesome.
Well, when you got a pocket pick like a Gurkha, sometimes you just got to put it down.
Yeah, we had a video on the channel recently, the most impactful draft picks, and Once in Love put Gurkha pretty high. I believe he landed at number 1 on that, actually, because it totally changes the way you approach your draft. You kind of gotta deal with it or think about banning it, and it looks like FH has adapted really well with the Juno and the Molly pick.
Yeah, Juno and the Molly. He brought it last time. Clearly it worked out very, very well for him. A lot of sustain for his team. L&D Monster looking to lock in a Tessarian, so that Tessarian signals that he doesn't want to see a Tessarian as a 5th pick coming out of FH here. And the Tessarian obviously being really good against the 2 passive units. Well, there's 3 passive units that we see on this. 4! I'm sorry, there's 4 passive units on this field right now. Tessarian's great.
It just keeps growing. There's all 4 of them are passive units. Now, so here's the thing. FH needs to decide, does he want to deny the Tessarian now by banning it or bring something to burst it down? And I don't think that a Fire Robo is actually going to be able to burst it down. So he's just banning it. Good call.
Yeah, definitely a big ban right there on the Tessarian for sure. You know, I really appreciate FH here. He was able to entertain us with the Veronica, and he's looking to entertain us with the Fire Robo. Let's stay entertained as we get into this round 2 between L&D Monster and FH.
Are you not entertained? I definitely am. Thank you, FH, for catering to me as a viewer, not just a caster, because this is pretty entertaining so far. Love seeing the Fire Robo out here, gaining 50% attack bar whenever someone gets an additional turn.
Yep, that's going to be really, really impactful here because there's going to be a lot of additional turns coming out of that Gurkha. So there's all the sleeps landing right there. Obviously, Juno's going to be healing the team up. Nice Despair stun sitting on top of the Nana, and Oliver's going to be taking advantage of that.
Yeah, there we go. Nice defense break and provoke coming out. Folks in chat are also quick to reference how good of a pick that Fire Robo is here, considering that Oliver takes a ton of turns. The oracles all cycle. Gianna has a built-in additional turn, so it's a super efficient pick here.
It really is, but you could tell that with that defense break sitting on top, it's not going to be around for much longer, and I think L&D Monster wants to get rid of that thing as soon as possible. Nice little provoking bomb is going to be helping get rid of that Nana as well. Looking to push back the attack bars of the Nana. He's going to be controlling a lot of units on FH's side of the field.
Wow. Yeah, so much control coming out from L&D Monster right now. And Gurkha just deciding what people do with the provokes, making it so they don't have a chance. And it looks like this might be a good opportunity to just secure the kill on Fire Robo if he wants, or maybe go for a dismount on Masha. Looks like he goes for the latter.
Yeah, he's looking for that dismount right there so he doesn't have to worry about that second skill coming out there. Because if the immunity is up, Gurkha's not going to be able to do Gurkha things against that, against the Masha there. But the provoke's going to land on top of the Fire Robo. So Fire Robo's going to get stuck in that limbo once again. So he's going to be gaining all that attack bar for nothing, though, because it has to go up against this Gurkha.
All for naught. You're so right, Stoic. All for naught. He's got nothing to do with it. All the attack bar in the world and nothing to do. Secures a kill on Gianna, but by this point, Gianna was partially optional. The best thing about this, though, is that it does put a Soul Stone back on Nana. So now all of a sudden, L&D Monster is going to have to navigate that again.
Yep, definitely. Looking for the attack bar pushback to keep his units alive there. Doesn't get it, but we can secure a kill onto this Nana. I really hope that he takes the Nana out first instead of going after this Masha.
Oh, I love watching Gurkha operate. It's such a joy to see those provokes go off, and watching a unit proc into healing him further is so satisfying.
Ooh, if he got that Despair Stun on top, any of those Despair Stuns on top of the Oliver, maybe something was able to happen here, but that's a nice kill right there on top of the Masha. We're going to see the attack bar pushback go back onto the Nana. Additional turn's going to be popping out here. Goes after that Robo, and that is definitely going to be game right there, because I do not see any of these units taking down this Gurkha. Absolutely not.
Gurkha is going to take this team to go, and what is so interesting here is that L&D Monster basically took what FH started earlier today. Like, FH started with a team that totally controls cooldown times and controls what they're doing. And L&D Monster took that and said, that's a great idea. I'm going to draft the same thing against you, but with my own flair.
Yep, exactly. I mean, the Veronica was a surprise pick, L&D coming out of FH. Well, the Gurkha was a surprise pick coming out of L&D Monster.
I keep wanting to throw an ampersand in the middle so it's F and H and L&D. There we go. Wow, Gurkha. Heavens to Betsy, dude. What a Gurkha showcase. Very, very fun here. I
nice
think
little counters right there, though.
there is a chance that Juno could maybe like do some work here, but I ultimately think that Praha's involvement in this encounter is still going to shift it towards L&D, especially with that. There it is. That's game.
Yep, that is game right there. L&D Monster is able to take round 2 away from FH.
There we go. So all of a sudden we find ourselves at a 1-1 situation. Again, folks, this is best of 5. So we still have a lot of games ahead of us. No one's at match point yet. They still get to adapt a little bit. Maybe if they want to keep passing this control gameplay back and forth, they can. And Veronica's back on the table still.
Yes, Veronica is going to be back on the table, and I think Gurkha is going to get put in the bin. Definitely going to be a Gurkha pre-ban here, because I think FH is playing fine against everything L&D has to bring to the table here, but he did not play so well against that Gurkha. It's a tough unit to manage, and that's probably going to be a pre-ban here.
100%, because if there's one thing I can't help but notice so far is that these guys don't seem to want to draft immunity. Oh, so Gurkha actually slips through.
It's very interesting to see the Gurkha slip through there, because the Yanhong wasn't something extremely impactful coming out of L&D Monster. Yanhong offers a lot of things, make a lot of teams like work, which is great. But I think Gurkha was something that you just don't want to have to deal with. But he's going to let that through, and we'll see what he does here, because he's definitely going to be preparing. He doesn't want that Gurkha to do exactly what it did in that match before.
Yeah, we'll see what he ends up doing, because I think what FH has the opportunity to do here is pick some units that disincentivize L&D Monster from picking a Gurkha to begin with. But there is something to be unpacked there, Stoic, because I think in that first round, FNH banned the Yanhong. So there's definitely some sort of personal vendetta there against against the Light Jasoon.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But we'll see what happens here. I do like that L&D Monster took that Water Ryu before, because that was pre-banned here. We knew how fast or how important that speed lead was. Taking that away here, we're going to see the Veronica, and a new speed lead's going to come to the table in the form of Tableau, though.
I love the Tableau pick. Let's see if he ends up locking it in. He's still considering it. Maybe, yep, matches the speed lead with the Tableau and has a nice third skill available, as well as a whole bunch of other tools at his disposal because of it.
Yeah, definitely. We could see a lot of debuffs coming out from Shizuka. All the things that Tableau can lay in on the field is devastating if it happens.
Very much so. I can't wait to see this Veronica do some work if it actually makes it in the draft. L&D Monster presenting another strip option. We know that L&D Monster does not like to be caught without at least 3 strip options into a Light Monkey. That's just something that he doesn't do.
Yeah, the Triton right there is definitely signaling he is respecting the speed of that Veronica.
Big time. 116 versus 104, 105, I think, for Veronica, thereabouts.
I wish I had those stats on hand. I'm very unsure. We're seeing a Molly, though, coming out for FN, and then a Diana. I feel like he's assuming that his speed lead's going to get let through, and he has to ban out the Water Ryu to make sure that L&D Monster is going to be taking turn 1, but it's really tough to beat the speed of that Triton.
Yeah, big time. Like, I think he's really banking on taking turn 1, and I think he's also trying to make an assumption that Veronica is going to be let through, or he could be signaling a Light Monkey ban. That's the other thing that I'm thinking, because if I think that actually might be the safest play right now, because Light Monkey is just going to be super oppressive. So will Dom, but for different reasons.
Yeah, definitely. It might be a ban of speed leads, and then L&D Monster knows that his Triton's going to be faster than the Veronica, so assuming speed leads are what's going to get banned out here.
And just have a fair game of let's have a rune check here. Who's actually got the fastest speeds? Although I think Triton's going to get more mileage out of that. So it looks like FH does in fact go for what I would consider the safe play here in banning the Light Monkey King.
Yep, Light Monkey King Molly are going to be the bans out here. Speed leads for both players. Let's see how fast this Veronica actually is. I would definitely assume L&D Monster should take first turn here in this round 3 bout. And it is. Triton's kicking things off.
So close! Oh, and the salt in the wound is just the silence instead of the strip. That's great. Love
Yep,
that.
I definitely
now
like
she
that
can
decision
have
to go for the silence instead. That was a very, very good idea here because he's got the strip available with Water Ryu and the Gianna, of course.
Yeah, and what's great about that too is that like if Tableau somehow doesn't end up stunned after this Gianna takes a turn, then the skill 3 will not let Veronica use that third skill still.
Yep. Oh, no stun on top of the Tableau and the additional turn coming out of Shizuka.
I manifested it. It's like I manifested it.
It's so unfortunate. It's a nice additional turn coming out of the Dominic, though. Dominic looking to do something here, and hopefully that'll be enough damage to help take out that Diana. I don't know if that's going to work out that well, because the shields are going to be coming up for FH here.
Wow. Yeah, that's a strong, okay. Wow. Yeah, that was a pretty strong pivot. Their FH is suddenly looking pretty strong. Here comes a very perfectly timed skill 3, allowing Veronica to make full use of all of her skills now that she's out of silence. Opts to go for skill 2 to funnel in more damage, applying so many dots.
Yep, needed to get the strip there. Bomb does detonate on top of Diana. Diana's still alive, but Dominic looking to remove that unit from the field. Does finish up. Nice little additional turn here. I think he has to beeline that Veronica, because it has that third skill available.
Yeah, Veronica's going to have to do a little bit of work here because that Dom is looking quite awkward in the face of this. Let's see how much she can do. Not a whole lot. Can Shizuka revive into the kill on Dominic? Or stun even? Yes, there's the kill on Dominic, and all of a sudden FH is back to looking just peachy.
Just peachy indeed. Big second skill going out there. There you have it! FH taking round 3 away from LD Monster.
There were so many good decisions that were made actually from both players. I still really like that call right at the start from LD Monster to go for the silence instead of the pushback to make the Tableau third skill less efficient if it managed to get busted out, because we saw that exact situation that was planned for could have happened. So that was actually a really nice protocol that he took there.
Yeah, I think L&D Monster didn't do anything wrong. Everything was fine until that Shizuka Violent procced out and was able to throw down that third skill, which just totally put him back there. Not at all what he needed to see. That put L&D Monster in really rough shape, essentially making him lose that bout there.
Yeah, I think, you know, the Violent proc facilitated the third skill to come down, but I ultimately do think that it comes down to a lack of preparation for the Shizuka when you're letting it through. That's the thing, though, right? Because it's like he's making an active decision to let that Shizuka through, knowing full well what he's leaving himself open to. Because, again, notably, it's all very aggressive from L&D Monster. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but you do forego immunity.
Yeah, he was not able to stop any of the anything happening from Shizuka. Once units were going to be dropping, how do you still deal with everything from Shizuka's doing? He has the silence available with the Triton. That was kind of all he had here. And that's, I think, why he's going to be taking the Shizuka as a first pick here.
Yeah, because he still doesn't want to draft the immunity. That's what I'm on this. I will be up on this hill for a while. I think that there is, you know, the Violent proc facilitated, but there is improper preparation. Man. There we go. Yan
Look
Hong,
at the shifts here.
Yeah, look at, isn't this interesting, Stoic? He's stealing the Tableau, he's stealing the Shizuka.
Yeah, well, we're seeing turn 1 play. I'm sorry, turn 1 play or turn 2 play. It's turn 2 play instead of turn 1 play coming at FH when Oliver and then Gianna signaling turn 1 swaps to Nana and Leo, which is, you know what? Technically turn 1. Leo still goes first.
Leo, yeah, very, very much goes first. Isis and Tessa to wrap it up. Look at that. Look at the value that you could potentially get from the Isis.
That's value indeed there. I do like L&D Monster's draft here, and that is definitely banned. There's no way the Lulu's going through here. He did not want to see it.
That's definitely the ban. 100. It's got to be, right? It has to be.
It has got to be the ban.
He didn't draft any strips, right? So if that Lulu goes, it's gonna be pretty tough here.
Well, what we're going to see here is L&D Monster doing everything he can to control that Lulu from not popping off, but we'll figure this one out, guys. This is game 4 in the quarterfinals with LD Monster and FH.
Stoic, this is match point right now for FH, the newcomer to SWC. No career in the player profile as of yet. They are making their statement right here, right now. we're going to have to see how these turns unfold because the attack bars are so full, and I was unable to tell if there was a distance between. Who's going to go first?
Gets Despair Stun on top of the Yan Hong. Oliver
It is the Lulu!
gets the reset. Here comes the immunity up here, and there's nothing that this Isis can do about it, except the skill 2.
No, you got the skill 2, but you know, realistically, it might be a drop in the bucket. Let's see, nice sleep coming out on the Leo. He can do it if he wants.
Yeah,
Leo,
the immunity wants to try and take care of right now, but first skill's going out on top of the Oliver. No additional turns coming out with dice rolling.
That was a very malicious play against that Leo in particular. Like that was.
Yeah, definitely.
That was a lot of built-up rage, but particularly at Leo, just to burn that skill 3 for a dot and attack break, and not a whole lot of impact here. Okay, Isis, just going for the attack break on Oliver. Actually, pretty decent play there because they're going to be able to
Tablo's getting a little bit of
back.
value there.
Yeah.
Stuns are coming out. Skill 2 has got to go on to the Yan Hong. He needs to get the cooldowns back. He needs to get a charge vitality again. You're going to see this beeline. I think he's still going to take the Yan Hong out here with the Leo. Does so. It's going to be coming back here. Potential Despair Stun again coming out onto Gianna. Oh, sorry, Yan Hong.
That was in the most convenient way possible for FH as well, considering that she died to the dot. So that means that she had to skip her turn. So like L&D Monster did not get the value from it.
All right, chooses to use that third skill with a Leo on the field, and we've got... Oh, I'm sorry, the Oblivion was there, so it doesn't even matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the Oblivion is on. I almost missed it too because you're not used to seeing Isis in games.
I'm not
most
seeing
of the time.
Isis at all, so Isis finally getting value here with the Oblivion on top of the Leo, which is great. Perfect time for this Tablo to finally work his way through in a Leo draft.
Man, dying to the dot there was so huge, actually, because that meant L&D Monster could not use any skills from Yan Hong, and is just going to keep her down. But that doesn't mean she's out necessarily because of Shizuka's second skill.
Yep, that is right. A little bit of poke damage going towards the Nana, going towards the Lulu. Nana looking for Despair Stuns, not getting anything here. Oliver, a little bit of attack bar pushback. I think he needs to potentially get rid of this Oliver first. Oliver's going to be doing a little bit too much to light L&D Monster's team.
Right, and focusing down Tablo here, I personally have a little bit more concern for the Shizuka, if I'm being honest, just because I think that she's got the biggest chance to kind of turn the game around, but no matter which way they go with the revives, L&D Monster, that is, they're not going to have, like, that burst potential, so...
Yep, goes for the charge vitality. Only second skill is going to be available for the Tablo here. He gets to keep the attack break up. Going for the attack break onto the Oliver this time. Any Despair Stuns coming out of Nana. Does get a Despair Stun on top of the Isis. And there's the resets going back onto Shizuka. FH looking so good right here.
So good. I can't believe the Lulu made it through, Stoic. Like, that is such a... We'd been foreshadowing this as we were talking through the matches before, how the players didn't want to draft that immunity, and as soon as it came in, it just changed the game. Here comes Isis, laying down the second, third skill of the game.
Yep, second, third skills coming out. Lots of Oblivions being applied to the field. Not being applied on top of this Leo, though. Leo was saved by the immunity. Brought to the field, of course, by this Lulu.
Oh, my word. Oh, my word, Stoic. I think this is going pretty well for FH.
That Lulu pick was absolutely devastating as a last pick there. I stand by that potentially being the ban there. And you know what? FH wins it! Takes the round, takes the third win in round 4 away from L&D Monster. A well-deserved victory for the newcomer.
Oh my goodness, FH, again, yeah, first time at SWC or any competitive Summoners War scene is already one step closer to the World Finals and took L&D Monster out, who is a competitive Summoners War mainstay, been to multiple Legend tournaments as well, and has SWC experience now too. Like, that was great game, super well played. I really enjoyed that set. What did you think, Stoic?
We got to see a lot of showcases here, which is always fun. The Veronica being introduced. The Veronica came in like a surprise pick. The Gurkha came in, it felt like a surprise pick because both players were not prepared for these two units to come out there. Veronica hit the field, took a victory. Gurkha hit the field, took a victory. We saw an Isis. Isis took an L. So not boding well for Isis users right now. Great plays by FH. It was so well drafted by him. There was a couple moments where like things looked a little worrisome, where we definitely thought that L&D Monster was just going to have the absolute lockdown, but that was just not the case here.
Yeah, there was definitely, between both players, a very all or nothing draft. You know, it's like either I'm going to establish early tempo and control, or I'm going to lose. I'm going to lose in the late game. Like, that's the idea, because there wasn't a whole lot of staying power, right? The immunity, the lack of an immunity option until that last game was just so telling of these players' personalities. That's why I love the pick ban phase, because it really is a personality test. So you can gauge what the players are thinking and how they like to play. And that all or nothing, I think, spoke volumes about them.
Yep, most definitely. But we've got 2 matches still left ahead, guys. We've got Tars versus Magic Man, Jin versus HOWTOPLAY. So if you guys are not entertained already by the matches we had already, we've got big names coming up here. We all know Tars. We've seen Magic Man before inside legendary tournaments as well. Jin being, is that our second newcomer? No, Jin is not. No, Jin is a newcomer.
Jin is a newcomer. Jin is a newcomer. I know it can be confusing because we've got both a Jin and a Lin, but the Jin is the newcomer. Here's a look at the bracket so far, chat. We've seen both Lest and FH advance to the semifinals, and again, like Stoic said, we've still got Tars versus Magic Man to look forward to, and Jin versus HOWTOPLAY. We've got quite the games ahead of us, guys, and we'll see you right back here after this short break.
Don't touch, baby, line up the dominoes, 1, 2, knock them down just for fun, and you fall for me, cause I got what you need. Eeny, meeny, miny, more, catch a lover by his door, pick them up, then let them go, going through the motions like it's my job. Eeny, meeny, miny, more, who's the baddest of them all? Can't hold on to what's not yours, that's for sure. I don't want your love songs, love me, love me not. I'll just keep dancing here, and I don't spin in my head, no one in my bed. I'm good with me, myself, and I. Tell me that I'm all you want, got it back for me 100. July, summer, miss me like no other. Touch and it turns to gold, my love, I keep it close. I'll have you on your knees. Eeny, meeny, miny, more, catch a lover by his door, pick them up, then let them go, going through the motions like it's my job. Eeny, meeny, miny, more, who's the baddest of them all? Can't hold on to what's not yours, that's for sure. Don't want your love songs, love me, love me not. I'll just keep dancing here, and I don't spin in my head, no one in my bed. I'm good with me, myself, and I am golden, act like you know it, walking on roses, wherever I go, you know that I'm so golden, heaven for it, walking on roses, baby, I'm golden. Don't want your love songs, love me not. I'll just keep dancing here, and I don't spin in my head, no one in my bed. I'm good with me, myself, and I. Me, myself, and I. Me, myself, and I. Me, myself, and I. Me, myself, and I.
Show your color. That's so cool, slick, but a bit too quick for me. That's so flamboyant, but a little too typical. Won't ya? Say the same, don't ya? I'm one of a kind, don't get me wrong. Show your own color. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just take all the spotlight. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Making mama feel so right. No need to look high and low, baby. Maybe it's a little too obvious. It is is my solution. Let's hear you say. Color, leave a mark, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm here to show you fluorescent pain, pain. I just stand up, what can I say? Fluorescent pain, pain. Just go for it. My one and only color. Da-da-da, he show you, come on. Da-da-da, he show you, come on.
고대인들께서 이 세계로 오시려면 나르가 새 눈이 필요하다. 어리석은 자여, 나의 신하가 될 자여, 새로운 주인을 맞을 준비가 되었는가?
어두워진 하늘 날아오르는 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들릴 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너
라이를 지킬 소환사를 소개하겠다.
그리고 나
이제부터 나의 시간이다.
희미해지고 어두움의 이른 날로 선명해지네. 반복된 시간 속에 어둠에 익숙한 듯 흘러가며 살아가고 있어. 어느 날 누군가 잠자던 내게 말을 걸어
마음 놓고 싸우라고.
아픈 친구가 있어? 두려워해야 할 거야.
어느새 이미 준비를 모두 마친 나는 한 번 더 날아오를 준비가 됐어. 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너 어두워진 밤 하늘을
Hello and welcome back to the SWC 2022 China qualification match. I'm very much still Evan, and are you still Stoic?
At 3 a.m. in the morning, I don't know who I am, but yeah, I'm gonna go with Stoic.
I've lost my sense of self at 3 a.m. in the morning, but yep, I'm still me. Welcome back, everybody. We're hot off the trail of a very fun set between L&D Monster and FH, a tournament newbie. And we still have another newbie way ahead. But before that, we're going to be watching Tars versus Magic Man that's coming up here shortly.
Yep, Tars versus Magic Man might be the match that everyone actually was waiting for. When they see brackets like this, that is like, eyes can't help but go to that one and go, yo, I look forward to that match today. And that's going to be our next match getting into it. That's really exciting watching those two going at it.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a real big one. In Tars, like we said, has a legend title under his belt already. And so, like, trying to diversify and make sure that you get all the titles that are possible in Summoner's War, it's like, how wide can I go in my Hall of Fame trip? And Tars is on that journey right now. And we'll see if Magic Man can stop him in his tracks. But again, guys, that FH and L&D Monster set, I was very impressed by this set. I had a lot of fun watching it. I feel like there was a lot of content drafted in there too. Two players trading that playstyle back and forth. What was your favorite part, Stoic?
The units. It's so... And I can't help but feel like those are definitely surprise picks that both players weren't prepared for. Because we saw pre-bans change. We saw in Oliver... Both pre-ban the very first match, and then we saw these L&D units pop up, and they're like, oh, crap, and then just, like, things start to change, and, like, they're both working on the fly, it felt, because we have a very experienced L&D Monster and a brand new player in the form of FH, and I can't help but feel that L&D Monster was definitely thrown off his game, because his pre-bans were, I think Oliver's a fair pre-ban, but that first pre-ban, if he knew that Veronica was coming, like that was the pre-ban, man.
Oh, you could tell he was just as blindsided as the rest of us in that case, right? Because the Veronica got through and we got to see exactly why they should be afraid of that monster, which is very cool to see happen live. I think that was great. And here we go, guys. So we're going to take a look at the player profiles for Tars and Magic Man. So this is our next set coming up here, Stoic. Why don't you walk us through Tars?
Tars. I mean, he's got a lot of playstyles he can come out here. I think he's got a great turn 2, great turn 1. I'm expecting to see a little bit of turn 1 play coming out of Tars, but obviously players can transition. But him going in up against Magic Man here, I think we're going to see a lot of turn 1. These two are going to be competing for that turn 1, in my opinion, against each other here with Tars and Magic Man. Obviously, Gianna's going to be here. I think there is other LDs that we're not seeing in this picture, but Gianna and the Cadiz are something that he's been playing a lot with. Nana is that obviously transition unit into turn 2 alongside with that Wusa as well. Magic Man, on the other hand, I see nothing but this man wants turn 1. And of course, Nana is that signaling for when you have to go turn 2. But we're seeing a Joe Gun and a Savannah. This guy wants to go fast and he wants turn 1 now. And not only does he want that turn 1, he wants to make sure that he is getting his value. And I think that's where that Joe Gun comes in there. He goes in, gets his strip, and he's able to apply everything he's looking for on his team onto the field.
Jogun is actually surprisingly one of my favorite opener options for monsters in a draft. I just find that his ability to trap people in a scroll is so valuable to make it so that they're playing at a deficit to you. And also, notably, Magic Man had a Heigang in there, so he is not opposed to throwing out a Heigang if he sees Tars pick his Gianna.
Exactly, and I think that's what we're definitely going to be seeing today here. Let's see if Tars actually keeps going for that turn 1. I'm expecting Tars to push turn 1, knowing Magic Man really wants to also push turn 1. So if these two are both going to be competing, we'll see where the draft takes us. Pre-bans will come out here, and we'll see what both players want to pre-ban, and that might also signal the direction these matches might be going in. But we definitely have a good one ahead of us. These are two well-rounded and two well-drafted players here.
And they both had a lot of mileage in competitive scenes in the... this is looking to be a very cool matchup. I'm excited to see what these players draft. And I'm wondering if Tars has got some secrets for us, like you're saying. Maybe there's some monsters that we're not seeing represented in the most picks. could be pocket picks that they're waiting for the right time, because this is the time to do it. The regionals, again, the winner of this tournament is going to go straight to the finals.
Yep, there's a Juno pre-ban. Juno's pre-ban is signaling a lot of things that could be coming to this field right now that TARS has to offer. And of course, we're going to be seeing the Oliver pre-ban. Totally makes sense. Shizuka is going to be the first pick taken from TARS.
I love seeing the Shizuka represented super early, just because, you know, we talk about this pretty often, right? Shizuka's in such a great spot in the meta right now that even before debuffs are on the table, she's still a solid pick. She's still going to benefit your team. And we saw Han flash there a couple times.
Yeah, Han being flashed there. I'm not too sure about the Han just yet. And then we're going to be seeing a Tian Lang and a Gianna coming out of TARS. That's aggressive.
That is super aggressive. I can't help but wonder, is the Tian Lang drafted a little early because of, was it drafted in response to seeing the Han flashed, is what I'm wondering. Because is that responding to something that's not on the board is kind of an interesting take. So we'll have to see how that pans out, especially considering that it's a low amount of hindrance with the Gianna, but it's a hindrance nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely. I think Tian Lang is fine here. I like Tian Lang better in the last picks, you know, where that Dominic and Nana are looking right now. I prefer Tian Lang here, but I think Tian Lang's definitely fine in any draft here. Tian Lang just offers just so much to a team here. Interesting to see the segment being paired up here with Josephine in round 2 picks here coming out of Magic Man.
Yeah, right. The Josephine seems to be pretty apt in this situation, considering how many opportunities for stun there are on the side of TARS here. Because, I mean, Nana traditionally ruined on Despair, right? And then we've also got the native stuns from Gianna, from Tian Lang, and then Shizuka, who, of course, is going to see those and apply them to the enemy.
Yeah, we also have the Praha sleeping itself, popping up the shield with the passive Josephine. I've seen that play a lot, but, I mean... TARS knows that's coming, like knows that's something that's going to be done on the field, and looks like that's not something he wants to even deal with. I know Josephine can definitely be an RNG unit here, and I think that's why the Josephine's getting banned out here. He doesn't want anything that he doesn't have to deal with that surprises him, and I think the Josephine throws off the game. Dominic, very understandable ban, brings a lot of threat to the table here, even with the Abelio. Dominic doesn't care about an Abelio. HP leads for both these players here, expecting TARS to be taking turn 1. Well, I'm expecting the segment to go first, actually.
Yeah, good bans from both players, I'll say, but at the moment, I personally prefer Magic Man's draft, just because I think that Abelio is going to actually be a real menace for TARS if he can get through that Gianna. Gianna's bombs are probably the main thing that he should be afraid of.
Yeah, for sure. Gets a defense break, able to keep alive. Masha's still looking a little healthy here, definitely fine for Magic Man for sure. Defense break sitting on top of the Praha is exactly what TARS was looking for here.
And there we go. We're already starting to see Abelio's influence play into the way this match goes. Shizuka is spending a lot of time thinking for having very few skills available. Nice proc on lane.
Yep, yeah, I think he was looking at attack bars there. Decided to go with the second skill. Gets that nice stun. Good damage landing on top of that Abelio, though. Abelio is looking a little low here. Masha potentially looking to get rid of that Gianna already.
Yeah, if the Gianna goes down, it could potentially be bad. That's the proc that you're looking for to take that Soul Stone away. She's still going to get a turn, but you want to get that kill as early as humanly possible. Now, Praha, it is incumbent on her that she heals up that bear.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of folks are going to go onto that Abelio. Removing that unit from the field is going to be really big for TARS here. Should be staying on top of the Abelio. Does get the kill there. Orb's going to be popping up, which is massive for TARS.
Absolutely huge, Stoic. That, like we talked about, that was going to be a pretty big threat for the long game in TARS' detriment here, and now that he's gotten rid of it and come up on a Soul Stone, things are looking pretty solid.
Yep, you're going to see that segment with that third skill going out onto the Shizuka. You're going to keep that reset because he doesn't want to see Shizuka do any skills here. Bomb is going to be landing true on top of the Praha, and the next unit to get rid of is going to be that segment. He wants to stop the resets coming out of the segment, but also Magic Man wants to make sure there's no orbs on the field, so he's going to get rid of that Gianna, the lowest HP unit on the field.
That was a great thing to note, Stoic, about making sure that Sekhmet stays on the Shizuka. That proc was pretty big from her, because that means that she's going to get to use that skill 2 before Sekhmet gets around to resetting her again.
Yep, looking for the attack break, a little bit more damage coming out onto the Gianna. There's that soul coming right back there. TARS is able to hold on by eliminating units, keeping up those orbs on top of his Nana.
And speaking of souls, we got soul protection here, so maybe if she goes down, you don't even need to use the soul stone from Nana.
Yep, nice little bomb there. Strips the immunity, of course, is going to be stunning up that Masha. There's that skill, too, looking for a little bit of value. Does gain a little bit of value on top of that Gianna as well. Big damage coming out from this Tian Lang. Might look for the dismount already, because that bomb might be enough here.
Yeah, that was a good play. Choosing to sacrifice the soul protection for raw damage. There we go. Tars taking game 1.
Tars taking that game 1. Big despair stones coming out of that Nana, and that was it right there. Once that Masha was dismounted and stunned, he knew that was going to be the victory. Big win there for Tars.
Excellent threat assessment from both sides, I would say. Magic Man identified that the bombs were going to be a problem long term, but he could keep Shizuka reset, and Tars knew that Abellio was going to be a huge problem in the late game.
Yeah, well done. Well done for Magic Man trying to keep back that Shizuka, but well done for Tars for holding on there. Great threat assessment. Definitely took his time here. Definitely a great victory from him. And now Magic Man has to think about this next match here. What is something that really gave him a lot of trouble here? And I don't think it is the Gianna, but we might see the Gianna pre-ban.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Gianna pre-ban, but I do think that Shizuka is also going to be an issue long term, just because, like, you know, having to stay on that Shizuka all game kind of limited how much his Sekhmet could contribute. And the pre-bans do go out. Ultimately, it's Tian Lang and Savannah.
Interesting to see the Savannah ban here, and I think it's expecting that Tars thinks Magic Man's really going to be pushing for that turn 1, eliminating the Savannah. So, in return, Tars going to be taking at 33 speed in the form of Oliver and Gianna.
What a strong start. That's super indicative of Tars' playstyle. We saw this in his most picked. He's bringing what he's most familiar with to the table here, and here's Magic Man responding with arguably the favorite response to Oliver this season in Masha.
Ooh, Water Monkey King is going to make his way to the field. I do like this unit. That is really, really nice to have the Shizuka on the field if it's able to get the value of that third skill coming out of the Water Monkey King.
I love Shiho both as a unit and as a combo piece with Shizuka. Like you said, making invincibility available to Shizuka is so huge. And the one thing that I do find is that Oliver tends to be a little difficult with Shiho because occasionally you'll find a window where you can poke at him and increase his cooldown time before that invincibility and immunity comes up. We're going to see if Tars can find it unless it gets banned.
If Tars doesn't want to see Magic Man take a turn at all, and the response for Magic Man is going to be passives. He's going to be bringing a Vertiheal, and Leo hasn't locked it in yet. And it looks like he just wants to passively deal with all the attack bar pushback and the control coming out of Tars right now.
I love the Verd as a response to all that. Oh, the Chiwu. Okay, cool. The Chiwu, well, I gotta admit, I did like the Leo a little bit more.
Oh my lord.
Oh my heavens.
He does have a Gurkha. If he doesn't draft the Gurkha, I hate that he showed the Gurkha, unless Magic Man already knew the Gurkha was
I think it's
in
just
the box,
because
though.
there's a lot of immunity individually between the Shizuka, the Masha, and the She-House, so maybe he doesn't think that he can efficiently get rid of it, but I mean, he's got 3 strippers, now he's got 4 strippers. What more could he possibly want?
I'm a big fan of Taz right now. I think he's got a great draft, a lot of control. He now has the sustain as well. Water Monkey King's going to be biting the dust here, and of course, Water Ryu's going to get the ban with the 3 fire units on the field here. Now, I gotta give it to Tars. I think Tars got a better draft as we get into round 2 between Tars and Magic Man.
It is a super solid draft. Not a lot of immunity for Gianna to kind of make use of here with the third skill, but I mean, she can still open up with a bomb. Chooses to put it on Verd. Kind of interesting that he didn't go for the early place on Masha because there might not be another opportunity.
Nah, but the most important unit here that got stunned up is the Shizuka. Tars needs to control that Shizuka and keep his Oliver alive here. You're going to see a big third skill coming out here. Look at reduce the attack bars. Despair!
It's Despair!
Chung-Hung!
Oh, it's Despair Stoic. Oh my goodness, that's awesome.
That was massive for Tars there. Even able to heal up his team as well. Oliver looking all healthy again, looking to reset and keep this Shizuka under control here.
He had a surprise. That element of surprise is so huge, and it was great because I was kind of curious why he went to use that third skill with the Verd still on the table and fully able to counterattack, but he knew what he was aiming for.
Yep, he already got the reset on top of the Shizuka. I think he's going to pummel the damage and make sure that the Vertigo is going to get removed from the field. Tar's looking for the safe play. Goes for more attack bars here. He wants to reduce the Shizuka as well. Going to see that third skill coming back onto the Shizuka to push back more attack bars here. That is so nice that he's able to control that unit here, because if that Shizuka is able to get anything off here, that's going to be Magic Man's like ability to bounce back here. Bomb's going to land as well. Doesn't have to touch this unit. The unit to get rid of is definitely that Vertigo.
So well played here coming out from Tars. Excellent unit management, effectively seeing what threats he needed to get rid of, placing bombs strategically, playing safe, reducing the attack bar from Shizuka to make sure that she doesn't get a turn before he's ready for it.
Now, Masha can pop off there. Masha was obviously able to remove the Olive from the field. It was inevitable. It's definitely going to be happening here. Bomb does take care of the Verti-heal, and that's definitely going to be a weight lifted off of Tar's shoulders here, which is really nice here. I think he does go for the strip and remove the immunity to help push back. Does not. Looks like he's going to try and just get rid of the Chiwu. If you can take units out, looks like Tar's looking to just remove units from the field. It's going to be a lonely Masha, and I got to give it to Masha. Masha does have the ability to really pop up. The defense breaks do come.
If anybody could, it's definitely her. And here we go. So he's got the chance. Oh, and Tars. You called it.
Not going to happen there.
You called
Tars
it right
was able to
from
control Magic Man. There you have it. Tars taking round 2 away from Magic Man.
Super well played. Like I said, I love that Tars is showing what a great juggler he is. He's able to make sure that everything is going his way, and he's playing really safe. I think he's willing to give up a little bit of aggressiveness, a little bit of damage to just make sure that the game is playing out exactly how he wants it to. Great show of personality and a really solid strategy from Tars.
Yeah, I'm interested if Magic Man just needs to change his pace here. Stop looking for the turn 2 and maybe fight back for that turn 1. And maybe he knows that Tars might just be a faster player. Who knows? But we're going to see a Juno pre-ban once again. Oliver's going to get the pre-ban here, so removing that unit from the field, something that definitely kept Magic Man back. So let's see, does Magic Man choose to try to fight back at turn 1? Because I feel like getting into a game 3 here, that's the do or die situation. Tars has already played very well going into Magic Man. I think Magic Man needs to surprise him. Really push for that turn 1 and take advantage of Tars.
Yeah, we're digging a little bit into the past here, but I really did like the Leo that Magic Man showed there. And then maybe he wouldn't have banned the Moore. He could have banned the Oliver instead, because he was pretty convinced the Chiwu was going to make it. So he banned Moore to make sure that the Chiwu didn't give him a turn on accident. So in my mind, I think that was, maybe there was an issue with the pivoting there, but who's to say, right? There's a reason why they're here. They know their draft better than anybody. So let's see. We've seen all these units before. Tars is playing kind of a hybrid of what we've seen over the last 2 games. Again, guys, this is match point. This is best of 5.
Yep. There's the Tian Lang coming back again. The very dominant Dominic is coming in here. And, of course, Connell and one other pick is going to be drafted by Magic Man.
The Cardinal's pretty sweet here. If he were to perhaps ban out Shizuka or something and try to take that control away from Tars and bring a unit that can stun further, that's great. Nice Sekhmet there. Looks like maybe the Shizuka is staying in the game here, Star.
Yeah, I did like that Sekhmet play against Shizuka. He was able to control it there, but he has to make sure he's able to control the rest of the team coming out of Taz here.
Yeah, and he's got to make sure that Tars actually makes that same, I call it a mistake for lack of a better word, and lets the Sekhmet through. Maybe he identifies what went wrong, you know, or like that slight variance, right, and ends up banning out the Sekhmet altogether. Nana and Gianna wrap up his draft.
Yep, Nana and Gianna coming out here. Obviously, Gianna and the Shizuka going to have great synergy here, as long as Shizuka is able to get a third scale off here. But that wasn't the case in that very first match, where Sekhmet was able to keep the Shizuka back from doing absolutely anything, but Tars was able to squeeze out the victory anyways.
Nice Riley at the end, he's thinking. Yeah, I think I prefer the Molly just because it provides less chances for Gianna to effectively use that skill 3. So I
agree.
Like that.
100%.
Yeah.
If the Riley had landed, the Riley signaling the ban was going to be on the Gianna, but Gianna's not going to get banned out here. I think it's going to go right back to the Dominic. As funny as it, wait, it might be the Tian Lang actually. Potentially the Tian Lang, that's going to ruin a lot of units.
I think it's a toss-up. You see, I don't think you were necessarily wrong in that call. I don't know if this is necessarily wrong. I think that there were a lot of really solid bans, and I think you're right that the Dominic presents the biggest burst damage. But Magic Man needs to make something happen with these 4 units that made it through. Tars, if he wins this, he's stepping ahead to the semis.
Yeah, well, Magic Man's going to get a shot right here. Reset's coming out on top of the Gianna this time. Does not land, though. Bomb's going to come out on top of the Masha, and he's definitely going to be stunning up that Praha.
the archetypal Sekhmet experience. Let me tell you, she is so good when she's good, but boy is she bad when she's bad. That's how it be.
That is definitely rough. So the bomb does land on top of the Sekhmet, and I think the Sekhmet is the better decision than the Masha here, because if he gets rid of the Sekhmet already missed one reset. Reset's going to be up once again, so if he removes the Sekhmet, he doesn't have to worry about the lockdown going out here. Dominic just doing his amazing things here.
Holy Shizuka, am I right? No, that was a pretty effective removal of the Praha. Super stellar. I was not expecting even Dominic to do that much damage for some reason, but a defense break plus a Dominic just makes magic happen.
Yep, it really was. Not magic for Magic Man, that's for sure.
Oh,
and there goes
dear.
the Sekhmet. What a dominant performance coming out of Tars. Just removing these units one by one. Goes for the skill 2, just potentially strips off the buff off of the Masha. There that goes. And then we've got a skill 2 to help probably get the skills back up onto the Gianna for just a bomb and then strip again.
What did you say? What did you say at the start of this when the bands were going out, Stoic? Who did you say to ban?
The very dominant Dominic here.
Oh, heavens to Betsy. Just the defense break into the skill 2 from Dominic. I mean, we've seen that more times than any of us would like to encounter. It's crazy. So Masha's going to try to do something here. The writing is pretty much on the wall, I think, for Magic Man. But when it's SWC, you might as well just play it out and see if something happens.
Yeah, enjoy your time out here in SWC. It was a really rough. The second you saw that Praha disappear, you kind of knew that it was going to be game over right there. Just Dominic just does so much damage. It's honestly astounding to see this unit work here. And there you have it. Tars with the 3-0 on Magic Man.
Oh my word. Magic Man really did try to shift it in his favor, but Tars' commitment to strategy, making sure that the game's playing out exactly how he wants it, got him there. And effectively, a 3-0, the first 3-0 of the day.
Yep, that was really, really impressive. I'm already expecting to see Dominic pre-bans going into the semifinals. Whoever's playing against Tars, it's definitely going to be a Dominic pre-ban.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure that his life flashed before his eyes. When Magic Man saw that defense break stick on the Praha, and then look at the attack bar on the Dominic, you just see your whole journey. You see all of Season 22 behind you. You see every game you've ever played with Dominic flash before you.
Yep, what an incredible 3-0 performance from Tars. You know, as much as I want to say it was expected, but I'm not gonna say it was very expected, but I mean, this is Tars we're talking about. We've seen him in legendary tournaments. He has a legendary tournament victory under his belt as well. He's a kind of player that can produce matches like this. And Magic Man is a very good player. We've seen him plenty of times before when it comes to SWC, when it comes to legendary tournaments as well. So not talking bad about Magic Man, but Tars is definitely a strong opponent, and he showed how strong he is here to be a potential victor of even China Regionals.
That's right. Well, look at this, Stoic. We have our second new challenger of the day after FH. We've got Jin. Why don't you walk us through Jin's player profile?
Jin with a lot of turn 2 play here. The Nana, the Mo Long, Kanal, Wusa. A lot of Nana play. But now that we see a Savannah in there, he has that opportunity where he may be trying to push for a little bit of turn 1, of course, with the Water Ryu getting his speed leads under his belt here. But I'm definitely expecting to see a lot of turn 2 play coming out of Jin here.
Here's how to play. I mean, we are familiar with how to play likes to play, as it were. While he has seen a lot of play in the China qualification matches of previous years, how to play is also no stranger to the Legend tournaments. And we've seen a lot of those units that were represented as most picked at those locations. In fact, I think that Pontos actually made a pretty good impression during Legend tournaments past.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw so many absolute bangers inside that box as well. There's so many units, and I feel like the only units that honestly catch your eyes are the 2 non-LDs, being a Nana and a Juno. But that's just how good those units are. Among all of the LDs in the box of how to play, Juno has an excellent play in many, many drafts, and of course Nana being one of the best turn 2 units out there. Those among all of the LDs, there's just so much to worry about going up a player like how to play, and Jin being an absolute newcomer here in just tournaments in general is definitely going to have a hard time here with this giant player of how to play.
Oh, for sure, Star. Yeah, well said. And we're going to have to see, because I saw an Ongyuki represented too. in that lineup. And if there's one thing I love to see, it's kind of off kilter, huge damage units. I love seeing Onkiyuki's and anything in play. But we're gonna have to see, because we saw a lot of attack bar reduction. And so we'll have to see if the situation calls for it, because I feel like that's kind of where Onkiyuki falters a little bit.
Most definitely. We'll see how Jin plays against. Now, we saw a lot of turn 2 drafts coming out of Jin, so I'm expecting to see that turn 2 play coming up against here with HOWTOPLAY. So I want to assume Jin should be able to hold his own at receiving some big damage in the likes of that Dark Onimusha. But we'll see how things work out as we get into this first match here.
I'm really looking forward to it, because this is an opportunity for Jin to really show his stuff at SWC. And again, guys, first regionals of the year. This is pretty big.
Most definitely. Pre-bans coming out here for Jin and HOWTOPLAY.
Let's see what they ultimately settle on, because I mean, boy, there is a lot to choose from. You got your standard fare, you got your Olivers, you got your Nanas, but you can also go for those snipe picks. If you have like insider knowledge about what your opponent likes to pick, if you want to snipe out one of their LD units, you can.
Well, there's just so many LDs for Jin to choose, and that's definitely going to explain why this pre-ban is going to be taking a little bit here, because there's just so much to think about here going up against a player like HOWTOPLAY.
Yeah, I don't even know where I would start with this pre-ban. I imagine it's going to be a lot easier after round 1. For this one, I'd probably try to go a little bit more neutral. I'd probably leave one of my favorites open. Leave the Nana open, for instance. It seems like both players kind of enjoy having a Nana on their team, especially Jin. It looks like maybe in this case what we might be facing here is a network connection delay from one of the players. And if that's the case, then we'd probably just re-queue, because it could be... Nope, it looks like... Well, that could be an auto choice, but it looks like the Oliver is legit.
It's a very interesting pick there if we're going to be going with the Dark Striker up against HOWTOPLAY. I'm sure HOWTOPLAY is very happy to see a Dark Striker pre-ban.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see how this plays out. I think it's going to be pretty telling if we see the countdown timer or not. In the worst case situation, what we just do is we'd have the players re-queue. And if it gets a little deep into the draft, we'll see how it goes. Pause. Yep, there we go. So what we'll probably do is re-queue, because that Dark Striker seemed a little bit out of place, to say the least, right, Stoic?
Yeah, he definitely made it to the L&D page, though, hovering over the Dark unit. So we might see a Dark unit getting the pre-ban, just probably not the Dark Striker.
Yeah, maybe it could have even been... Heck, maybe he just missed it by 1. Maybe it's a Gurkha he was looking for.
Potentially, it could be a lot of things there.
He was right there, and he missed Gurkha just by a hair. So we're gonna have to see how this ends up playing out. We'll get those players re-queued shortly. So, Stoic, you mentioned that when you're up against HOWTOPLAY, you definitely have an opponent with a very wide monster box. Where do you even start a pre-ban like this? So assuming that Dark Striker was not genuine, what would you put in that pre-ban slot?
Well, so being a turn 2 player, think about all the units that HOWTOPLAY has and start thinking about, like, how do I survive against this turn 1 play? I mean, we could be looking at, just go down the list and be like, Narsha's going to be in there, just piling too much damage for him. So, like, Narsha could be a big pre-ban there. Mm-hmm. Anything that would be, like you said before, like even the Gurkha, if the Gurkha is an option for HOWTOPLAY, and I believe Gurkha is an option for HOWTOPLAY, like, can you handle that? And I think a Gurkha might be something that you potentially let through, but you're going to be signaling a lot of things that HOWTOPLAY may just even take away from you, because HOWTOPLAY not only has the majority of the LD Nat 5s in this game, but also the regular units as well.
Yeah, and just to highlight what you said, like, so if it was meant to be Gurkha, I wouldn't be surprised, because if there's one thing that we've kind of seen an absence of, except from Masha, it's immunity. So it's like people aren't really playing against these debuffs that people are trying to put on them. They're just trying to hope to establish early tempo instead, which is really cool. It lends itself to some really fun games from a viewer's perspective, but at the same time, it makes me incredibly nervous. I don't think I could play without the protection from all those debuffs.
Yeah, but even put it on a switch shoes up here, and let's just say like HOWTOPLAY goes and starts digging into the box of Jin, and that right there is already devastating enough. So like you have just so many weapons, so many tools to your advantage, but you go and you start taking your opponent's units here, Jin might be in a little bit of trouble if HOWTOPLAY goes down that right, because I don't think HOWTOPLAY needs to go down that road, but if HOWTOPLAY does, I mean, this is SWC. HOWTOPLAY can go for the throat and start digging into the box of Jin.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He ended up landing on an Oliver, which I think is a super good neutral round one pick for a pre-ban. Just knock out something that we know is generally useful on a team. But I don't know if it was Oliver. You'll have to remind me. Was Oliver on those best picks or like top picks for Jin? I thought he played a little slower.
I don't believe Oliver was up there for Jin. But Oliver is definitely one of those. Maybe Oliver's one of those units that How to Play doesn't want to have to deal with, and I think a lot of people are in that situation. I mean, we saw the match where Oliver was the pre-ban for both players. Like, no one wants to have to deal with a unit like that because there's just a little bit too much chaos that can happen that you just didn't prepare for.
Exactly. I saw a question in chat a little while ago while we were explaining, asking who Gurkha is. Gurkha is the Dark Slayer, or the Dark Bison, as it were, who recently got a buff and became one of the most impactful units in a draft that you could see. Having a passive ability that makes it increases all of the debuffs that he places, and what he places is Provoke. And so, guys,
Yeah,
it's looking
Gurkha's,
like... I was just going to update everybody real quick that it looks like, so we had one disconnect. It looks like Jin may have lost connection during the pick ban phase. So we're going to get them, we're going to get them right back up after they check in with the players. Go ahead, Stoic. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no worries at all. So Gurkha is definitely one of those troublesome units, but there's some great free-to-play options that people take into a Gurkha, and Tessarion's one of those excellent units. So it's something that if How to Play is going to be drafting a Gurkha, it's just a unit that you can almost guarantee that you're going to be seeing. And in the likes of the Gurkha match that we saw earlier between LD Monster, I believe he even took the Tessarion away himself.
Yes, he did. Yeah. Are you enjoying seeing Tessarion like kind of back in the meta as a counter pick?
I feel like everybody has a Tessarion runed up. It's just, it's such an amazing pick. Obviously, applying Oblivion is going to be very, very impactful. But to have a defense break like locked in on a multi-hit with that second skill is really, really big. And of course, the passive is what keeps him alive and able to deal even more damage as well. Because we're in a day where we're applying lots of things to the field. And if there's more negative effects onto the field, that Tessarion's going to deal even more damage, which is really great. But he also receives less. So, like, you can even see a Tessarion being drafted in like a Molong Reckless Assault onto the Tessarion. The Tessarion handles it very, very well. It's just an excellent unit to have prepared at all times, especially in a tournament state like SWC.
And that's the thing. You hit the nail on the head there, because so many people think of his passive as just saying applies Oblivion whenever he attacks a unit. That is not his whole passive. His passive gives him increased damage and reduced damage. So he's just an all-around great counter pick unit when going up against a bunch of passives, because he's going to, and against you, he's not that bad into units like a Molong, like Stoic brought up, because in the worst case scenario, he doesn't get that full snipe that a normal unit would. It ends up being reduced. Guys, I've got good news for you. It looks like we've got Jin and How to Play back together. So again, that pre-ban was auto-selected. We said it looked off, and it definitely was, Stoic.
Yep, but we were also right about he made it to the dock page, and that is where he disconnected. He did get a Dark Unit pre-banned here, but it is going to be the Dark Onimusha getting pre-banned out, and the Olivers getting pre-banned out, of course. Jin with the first pick of the Yan Hong, How to Play very quickly responded with a Nephthys and Changpeng.
It was so close. He was so close to the Ongiyuki pre-ban before he got out, but it looks like everything's working swimmingly right now. The Nephthys first pick from How to Play is pretty cool. That's a nice statement early. And here comes a Han to give it an even bigger speed lead than it already had.
Yep, there's How to Play with looking at a commanding lead. Nephthys, Han, and Gianna locking in both of his speed leads. Jin with the response of a Volantis in Savannah coming out of Jin. Jin also wants turn one.
Oh yeah, I love the Volantis pick here, especially because Volantis has that the counterattack chance, which is really great in this matchup here.
Yep, very great indeed. Now, if I thought of 4 deck units that just mix so well with Han, I would name them as Nephthys, Gianna, and Wunsa. And that is exactly what we're seeing.
Exactly what How to Play has brought to the table. Nice ban. I think that ban from Jin banning out the Nephthys is actually pretty important. While Han represents a unit lost, Nephthys potentially represents the entire team lost.
That's right. What I want to say here is that We're going to see an outstanding speed coming out of Yan Hong to take turn 1. That is not the case here. Woons is going to be taking turn 1, pushing back all these... Oh, wait a second here. Just go with the first skill and landing the 2-turn sleep onto the Yan Hong.
just a hope and a dream on that first skill. He read the attack bars and saw that he was pretty far ahead there and was able to just go ahead. So he was like, you know what, we're going to save this for a rainy day. And it was a very good choice. Here comes Han, looking to maybe secure an early kill. Goes for the dismount on Savannah, just short.
Really big dismount there. If he's gonna get the dismount for sure out onto the Savannah, and that's gonna be a really big player. Nice provokes though, is landing on top of the Chongpeng and the Han. That was really, really important for that Volantis. Rain of Stone's coming out, not getting his, getting 3 stuns there. Wanted to get the Gianna, of course, as well. Severe Devastation going out on the Gianna, make sure that those stuns will not be available.
It looks like missing that dismount is gonna be...
Wow!
It wasn't just that, but boy was it a signal for the worst to come. Jin, with what I would call the first cleave of the day, or counter cleave, as it were.
The no-will runes on Jin actually coming through here. What? That was such an excellent, well-thought-out draft, knowing that he didn't put any will runes on his units.
It was so great. I mean, you look at it, and how to play is just like, wait a minute, wait a minute. how do I
I
get
loved
value
everything
out of this?
about how to play's draft, but Jin,
yes,
with a big 5-head strat, not putting will runes up was very impressive.
Oh, it was super impressive, and also not getting the dismount on the Savannah was pretty huge because he managed to get the AoE defense breaks out way early, and also he was going to get another turn with her too because Yan Hong had the chance to skill 3 and heal.
Well, now that How to Play knows there's no will runes on any of those units, I think we're going to see a different round 2 here. Great on Jin for sneaking out that victory, though. It was a great victory for Jin. We got pre-bans from last time that Dark Onimusha is going to be back, and so is the Oliva.
Yeah, they're both on the table. We'll see if Jin wants to make use of that. It would certainly make me happy if he brought that Ongyuki in.
That's going to be a lot of... I mean, he banned it for a reason. That's a lot of damage that Jin does not want to have to run into. I'm expecting to see more LD units getting pre-banned here. Maybe in the form of that Nephthys this time.
Yeah, and so I gotta say, that was a really cool first game. We even saw Jin get outsped, but it ended up just being how he navigated. You know, he took the first impactful turn, right? That was pretty great.
If there was will runes out there, it would have been a different story for sure, but we've got Light Monk King getting pre-banned out here, obviously being something Jin does not want to have to play against. How to Play, probably not too worried about not having the Light Monk King. I do like that pre-ban on top of the Nana, knowing that he's not going to have that in Jin's box here.
That's right. Oh my goodness. How to Play ended up taking that Ongyuki that we were talking about. I'm excited.
Yep, now we already know that there's not going to be any will runes on the other side of the field, so once again, that Nephthys might just be the ban here.
Yeah, I think that's probably a safe bet, considering we know exactly how these units are ruined. We actually know how all of these are ruined, except for the Moor.
Yeah, I would actually prefer How to Play taking that Oliver, knowing that the will runes aren't going to be there, but it looks like Jin's going to take that Oliver. He doesn't want to let How to Play have the unit.
And there's the Han. So if we see okay, so we don't see the Wunsa back again. We know how fast these units are now. But I think there's so much AoE threat here, Stoic, but I think but does it assemble a working comp? We're going to have to see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we're definitely expecting the Sekhmet to be taking turn 1. I mean, double speed lead coming out of Jin, so he's going to get a speed lead through. Sekhmet's going to kick things off for us. The Nephthys, I think, once again, is going to be the ban again.
Definitely. So we kind of know how this plays out. Han will not necessarily effectively be able to get that dismount from Savannah if everything works out the same way it did last game. So that means Savannah is going to be open. He still gets the speed lead from Moore, and he can open up with the Sekhmet, presumably.
Yeah, that's interesting to see a Yan Hong getting the ban out here. I would have just thought that the Sekhmet was just going to get the reset on top of Yan Hong. That is not the case here. 30 dark speed lead for How to Play. 24 speed lead.
Let's see.
Wow.
I think he was hoping. I think he was hoping that maybe Yanhong's base speed was going to be a problem, but it turns out the Dark Monkey has a surprise for everybody and stuns up most of Jin's team. Here comes Sekhmet. Does she stick to the plan? The resist!
Oh, man. That's big there because he was hoping for the stun going out onto the Sekhmet. Missing that stun on the Sekhmet was actually one of the bigger things here, but it didn't matter. Sekhmet, not consistent enough, doesn't get the strip. Reset.
Yeah, that was gonna be a tough one. In that situation, he was probably debating using skill 2 into Nefties. Ongyuki confirming every single kill on the planet and wrapping up the game single-handedly.
As quick as Jin did away with HOWTOPLAY in that first round is as quick as HOWTOPLAY did away with Jin in the second round.
We asked a question at the start of this. We said, all this AoE threat, does it make a team? And apparently it does. What a cleave. That is not the kind of cleave you get to see every day.
I was definitely expecting Neftis to get the ban out there. I figured Sekhmet would outspeed the Yanhong. You don't have to worry about the Yanhong's charge vitality or even second skill at all. It was kind of over the second Neftis wasn't the ban. Because there was no runes in the form on the side of Jin.
I'll take it one step further. It was game as soon as Sekhmet decided not to stick to the plan. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you get that resistance from the Sekhmet. And it really hurts. And in that case, it did cost Jin the whole point there. And I do understand the Yanhong ban to a degree because she's got a really fast base speed. So that's the variable that Jin was kind of afraid of because he more or less saw how that game played out and just hoped that his Sekhmet would take it to go. But unfortunately, she had other plans.
Yep, that is true. But he did have a 30 dark speed lead for HOWTOPLAY. I would still assume that the Sekhmet should be outspeeding that the Yanhong, but I guess we'll find out. Yanhong is actually going to be a pick here for Jin, taking that unit away from HOWTOPLAY. HOWTOPLAY looking at a guys, we're looking at a non-LD unit coming out of HOWTOPLAY in the form of Shizuka.
I love how you just like yell it from the rafters. You like climb up to the roof and scream it out to the city, guys. And it's
just using my inside voice, Evan.
That's the inside voice. I love it. Okay, so this is really great. HOWTOPLAY did something cool. Saw that Jin had like 0 will on any unit and was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna draft a bunch of defense break and hope for the best.
I do like Jin's draft already, though, with the Yanhong more and Okeanos. I do like Sekhmet a lot more than Okeanos, but Okeanos is going to be used here for his additional damage and his stuns, of course. The second skill is so unreliable, but HOWTOPLAY drafting another non-LD unit in the form of Yana. And Dominic! The dominant Dominic is coming back.
The dominant Dominic. Probably the monster that we are most afraid of now, having gotten this deep into the tournament, I'd say. Like, I'm very afraid of what Dominic can do here.
Ooh, I actually kind of like the Sekhmet. I would have preferred to see the Sekhmet over the Okeanos if he was going to be drafting a Sekhmet anyways. Takes the Sekhmet back. We're going to be seeing an Abelio. Takes the Abelio back. Jin needs to figure out what he wants here.
Yeah, and I get it. The Dominic is making me nervous too, especially because there's so many efficient and reliable sources of defense break. Right now, I don't know. Oh, that's...
Man,
that's a complication. Maybe
I love it. I really hope he goes back to the Oberon. The Oberon, the Shizuka is going to be an excellent combination because right now I think Jin needs to say that he's going to be banning out probably the Tian Lang.
Yeah, okay. So I like what he was going for there with that Oberon to try to get that ignore defense kill, but he's lacking the speed lead. This is a very turn 2 comp, and Oberon really wants to go early and snipe a monster. So I think that this is probably the safer approach. This is a record low LDs from HOWTOPLAY. Only one in Tian Lang here.
Yeah, great last pick from HOWTOPLAY. Abelio's going to get the ban there, and HOWTOPLAY is going to be banning out that big damage threat in the form of Masha. Speed lead for Jin. Jin's definitely going to be taking turn 1 here. I'm got an HP lead coming up for HOWTOPLAY. Here we go, guys. We've got round 3. HOWTOPLAY versus Jin.
Let's see how it goes. Yanhong we expected to take the turn 1, and she can boost up the team and Tian Lang by proxy.
Yeah, great super attack bar pushback there onto the Dominic. Very, very important. We're going to see some big skill 2 stuns. Stun goes out on the Yanhong, and of course it's going to be landing on top of the Juno.
Let's see if she can get a clutch stun on Dominic. No such luck. You want to try to remove that thing as fast as possible. Big resistance from Shizuka. This is the second game in a row where Jin has tried to land something like that and has come up empty.
I know. I expect that from Okeanos, to be honest with you. Not so much the segment, but Okeanos once again proving why his second skill is just not consistent. Does not land on the Shizuka.
We don't... it's interesting to me that he's not popping that. I would almost pop it there just for the speed buff and the stun.
Yeah, he could have got a lot of value if he did do that third skill, but he's going to be holding on to it for a good reason. We'll find out what that reason is. Does get a Despair Stun on top of the Okeanos defense break, sitting across the field of Jin.
Yeah, here we go. So right now, HOWTOPLAY is going to have to focus down that Juno if he wants to consider his future too. He's already made some pretty effective progress on that Yanhong, but I'm afraid for what that Juno represents later down the line.
Oh, a brilliant violent proc to take out that Yanhong there. That was really big. Up to 2 orbs, and I think that's going to be a huge setback for Jin.
Oh, big time, especially because he wasn't able to remove the Dominic before that. I think, yeah, good call. That was really big. And she does not have her strip available. Oh, tragic for Jin.
Yeah, definitely tragic indeed. He's going to be beelining that Okeanos. The second that's 3 orbs, that's going to be it for Jin. We're going to be going into a game 4.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, HOWTOPLAY is at match point here.
And just like that, HOWTOPLAY taking round 3.
Dominic again, putting out damage, and I also like him as a pick because he doesn't rely on cooldowns. I mean, he can be just as strong, sans his skill too.
That's it. It's just, it puts out so much damage. The violent procs are what make him just so oppressive. If you even get that branding, the branding just ends units' lives. If you're able to get Dominic to even first go off a defense break, it's ending lives as well. It's just, you're putting out way too much damage, and I think Jin needs to be a little bit more prepared for that Dominic.
Yeah, you got to be ready. You got to be ready for it. You got to assess the situation and see, because as well as Juno could have done in a late game situation, Dominic does not present a late game at all. He's trying to expedite that process. So it was either Yanhong or Dominic goes first, and it was the latter, or it was the former rather.
Interesting. We're going to see a pre-ban in the form of Gianna this time, and Water Ryu is going to get the pre-ban here. Now let's keep in mind about that very dominant draft that HOWTOPLAY was able to put down onto the field, eliminating Jin very, very quickly with that Dark Oni Musha. So that is still on the field, and I think this first pick is going to signal what HOWTOPLAY is going to be doing here.
I'm interested to see how he goes. It looks like he's going to continue the tradition of passing the Yanhong just back and forth in that first pick slot.
Yanhong is going to be first picked by HOWTOPLAY. Shizuka going to be drafted by Jin, as well with one other pick here. Could be honestly a Juno. I wouldn't be so upset if Jin had picked a Juno after like what we've seen from HOWTOPLAY. And it looks like he's going to go with a Masha.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Oh dear. We've seen this before, Stug. This is
and
the
that's
setup.
what absolutely ended him.
Yeah, this was the fastest game. These two have had the fastest games of the qualification match so far, and he's doing the exact draft that he did, except without the Dark Monkey King.
Yep, so at least we know the Oliver should be on Will as well, but I think Oliver might be the unit being banned out here, not wanting to give the segment a potential turn 1, but this segment can and should outspeed the Yanhong here. So I had said before that I think Neftis should have been the ban here. So let's see what the ban will be as we get into this round 4.
Yeah, because that's the AoE defense break. That's why I definitely agree. I definitely agree with you there. Previously, we saw the Dark Monkey King acting as a secondary, a redundancy to apply that AoE defense break. But because none of that is present, you got to ban out the Nefties. Great call, Stug.
Yep, there it is. So Neftis is going to get the ban. Abela is going to get the ban here. 33 speed lead for Jin. 30 speed lead for Dark units on the side of HOWTOPLAY. Definitely going to be seeing a segment taking first turn here, and that can be the reset there on top of the Yanhong or even the Han.
Here comes the Wunsa. Yeah, but because the Sekhmet is not on Will, it won't get the reduction. Increasing Han. Can Han do something? Can it kill? We don't actually we haven't seen Han against any monster except Savannah yet, so we don't know. Let's see.
Oh, it's a lot of damage. You can go with the AoE to take care of that Oliver right here. Almost getting the dismount as well on top of the Masha. We've got skills available with Sekhmet, of course, but, you know, there's not a ton for available here, so he can't get a ton of value with this here, but chooses to go for it anyways because that skill's on top of Yonhong apparently, but misses it anyways!
The res, bro. Oh, man. Jin not getting anything.
That's the loss right there, to be honest with you. Blade Fan comes out on the Masha, gets the dismount.
Everything. I don't know if there's a stun in the pool. Not that you want to stun Ongyuki, but you definitely want to stun everything else. So we could see a Shizuka skill 3 or maybe a skill 2. Oh dear.
I mean, we're going to get a skill 3 coming out of this Shizuka. I feel like that's the only thing Shizuka can do right now to try to get some sort of value out in the field, but just missing units is just... It's way too hurtful. We're going to see a skill 3 going out onto the Yonhong. He wants to try and remove that unit from the field.
So close, but yet so far. I think that could definitely be the explanation for Jin in this game.
100% here. That is going to be it. How to play! Taking round 4 away from Jin.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, how to play. Great showing in that matchup. Jin really opened strong on that one, Stoic, but unfortunately how to play. I don't know if it was tenure in competitive environments or what, a deeper box, or just the ability to adapt. He really saw what was kind of, it started out as a strength for Jin, but then became a weakness over time, which was that lack of immunity. And I think he took advantage of that very well.
Well, he had that first match where he had no immunity, and it ended up working in his favor there. But as the matches proceeded, I feel like just the decision-making in the pick ban against How to Play, I feel like Jin just wasn't prepared enough for How to Play. He had a great first-round victory, which was excellent. You know, good on him. Having no ruined up units, was able to throw How to Play off there, but then that was kind of it. Once How to Play realized how many units that Jin had not willed up, he kind of just quickly adjusted and played accordingly, which resulted in a three-win sweep on Jin.
Yeah, it was quite the sweep after that one. Jin got a nice surprise game in at the start there, but How to Play adapted really well. And now we've got our semifinals bracket. Lest versus FH, followed by Tars and How to Play. There's a lot of really exciting games coming up.
Definitely, that Tars and How to Play, a lot of attention for it. But of course, we're expecting Les to do fairly well against our newcomer FH.
Yeah, FH has had quite a good showing so far. It's a shame that Jin couldn't have a similar thing as starting that competitive Summoners War career with such a strong statement match. But you know what? FH will carry that torch into the semifinals. I'm really excited to see how he's going to do.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, FH, he surprised us with some of these units, but I have a feeling Les isn't going to be so surprised. He's a very experienced player, like we said before, a SWC champion. He's gonna have a match here against FH for sure.
Big time. And folks in chat, we want to thank you all for joining us today. We're still got tons of games ahead of us. We got the semifinals, and we want to thank you for that. And so we're giving you this coupon code right here. If you guys want to redeem it right now, if you are on Android, you can go ahead and type that code into your device. And if you're on iOS, then you can just talk to one of our fine mods in chat who will hook you up with the link. That'll get you 100k mana as well as some scrolls. Definitely
can use plenty of scrolls right now. Summon more cookies. Get those in.
Yeah, more cookies, baby. I haven't yet to get a Nat 5 cookie except for Gingerbrave, obviously. And here's a reminder for that event that's going on. Obviously, everybody's going to have that Gingerbrave, which is kind of like a farmable Sekhmet to a degree and has an extremely fast base speed, considering that it's boosted at the start of the game. You also get the chance to get 2 collab exclusive scrolls, as well as probably the most interesting item that we've seen introduced in a while, which is the item that lets you choose what rune set drops in the dungeon of your choice for an hour.
It's been a long time since we've seen something like that. The last thing that we saw was double items being dropped out of dungeons, so it's really cool to see something new coming into dungeons to kind of help a lot of the summoners out there gain a little bit of value out of their daily farming.
Oh yeah, it's so cool. I've already used some of the ones for dragons, and it's great. Just rolling into a ton of violent when you want it. If you want will, you can go into necro. If you're trying to improve the foundation of swift runes, you can just hop into giants. It's going to be great. So if you guys have yet to go into that events page, please scope it out because you've probably already made progress without even knowing it, to be honest. So that's great. So hope you remember, guys, if you're on Android, type in the code, and if you're on iOS, use the link there. We're going to have a quick break coming up here shortly, guys, and then we'll be joining right back here for the semifinals.
Show your color. That's so cool, slate. Better be too quick for me. That's so flamboyant. But a little too typical, won't ya? Say the same, don't ya? I'm one of a kind, don't get me wrong. Show your own color. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just take all the spotlight. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Making mama feel so right. No need to look high and low, baby. Maybe it's a little too obvious. It is my solution. Let's hear you say. Call it, leave a mark, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm here to show you fluorescent pain. I just stand up, what can I say? Fluorescent pain. Just go for it. My one and only color. He show you, come on. He show you, come on.
고대인들께서 이 세계로 오시려면 나르가 세 눈이 필요하다. 어리석은 자여, 나의 신하가 될 자여, 새로운 주인을 맞을 준비가 되었는가?
어두워진 하늘 나를 흐르는 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들릴 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너
라이를 지킬 소환사를 소개하겠다.
그리고 나
이제부터 나의 시간이다.
희미해지고 어두운 내일은 날로 선명해지네 반복된 시간 속에 흘러 어둠에 익숙한 듯 흘러가며 살아가고 있어 어느 날 누군가 잠자던 내게 말을 걸어
마음 놓고 싸우라고.
아픈 친구가 있어? 두려워해야 할 거야.
어느새 이미 준비를 모두 마친 나는
Hello everyone, we're back at the China qualification match. I'm Evan and with me is Stoic, and we are hot off of an awesome game between HOWTOPLAY and Jin, right Stoic?
It really was. We had a very hot match with them. We saw lots of LDs, as we all love to see in Summoner's War. Lots of stuff came out of HOWTOPLAY, and even a little bit of some from Jin as well.
Yeah, we saw some really cool stuff. We saw our first counter cleave of the day from Jin in what was a really strong opener, and then we saw HOWTOPLAY effectively counter what he saw in those first games, closing it out with a 3-1. Jin was able to take one game off HOWTOPLAY, which is still pretty impressive, and it was pretty shocking, but HOWTOPLAY just adapted really well because, I mean, Jin kind of showed him something that was a little bit dangerous in that his units didn't really have will.
Yep, exactly, and HOWTOPLAY exploited that immediately, and we saw big plays, of course, with the Nephthys being teamed up with that Dark Onimusha, just applying absolutely so much damage to the field, and just swapping it right out there.
Yeah, in fact, if you're HOWTOPLAY, that information is probably worth a round. And here we go. So now we're back at the top of the bracket for the semifinals. We've got Lest against the newcomer FH. There's another look at Lest, now updated with his recent picks from the tournament tonight.
Yeah, Lest being very, very intelligently drafting everything in this match here. The Varisa bringing so much value, Oliver being as impressive as Oliver has ever been. And of course, we've got FH looking to surprise us here. The Veronica and Oliver play. We're going to see these two going to be going back and forth with Oliver as a very contested pick here. And assuming the Nana is going to be a little contested, of course, with these two as well. But Veronica is going to be a big devastator here. I think that's something Lest's going to have to worry about and prepare for as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And so we're going to have to see how they adapt to each other. I'm really interested to see how this game goes ahead of us. FH versus Lest is quickly becoming one of my most anticipated games of the night.
It is. I mean, that's going to be really, really tough to beat because, I mean, we've got Tars and HOWTOPLAY later on like that. That's going to be an exciting one as well.
Yeah, we've got probably some of the most exciting options for the semifinals games like that we could have gotten. This is very cool to see. And no matter how this goes, the finals are going to be lit as heck.
Yep, definitely a really good regional qualifier for the China Cup for sure.
Yeah, that's right. And so we're the Veronica pre-ban is probably not going to be something that we necessarily see here, right? Because that's what he pre-banned in the last game. So I think that's kind of like a little bit niche here. I think Oliver is pretty neutral, and we're going to have to see how he adapts his pre-bans.
Yep. I mean, Oliver can definitely go either way to both teams. Even if they're going like turn 2, you'll still see the Oliver come out there because they just don't want to have to play up against the Oliver, period.
No, definitely not. He's one of those monsters where if he gets a window, he's just going to completely reshape the way that the game is played. He lets the user totally decide how the other team plays their games. You get to assess which unit is the biggest threat to you and just say you only get to use first skills for a little while.
Yep, exactly. So we'll see what happens with Lest and FH here, because they're definitely going to be going after, I think, 2 contested picks here is going to be the Oliver and the Nana. And the Oliver being really good for either first turn, second turn, offering the 33 speed lead and being an oppressive unit, or Nana being the better turn 2 pick here that we've seen throughout the night. A lot of people locking in Nana.
Yeah, if you had to say right now, which unit has probably been the MVP monster for you?
I mean, I can't help but it didn't have a great performance today, but an MVP monster for me always and forever will be Nana. It's got the best revive in the game, and there's just nothing better than that. Because if you're able to secure a kill in with like a very dominant unit like Dominic, like you're almost guaranteeing yourself extra lives here. It's like playing Super Mario Brothers. You just keep getting those lives, and you're going to get through the game no problem. Nana's just bringing way too much value. It truly is an MVP and almost a staple now in today's RTA.
Yeah, Nana does such a good job of turning the kills you get into a resource that actually encourages your opponent to scoop earlier than they probably would. Because it's like it doesn't draw out the game as long, because as soon as you see the soul stones go up to 3, you're kind of like, okay, maybe I should scoop and just go on to the next one right there. Yeah, so I'd agree. I'd say Nana's... Yeah, Nana's had a really strong performance. While it's not necessarily the MVP, I would say that I'm still impressed by the Varisa that we saw really early in the tournament. I know that by this point that's hours ago, but like Varisa just left such a strong impression.
Varisa really did. It was an excellent pick being showcased by Les. I'm expecting to see the Varisa coming out here as well. Really consistent strip. Also giving attack bar push at that second skill. Everything being based off of a multi-hit. And come on now. This is 2022 with artifacts now. A lot of additional damage coming out of this. So we get so much value bringing that Varisa to the table. I think we're probably going to see a lot more of it today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially like how you mentioned artifacts. That was something that I wanted to touch on back when we saw it debuted earlier today. It's like because that multi-hit, she's dealing way more damage than you would expect her to deal as just an AoE strip unit. And so now she's contributing damage, she's stripping AoE, and she's putting damage reduction on the enemy to make it so that their attack broken and glanced.
Yep, that's right. That glancing effect can go so far. Even there's a lot of people out there who will even say glancing a myth. And it doesn't work appropriately, but you know what? It worked very, very well tonight. That glancing just stopping all the damage, and even from skills even happening right now, stuff landing as glance is just super, super important. And like you said, it almost works as like a sustain, you know, being able to receive less damage.
Totally.
You know, the glancing works so well with the Varisa.
Absolutely. Glancing is healing, and I will stand on that hill. I will be there. When people are looking for me, you tell them he's on the glancing is healing hill.
Well, there we have it, guys. We've got Lust in FH. Semifinals, match 1. Pre-bans are locked in. Shizuka and Oliver getting pre-banned here.
This is where things start getting really intense. If you like the games before, you got a lot ahead of you. Yeah, the semifinals are going to be pretty stacked. I love the Shizuka ban early. I feel like even though she's so good, I feel like there's still not enough respect on that unit in these games we've seen today.
Yep, there's that contested pick there. Nana's going to get first pick by FH. Clearly he wants to go turn 2. Varisa's going to be making an appearance once again for Les. A very strong unit in his arsenal, clearly signaling he wants turn 1.
I can't wait to see how FH adapts to this. It's going to be really cool to see these two folks clash, especially because FH has gotten so far with no previous competitive history. I mean, Lest has a tournament championship title under his belt, and there she is. There's that light battle angel again, ready to set up, strip, and increase cooldown times.
I do like the Veronica, and I do like the Dominic coming out of FH. Now, Les taking that Water Monkey King is super interesting. I feel like that's very, very early to see a Water Monkey King coming out of Les. That could have been a lot of other units and not that, because I feel like you can kind of prepare yourself for a Water Monkey King. So I'd say a little early, and I think Les needs to make a big decision here, and it looks like he's going to be going after Saga and the Barbara going into this Veronica Dominic.
I like the Barbara to try to get that Shiho value earlier than you might anticipate it and boost up the team. But if I was Lest, I'd be very afraid of that Veronica, so much so that I almost might want to ban it.
We saw a Watery Moore coming out here. Takes it back. Diana Leo getting locked in by FH.
Oh, Stoic. That was FH really trying to make Les sweat a little bit here with those 2 last picks. I mean, all of a sudden, what do you ban? I mean, you want to ban everything for different reasons.
Yep, this is a really, really good draft by FH right now. Big fan. I do like him wrapping up the Diana and Leo. Of course, Vertiheal's going to come to the field here. Honestly, Vertiheal can just immediately be a ban, and that might not be something that FH even has to worry about. And I'd say FH has this round 1 already, is limiting the damage coming out of Les here.
That's right. And if there's one thing that FH is maybe short on, it is those units that open up on turn 1. So banning out the Veronica here, I think, is really strong because not only is it the safe play for your team as Lest, but it also makes it so that FH is gonna have to struggle a little bit to get through your will.
Oh, well, let's see what happens. We got an attack lead coming out for Lest, and I believe it was an HP lead coming out for FH. Let's see what happens here with Leo kicking us off here, potentially going after a quick dismount onto the Barbara.
Yep, and like we were talking about, look at all that will. So that means he is going to be able to get a turn here. So this is the question: can she boost more than Diana gives? We'll see.
We'll see what happens here. Goes right after that. Nana does get the strip, And of course, it's going to be boosting up that Diana. Diana is going to be going for a stun on top of the Barbara, and not receiving it there.
Oh, that's great. You really want to land that attack break on the Dominic.
Yeah, great attack break, great glancing being applied to every unit onto the field here. We've got attack bar pushback with the second skill. Goes right after that Diana. And of course, we've got Shihao. Skill 2 is available to stun everybody up.
Yeah, he could go for the stun. I think that's the play. Good call. Unfortunately, comes up empty. But, you know, that's sort of the thing that you expect with Shiho. You kind of got to temper your expectations when you're against a full win team sans Nana.
Exactly. Look at the experience in Les, taking his time here. Definitely not trying to rush anything. Looked for the reset on top of the Dominic. Didn't receive it, though. Did get the provokes on everybody, though.
Yeah, really, really solid. The provokes to clean up where Shiho kind of dropped the ball was pretty huge. And you could see Dominic thinking about where, or rather FH thinking about where he wants to put that branding effect, and landed it on the Varisa instead of the Shiho. I guess he's pretty confident that he can take out the Shiho just through sheer elemental advantage. Ooh,
yeah, definitely. That Diana might be able to rip through that Xiao, and that's something that Les does not want to see here. It looks like FH wants to remove the weakest unit from the field, and it is the Varisa.
Yeah, it may not come into play, but it was a slightly unfortunate proc from the Shiho there that ended up putting him at the 1-turn invincibility instead of 2-turn.
Yeah, getting no stuns at all was definitely a big upset for Les there. He wasn't able to capitalize off of any of those stuns from Shihao, so we'll see where things go from here, but Varese is looking at getting dropped out from the game. If there's a proc coming out of this, it'd be in a lot of trouble.
Can the Shiho get the stuns now is the question. He's got another chance to cycle that attack bar back. Oh, and he gets it into the additional turn. This is the chance.
That was beautiful.
That was exactly what you want to do. So here goes the first Soul Stone, and now Nana's back up. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
It looks like we're going to see a Varisa get removed from the field. He has to take that unit to get an orb up here to keep his team alive, and there's that orb. And we've got Diana going to be transforming back because we've got Leo trying to go for the attack bar pushback, even the kill on top of this Saga here.
Things just got slightly more complicated. They just got even more complicated.
Man!
Oh, if you're less,
It's crazy.
You're starting to sweat. I mean,
You're sweating indeed.
We saw it, man. That Diana was a lot of pressure in the pick ban phase. I thought it was a really nice way to close it out.
It definitely was. That's going to be the finish.
She's got
right
one
there.
more.
There's two or
She's got one more in her. She had
and
one more in her.
Welcome to RTA FH with round 1 victory over 2019's SWC champion.
Wow. Yeah. Diana is exactly right, chat. Diana. That was so difficult. What a great way to wrap up that draft. Diana was probably the scariest unit that you could slam down at the end there. And it really put him in a tough spot. I mean, you want to ban Diana, but then again, there's so many other things that need your attention.
Definitely. I did not like the Water Monkey King as early as we did see it. I'll stand by the Varese. I think the Varese still is a great pick there. But Water Monkey King being a little early in the draft, but then also missing those stuns at that big opportunity, getting absolutely nothing. Les lost a ton of value in that situation right there. We've got pre-bans locked in here. Veronica, Varisa getting pre-banned.
Totally. Yeah, as cool as the second and third proc from Diana were to see from like a viewership perspective, I would say that after the first proc was probably just enough to kind of seal the game. And you got to anticipate that with Diana. They're always built on Violent, and you've drafted a Shiho. Like, how much mileage are you realistically going to get out of the Shiho when it's picked that early and they have enough chance to go all wind?
I'm expecting a much more aggressive draft coming out of Leicester. He's got Oliver as his first pick here. The response from FH being the Shizuka and the Gianna has a lot of value. Les taking his time here, thinking about what he wants to bring against these two units, and it is going to be a Barbara and a Cigar again. I would definitely expect to see a potential Leo coming out of FH once again, since he's already drafting it against these speed-based damage dealers.
Yeah, that's a good call. And there it is, right on cue. Right on cue. Here he is. Never one to miss the opportunity to hinder speed scaling units. You know, I like the Antares there, but maybe he needs something with a little bit more guaranteed presence instead of assumed presence. He's really debating that. There you go. I like that a little better, I think.
Yeah, I think the Verti Heal is a better decision because it looks like he wants to let the the cigar through. Even if the vertical gets provoked there, he's still going to gain his value right there. He's definitely not worried about the damage coming out of the Barber because he has the Leo, and I think Les might already be thinking about banning out the Leo and then drafting accordingly. We're going to see a Nana and, of course, Dominic coming out for Les, so definitely a really aggressive draft coming out of Les, bringing that Dominic to the field, the ability to gain orbs, taking that back and going with the Tessarian this time.
I mean, those are two really good passives to lock down with the Tessa, so I see why. And we just had a member of chat, Bane, point out that we did see a Hall of Heroes Nat 4 pre-banned in SWC right now. Just throwing that out there. Right. That's pretty crazy. That's a pretty crazy.
Samsung is a very good unit.
Super good. And now I think everybody out there who's looking for an AoE stripper is probably going to try to build one after seeing these games.
I do like this Wusa last pick here. This might be signaling... Oh, never mind. The ban is going to be the Oliver. Ban does get locked down onto the Wusa. The Wusa was a very good pick there. Definitely put Les in a tough place there because now he's forced to let that Leo vertical combination in here. Defense lead coming out for Les. HP lead coming out for FH. We've got a big one here. Les needs a clap back to keep himself inside this tournament, or FH looking for a big upset for the previous champion.
Yeah, things are looking swell for FH. He has the chance to really make a name for himself here. And meanwhile, Les needs to get a point on the board before FH gets too far ahead, man. Here comes Barbara, ready to boost up the whole team, and notably no Diana to cut in this time.
Yeah, FH definitely wants to give a lot of attention to that cigar. The cigar is going to be used to control the Shizuka from doing Shizuka things. We're going to get an additional turn coming at a cigar, looking to apply a defense break to a unit. Let's see what Les wants to remove first.
Yeah, here we go. This is pretty great. Everything's going according to plan, more or less. There's one more counter from Bird than we expected to see, probably. Gets the passive. Locked out with Tessa. Awesome.
Yeah, nice additional turn there. I was actually kind of expecting him to capitalize on a Oblivion going out onto the Leo so he can get his damage back with his Barber, but removing the Verti heal from the field is definitely going to gain him some value, and orbs especially on top of that Nana.
Oh yeah, pretty tanky cigar actually. He's managing to absorb that damage from Gianna pretty well. We're gonna have to see how that Tessa stands up to the bomb. Here comes Barb to lock in a little more damage against the Gianna. Can it confirm the kill? Verd is no longer an issue. Tessa confirms the kill. It doesn't value Leo's passive enough to even give him the time of day.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, 3 orbs right there is gonna say a whole lot. I'm not too sure what FH has left in the tank to do away last year, but I guess what he's thinking is what happens if he can land some bombs. You know what, the bombs are not going to do enough because we just saw how much damage came out on top of that Tessarian, so I don't see
FH
coming
Oblivion.
back from this one.
If he puts the Oblivion out there and manages to secure some kills so that way he can... Oh, it's already gone. It's already off Nana. Never mind.
Yep, definitely not going to be enough here, but we'll see what happens. I mean, this is Summoner's War after all. A lot of things could happen.
A lot of things totally could. I mean, look at Leo. Leo's nearly at full health. Shizuka's got skill too. Here comes Gianna with all of her skills available. She can throw a bomb out. I mean, this is... FH is not completely out. And again, this is SWC. So you got to play it out to make sure that all of your options are gone before you scoop.
Yeah, for sure. Shizuka is definitely the unit to focus right now. We got to remove that unit from the field. Protect itself with the soul protection. Has immunity up as well. No additional turn coming out of that Leo. More poke damage coming back. And decides to throw the defense break on top of the Leo instead.
All of a sudden, there are no more soul stones on Nana's deck.
Yeah, all of a sudden, they're all gone. Defense break does land. He might be able to take care of the Shizuka here.
Or, yeah, he could totally take out the Shizuka, but I think he's going to go for this. Yes, he's trying to knock out the Leo, but it's not quite enough. But it doesn't matter because everybody's within range.
Torrent is available here. He would be able to kill with his first skill no matter what. He's going to be throwing Torrent down 63k. Gets the additional turn as well.
Leo is trying his best to win this game for FH right now. Anything can happen from here.
Barber looking for the finish here. Wasn't enough, but Tessarian's going to be there to drop him. We've got orbs getting popped here, and then the poke damage going back on Shizuka. Shizuka does have skills available, puts it back on him. There is a strip, but there pops up. The strip is only available on top of the Barber. I don't know if he has that skill right now, but there is potentially the kill and Lest with the victory here.
putting up to 1-1 against FH, which is great. Now we get to see more of this awesome matchup too. And no one's at match point yet. This is best of 5, so they still have a little bit of wiggle room right now. That was a fun game, Stoic.
Definitely, FH was really trying to hold on with that Shizuka and Leo. Leo getting those procs off, though. Lucky enough that everybody was so low that he was able to torrent and even take down another unit with just a first skill available. But well done draft by FH. He was able to really take that to the distance, and Les holding on as a champion that he is, trying to gain more victories as we go into round 3 here.
And what's worth even more is I think it really put the fear in Lest. You know, I think there was even a little bit of a psychological gameplay element there. Leo and Shizuka hanging on, not scooping in the face of the 3 soul stones. I mean, just before that game, we were talking about how important those soul stones are, and how usually if you're at 3, that's kind of your signal to exit, right? But he managed to get Les down to the point where everybody was in kill range.
Yep, that's right. I mean, 3 orbs usually signals the bottom left, but he held on and he proved that 3 orbs technically still results in a loss, but he made it. He gave a good show.
Yeah, he definitely did. Yeah, and also the 63k ignored defense was super fun to watch too. Oh, Veronica's back. Stoic, this is great.
Yep, we're definitely going to see some Veronica action here. Veronica Gianna coming out for FH. The Varisa Masha is going to be teamed up with 2 other units drafted by Lester. Let's see what he chooses to respond. And it looks like Tomoe is coming back.
That would be great. I would love it if the Tomoe made it through. We have yet to see Veronica make it into a game in this matchup, so we don't know how the speeds compare exactly just yet. And I'd really like to have the opportunity to examine that. And, you know, selfishly speaking, I'd like to see Veronica in more games.
Yeah, of course. Me as well. Beautiful animations out of those Battle Angels for sure. It looks like FH wants to lock down a 33 speed lead, an additional speed lead. FH showcasing a lot of LD units that we were not prepared to see here. Well, you know, Volantis is coming into focus.
Yeah, really bringing the full breadth of his box into this match to try to get that match point in there. Nice Hagang. That's great. That counters several units that FH has brought.
Yeah, I really do like that Hagang, but Hagang just might be the ban because he had to lock in 2 strips there. So only Varese is going to be the strip to gain value from the Charlotte. Veronica's going to get the ban. We're looking at FH taking turn 1 with that 33 speed lead.
Yeah, let's see how close it is, Stoic. So,
wow!
Oh my word, the Charlotte
is so fast!
With the boost into the Varisa, Stoic. Oh, the plays!
Wow.
Oh my
we were able to
God,
get the strip glancing, coming to the field, looking for the attack bar pushback on top of the Volantis. Here, we've got defense break available with the Masha. Masha looking to snipe something out of here.
I just choked on the plays, Stoic. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Gianna not getting killed just yet, but Tomoe's got something to say about it.
Puts all the debuffs on everybody. Lest is just going through a stroll in the park right now, it seems. Everything's kind of going the way that they wanted it to. And got the karma on Oliver too if he procs.
There's the kill on top of the Gianna, goes to the skill 2, gets AoE stuns, or just a stun on top of the Volantis. But that's all that Les is going to need there. A little bit of poke damage coming back onto the Vanessa. Vanessa's going to be the unit to get dropped out here. Wonderful plays by Les. Well done. What a showcase of excellent speed, excellent rune quality. Last with the round 3 victory.
Mind-blowing. That was so awesome. I love seeing the Charlotte as the attack bar booster. That was so cool.
That was. I was not expecting the Charlotte of all the units on that field to take turn 1.
You don't often think about Charlotte like that, right? You see Charlotte as a control unit, and she offers the hard control on 2 skills and the soft control on the 3rd skill. And so it's like, you don't think about her 3rd skill as that attack bar boost. You think of it as a bonus. So ruining her on Swift can kind of like sneak by and be a secret starter.
Yep, that just put Charlotte on the map for FH, though. That's a unit that he has to be very aware of right now going into this round 4. We have Veronica with the pre-ban, and we've got Varisa again getting pre-banned.
Yeah, there's the Oliver. Great to lock that down again. That speed lead comes in handy. Even if Lest has a speed advantage, perhaps, it's still good to just have that safety net of a 33.
hovering over that Shizuka, and the Gianna chooses to finally lock it in.
And the Shizuka we saw was actually pretty great against the Nana earlier. She did a really solid Nana impression, the way she was keeping herself and her team alive, keeping hope alive when it was just her and Leo left. We've seen this exact draft from Les before, and I've liked the performance so far, Stoic.
Yeah, I agree, but I have a feeling that Leo's once again going to be coming out, the speed-based damage dealers, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing. Once again, though, it is Leo and Verd. Les played well against us. He saw this, and look how quick he was to draft it. He knew exactly what he wanted here, and that's Desarian, and that's Nana. He is hovering over, and he wants to think about what is that 5th pick coming out of FH. What is he going to bring if he locks those 2 units in? Because we have a very familiar draft FH has seen before.
Right, we've seen this exact game tonight, actually. And I think last time it was the Wusa that was banned out, and I think it was was it Oliver that was banned? I think it was Oliver that got banned.
I believe it was the Oliver that did get banned out here. Tassarin's going to get the ban. The Wusa has to get the ban here because it's just not consistent strips for Les. So we'll see what happens. Tassarin banned out here. That was a big player for Les last time. We'll see if Les still has enough in the tank to take a 3rd victory here up against FH.
Yeah, it's a good thing to point out because last time Les didn't face the full brunt of the passives because he was able to lock down Verd fairly early after just a couple procs from the passive. Here comes Barbara to set up the rest of the team, gets a nice stripped and attack bar boost, and we're doing this is actually playing out exactly the same way that the last game did, except we didn't get a counter from Verd there. So he's getting full value out of these provokes right now as long as he doesn't skill 2 from Nana.
That's big value. Look for the reset back onto the Shizuka. Now that it's going to be landing, defense break landing on top of that Gianna. That's going to be the unit he's going to try and get from first because that defense break sitting on him. He wants to earn these orbs. There's the revenge coming out of the Vertiheal, though.
He was really thinking about that, Stoic. He was really debating whether it was worth it for that counter against the Verd. In that same spot in the last draft we saw, Verd countered there, and he didn't know if he wanted to risk it, and we'll have to see if that extra attack bar ends up hurting him in the long run, because he ends up getting less value out of the provokes. Nice proc from Gianna.
Yeah, violent Gianna landing a bomb on top of the Oliver. He wants to stop that unit from gaining any turns here. There is still 1 orb up on top of this Nana, though. He's got to get the reset and push back the Gianna or the Shizuka here. What?
Oliver manages to stay alive by just 1 HP, Stoic. He's increasing the cooldown time on Shizuka. Les continues to try to dominate those cooldown times.
That's crazy. I think he actually has to go for a fast link on top of the Gianna. Does go for it. Cigar might have enough of the tank to remove the Gianna from the field. That is 2 orbs up here with the additional turn popping up. Provoke landing back on the Shizuka with a despair stun on top of it. Leo's here to take an orb away, but it still leaves 1 more orb in the tank. Vertiheal might have enough as well.
So close, but so far. Those 2 orbs were so clutch because Oliver almost said goodbye. He almost passed away. There's a proc. Man. Very well-timed proc.
Very well-timed proc indeed. Could have secured the kill on top of the Shizuka. Kind of curious. Maybe he's just comfortable knowing that he has that orb to bring his Oliver back there, that he didn't feel the need to secure it. He's got Cigar in front of this Shizuka here. Can go do whatever he wants. He can first skill, second skill, third skill. Everything's fine because he removes the Shizuka. Gets his orb back here. FH is going to keep pummeling that damage into the Olive, remove that unit from the field to take away another orb on top of Nana.
I don't even know if that's 5%. There was a really small decision. That was ended up being a brilliant play by Lest, actually, choosing to secure the kill not with Nana but with Cigar there to forego the provoke, but instead put an attack break on Leo. That ended up saving his Oliver and his Soulstone a little early. That was actually a really smart tech.
Well, we're going to see some big fast link damage going out onto the Vertiheal. Vertiheal is still alive right here, looking for a little reset attack bar pushback on top of this Leo. Leo's going to get knocked down the second skill. That is going to be it. Lest is going to the final.
Lest with the 3-1, the previous SWC champion of 2019. He's coming back. He really wants to go to the finals this year. And look at him now. He's going to be seen in the final set tonight. Later, we're going to have to see who he's going to fight between Tars and HOWTOPLAY, but you can look forward to more impeccable drafting and play from Lest. I tell you, Stark, that was awesome. All the minutia, all those little decisions that went into his victory were so fun to watch.
It really was. Lest, such an excellent player. I love all the times where you see him pause. He looks at attack bars, makes an excellent play. His drafts were really, really on point there. FH, though, really did put up a great fight against 2019's SWC champion here. But well done on Lest. I loved his drafts. I loved his plays. FH, again, taking those round 1 victories. But then the sweep came in. Well done, Lest.
Yeah, Lest did a really good job pivoting. We saw a little Varisa action. We saw a whole lot of just solid gameplay. We saw him repeating games that went well for him in the past. I mean, that last round, that 4th round we saw, was an exact repeat of round 2. And I thought that was really awesome, the way he kind of pivoted to make it in his favor, especially considering that even in that last one, he didn't have Tessari on, but the solid foundation was just so good that he didn't need it.
Yep, exactly. You know, Leo does provide a lot of trouble for speed-based damage dealers, where you're just not able to put out enough damage there, and that's why the Oblivion was trying to come to the table to get his damage back there, but that was just not the case. Well drafted, well played, he took his time, and he dealt away with FH to lock in his position here in the final tonight.
Yeah. Oh, and let's not forget the Swift Charlotte as well. Okay, here comes Tars and HOWTOPLAY in the second set of the semifinals, guys. This, just like every other game tonight, is going to be a best of 5. And so one of these players is going to join Lest in the finals. Stoic, who you got going into this?
Oh, man, I got to give it to Tars. I think Tars is going to have the place here. He played phenomenally. I think he's an excellent player. Every time he gets into legendary tournaments, he's someone to always worry about. And I think he's going to take this one. HOWTOPLAY was definitely a little messy, but it was just due to that first match where some will runes was able to trick him. But I have a feeling Tars is going to have a little bit more will runes than the previous opponent that HOWTOPLAY had to go up against. So maybe HOWTOPLAY will play a little bit better going into this match.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think HOWTOPLAY really leveraged that I'll use the word weakness again. I don't know if it's necessarily a weakness, but he turned that strength into a weakness and leveraged it. But, you know, I think Tars is very solid at just strategy in general. And what HOWTOPLAY did was just leverage one weakness. I wouldn't necessarily call that a strategy going into it, like you brought up.
Exactly. So there's a little bit to more to worry about for HOWTOPLAY as we get into this match up against Taz, for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good one. I can hear the drums already. I can tell that my BPM, my heart's BPM is already increasing as I hear the pre-bands go out at this very moment. I can only imagine. Oh, I saw someone ask. I heard someone in chat, by the way, ask earlier how the Varisa was ruined. We know that it was Vio. If it was the same one that we saw in the first match of the day, I don't know if we have verification. I can't remember if it procced, but we know that the first time that Les brought it, it was on Violent.
Yeah, it should still be the same Violent Varisa. I mean, he could have brought 2 Varisas. I mean, it was a HOH unit. You could definitely ruin up 2 Varisas. But I'm going to assume that it's the same Varisa because it was built very, very fast on Violent. So if it's going to be that fast on Violent, I'm assuming it was probably the same Varisa.
We're going to be coming into this, and some picks have already happened. The Tars and HOWTOPLAY sound like they're already in that pick ban phase right now and alternating back and forth. So we're going to have a little bit to catch up on once we go in there. But rest assured, guys, you've got a pretty fun game ahead, I promise. Here we go. So it looks like we've actually got a completed draft. Ongyuki and Gurkha were both banned out. Nefty's banned. That's 2 sisters. We're out in Narsha, Stoic. We got our first Narsha of the day.
There we go. I knew it was going to be coming to the field, and it is. So Narsha's in the play. We've got Narsha Han. That's a lot of damage coming towards Taz here. But Tars he's prepared. He's got a Vanessa on the field trying to survive here. No reset on the side of HOWTOPLAY, so something's going to die and get revived back. And we'll see if Tars is going to be able to bounce back from losing a unit, because I think he's going to lose a unit here. But he's got first turn. Well, he's not going to get first turn because HOWTOPLAY is going to be a little bit quicker with his units.
HOWTOPLAY is going to be pretty fast. I'm interested to see what the tuning looks like. With those speeds. So there's the wound set that we saw earlier, and to amend a statement earlier that I accidentally mistook him for Chiwu at a point. It's late, guys. He gives the attack bar boost to everybody, sets everyone up.
Oh, we're going to see a big second skill here. I don't think he goes for the charge vitality because it looks like his units should be moving in front. He does have to worry about that Tianling though, so it might be a charge vitality onto the Han. Chooses to go for that skill 2 onto the Connell.
Goes for the resist. Tianlang here has a chance to throw the proverbial wrench into the strategy of HOWTOPLAY right now. He manages to land a stun. Nothing comes up totally empty.
I know, not often the Tianling comes up empty, but he came up empty here. The unit of focus is going to be that Vanessa, and we've got a skill 2 available to push back that Han. Oh, he goes for the skill 3 to get the stun, and a lot of damage coming towards Nasha.
Oh, there you go. It was very close to securing the kill. Gets the proc early. It looked like that Vanessa was going to be down.
Yeah, that's that damage I was talking about. Goes for all things in nature. Gets the stuns out onto the field. Of course, defense break sitting on top of that Han. Han might be the unit of focus for Taz here.
Yeah, and let's see if he can capitalize it. As they say, stuns out, guns out. Am I right? Here we go, Tianlang.
That stuns out, guns
Defense
out. Doesn't finish out. Gets the additional turn, though. Able to take care of that Han. He's going to get a big dismount. Chooses to go for Beyond Han. Gets the kill with a second skill. Here's the clap back coming from Taz.
Oh my god, he capitalized on that so well.
There you have it. That Violet proc didn't matter. Tars taking round 1.
Stoic, I don't even know what to say. I actually wasn't anticipating him to be able to make use of that defense break so well, but like Tianlang put in the work, and then Carnal was right there after him to just pick up where he left off.
It's a very well-ruined Carnal. You saw that damage come out. Now, Narsha's not a unit that's going to be built very tanky, but we saw a lot of damage come from that Carnal skill 3, and it almost did away with the Narsha. But what a match. What the rune quality behind Tars is just showing to be extremely powerful. So there's the pre-bans from last time. That Dark Onimusha, that Gurkha are going to be the pre-ban units. We're going to get some new pre-ban units here. Probably going to be more LDs. Maybe possibly that Narsha.
Yeah, and I actually... Yeah, well, I really did like the Narsha pick into everything, but Tars just navigated it so perfectly that it made it look like a non-issue.
Oh, nice. Nephthys and Vanessa. Of all the units to pre-ban, How to Play pre-bans the Vanessa. I was actually not expecting to see a Vanessa pre-ban.
You know, I wasn't expecting it either, but I got to admit, I see what he's talking about. I mean, Vanessa was a huge problem in the last one because it basically said it did the targeting for him. He has a comp that wants to snipe a really important unit, and even though Vanessa is not always a really important unit, you just got to go through her first.
Yep, exactly. Well, we got a 33 speed lead being drafted by Tars. It is going to be the Oliver and alongside the Gianna as well. I believe this is a violent Gianna, not a swift Gianna. I think we've seen it proc. We've got Dark Onimusha coming back to the field with How to Play. Doesn't have it paired up with his Nephthys, though.
Yeah, and the Ongyuki, now freed from the pre-ban jail, is ready to wreak some havoc. That is, if Dominic doesn't do it first.
Yep, and we've got Dominic and Wusa being drafted. So Wusa is definitely a sign of turn 2. He's going to let How to Play take turn 1. He's going to try and survive through. Now that's a lot of damage coming out of How to Play, though. Joe Gunn is going to be drafted as the very consistent strip up against Tars' units here.
It's a nice little hybrid comp that How to Play has conjured up here between a sniper cleave and a little bit of sustain and longevity, taking him into the mid game. I like that. I like the pivot.
Most definitely. Let's see what happens here. Dark Onimusha is going to get the ban. Oliver is definitely going to get the ban here with no immunity on the side of How to Play. HP lead for both these players. This is going to be an interesting round 2.
Yeah, I don't know how exactly this is going to play out. The Ongyuki ban was really good because there's there's quite a few stuns on the table. Miles just funneling in some damage on Narsha early. Here comes the stun, the whole reason why we banned the Ongyuki, right?
Ooh, nice initial turn coming out of the Narsha. Narsha can apply big defense breaks, either targeting out the Gianna or the Miles. Just a little bit of poke damage coming towards that Gianna. Oliver looking for some big damage going out onto the Joe Gunn. We could either throw up those shields, and he does so. Throws up the shields and the immunity to protect himself from any of the damage coming from How to Play.
Great stun. That was a confident move, putting up the shields before the strip was gone. So it was really important that he actually landed that stun.
So he can get the kill here on the Joe Gunn, wasting one of the orbs, and then he can go for his dismount on top of the Narsha, but it looks like he's going to go after the Nana first.
He didn't want to waste the damage, I guess. It's slightly greedy, but also with no heals on the table, I guess it's okay in this case.
If there's that first skill just enough, didn't have to waste the second skill to take out the Joe Gunn, so it was a smart move to save skills by Tars there.
He's debating whether or not to even just throw up All Things in Nature just to kind of get a little bit of defense. Opts for just skill 2 on Joe Gunn because it's clear who Tars is targeting.
Yeah, he's trying to hold on to that skill 3, looking for a little bit more value. Potential more value where there's no buffs on the side of Tars here. I mean, we could just see a quick kill onto the Joe Gunn once again. Does go for it. If he gets the additional turn, he'll get rid of it, and he does!
Stoic. Oh, Stoic, he gets it. Oh, my goodness.
Sorry, How to Play.
I can't believe you did it to him. Wow. That was gnarly.
I did him dirty there.
That was gnarly, man.
Yep, we've got big second
And
skill,
there's
healing up the Gianna, taking care of the Nana. I think this is going to be it for how to play. Shizuka's looking low. All things in nature coming out here. There's the stuns, there's the bombs, but the bombs are not going to deal a ton of damage here. But we've got Narsha potentially taking out that Dominic.
Yeah, he didn't go for the dismount there, which was a little bit scary, all things considered.
Big damage going out onto the Miles. The bomb's definitely going to do a little bit of damage to that Dominic here. First skill going out, dropping Soul Protection is going to come back. We're going to see that kill going out onto the Miles here.
Yeah, interesting. I'm a little concerned that he didn't go for the dismount when he had the chance, because it's now presenting a bit of a threat where maybe there didn't need to be one before.
Yep, we're going to see a revive here. He could actually revive something that is not on the field here to try to get a little bit of value out of it. Looks like he's going to put him onto himself here. Shield's going to come up, protect his Dominic from dying to this Narsha.
Man, that Shizuka plus the Narsha combo is just so mean because he knows that he's got enough time to get the Soul Protection skill back. So if she gets dismounted, he can protect it. Down goes the Dom. Down goes the Dominic.
Down goes the Dom.
I think Tars has still got this, but it's, you know...
Oh, man, nice initial turn, though. Goes second skill, finishes off. It is a lonely Narsha. Narsha is going to get dismounted there. How to Play knew it. Tars taking round 2 away from How to Play.
Well done, Tars, but... Man, that was actually a little bit closer than I think Tars wanted it to be towards the end. The Narsha really presents a threat like no other unit that we've seen today.
Yep. Definitely. That bomb being placed onto that Narsha was definitely going to end its life. I mean, it was so close from being dismounted. Just needed a skill 1 there. But holy cow, Narsha applies so much damage. What a unit to worry about. I can't help but think that's got to be a pre-ban here as we go into a round 3.
It feels like it should be. It definitely feels like it justifies a pre-ban from How to Play. Or rather, from Tars, excuse me. But I also need to say that I was impressed with Miles' damage. Miles is one of those units, like with the speed scaling, ignore defense damage, it can just be so scary. Even on a glance, he contributes a ton.
Well, let's see what happens here. First pick coming out of Tars, it is going to be the Shizuka. Shizuka was a troublesome unit for How to Play have to deal with. Kind of expecting to see a take here. Maybe go for that Dominic, take that away from Tars. It was such a toxic unit. And it looks like Nana Gianna is what's going to get drafted by How to Play.
Opting for the Tian Lang. We saw this earlier in a similar circumstance, and he was able to kind of cut in. And while he didn't get results like maybe he wanted to disrupt, he was able to secure a couple kills.
Yep. So Tian Lang and the Sekhmet being drafted by Tars here. I do like the Tian Lang. It does feel a little early, but I do like the Tian Lang, and I think Sekhmet's an excellent pick in all cases.
Now that you mention it, I think that's the only way that we've seen Tian Lang pick tonight, Stoic, is a little bit early.
Yep, that's right. In that second round right there. The Narsh is coming back alongside the Yan Hong. Yan Hong's coming to the field. We've got a more coming to the field for Tars, and he's got one more pick here. It's probably going to be another AoE control unit. Savannah is going to be the unit that Tars is going to be bringing.
You said AoE control, and Tars provided. I love seeing the Narsha back again, just because, I mean, her threat is so significant, and she really makes games interesting. As soon as she gets a turn, she could secure a kill. She's kind of like Dominic in that way, that she presents that threat of just immediately removing a unit.
Let's see what this last pick's going to be for How to Play. Assuming that it's probably going to be... You know, I wanted to say Nephthys, but I was too slow. Nephthys comes to the field for How to Play. Now, there is technically no immunity, but though the Shizuka can provide that immunity for Tars.
And also, Sekhmet could potentially have a redemption arc and reset the Nephthys, but it doesn't look like Tars wants to bank on that necessarily. No,
I like that play. He removes the speed lead from the field, pushing the Gianna back from turn 1. Second's going to be taking the first turn here. We know it's faster than the Yan Hong. Let's see what happens. Can Tars get the 3-0 sweep on How to Play?
Game point, guys, from Tars right
wrong. This is a faster Yan Hong than the Sekhmet in this case. Charge Vitality going out onto the Gianna. Gianna with bombs available.
And now he has a choice to put it on the Tian Lang or the Sekhmet. Opts for the Tian Lang. Here comes the third skill to stun it up. Sekhmet has...
Stuns.
The Sekhmet doesn't have a whole lot to do here. I mean, everybody's already stripped, so I know you can just do that, I guess. But everybody's kind of used their impactful skills already.
Yep, Team Lane getting no value with that second skill here. Nana with the defense breaks coming out here. Narsha with so many units in sight, ready to just remove anything from the field.
Oh my god. Take your pick. Whatever you want removed. It's out. Oh dear. How to play.
Not only whatever you want to remove, how about we do it one more time?
One more. Yeah. One more time. That was such a tough position for Tars with the Sekmet. Whatever you reset, the other is going to be there. Even if he reach. Oh my god. Didn't have to do him like that.
That's it. He's going after all of these units, gets a full dismount on top of the Savannah. Savannah's got no more value here. Not even able to take out that Gianna. No Despair Stun coming out of the Nana. We're going to see all things popping out here. All things popping out here.
All things, everything, all of it, all at once is happening.
Yep, a little bit of damage coming out. Savannah looking to close up some of the units, but it's still 2 orbs sitting on top of the Nana.
Perfect timing for that skill 2 to be up right there. So you can throw it. You can throw it on the Savannah. Just goes for the defense break instead. Interesting. I would have gone for the Savannah. There. I would have even gone for the Savannah just to get the just to go for a little bit more longevity and get back on the mount.
Yeah, good play by HOWTOPLAY. Goes for the bomb, just cycle into the third skill for any of those buffs going to be popped up there. There you have it. HOWTOPLAY is going to be clapping back in the round 3, taking Tars down in that round 3.
Wow, that was the redemption point. HOWTOPLAY needed to get one on the board right there, otherwise Tars was just going to mosey on over to the finals.
Yep, definitely not going to make it easy on him. He's got to go into a game 4 to try and stop Tars from advancing any further. Or can Tars get a 3rd victory here up against HOWTOPLAY?
I think Tars is going to have to shake things up just a bit here. That Narsha has been really problematic.
I really did. I wanted to see that as a pre-ban for Tars. He did not want to see the Narsha, and he didn't handle the Narsha very, very well here. I don't know if Tars has a Narsha to draft himself. I don't believe he does.
If he does, it'd be a really good thing to steal, but it tells me that maybe he doesn't. So Tars still at match point with the best of Narsha not appearing in the pre-bans again. I think she deserves it. I really do.
Well, so Tars respected the speed of that Yeonhong. Yeonhong outspeeding the Sekmet. It's not something that Tars was expecting to see there. And the Gurkha, of course, makes sense that HOWTOPLAY doesn't want to have to play against a Gurkha.
Obviously, yeah, Gurkha's Gurkha and Yeonhong was really fast, so those do make sense. Ongyuki is, all things considered, I guess, actually a pretty neutral start, but it doesn't steal from Tars at all.
I think what's happening here is HOWTOPLAY is going to be drafting that same draft we had seen before. Dark Onimusha, and the Neft is going to come out here, and it looks like Tars wants to take that first turn and guarantee some speed leads. Exactly, the Han, the Wunsa, the...
We've seen it before. The Gianna, that was the other thing.
Well.
I knew we were missing a component. I'd forgotten what component. It's like you can swap in or out the Wunsa with the Dark Monkey King according to that. Actually,
We're
this
looking
might
at a full
be
Dark draft coming out of HOWTOPLAY.
Yeah, this might be the time to do a Dark Monkey King. Oh, but you need another strip.
Well, why the Dark Monkey King was super relevant in HOWTOPLAY's previous matches because he knew that his opponent didn't have any will runes. So the Dark Monkey King was excellent. But Han Wunsa is definitely what's going to be happening here. Like we said, it's going to be a full Dark. You don't get to see it often, guys. Here it is.
I don't think we've actually ever gotten to see this from HOWTOPLAY. We've only ever seen him do 4 with a little splash of something else. The Haegang is absolutely perfect here, and actually probably a force ban, right?
Yep. Yeah, I think the Haegang is definitely going to be a force ban here. We've got no LDs versus all LDs.
Yeah, versus none. Yeah, Haegang representing the opportunity to cut in when the team is stripped could totally disrupt what HOWTOPLAY is doing. So it was a really effective last pick from Tars right now, and HOWTOPLAY is pretty much forced to disable that option.
Yep. Let's see if Tars is going to be fast enough. He's got 33 speed lead against a 30 speed lead from HOWTOPLAY. Let's see if it's going to be enough to gain a victory here over HOWTOPLAY. Or is HOWTOPLAY going to get his combo online? Ooh, that is a fast more.
Oh, of all
What?
things,
He gets
Stoic, the
full
more
value as
What?
well.
No way! And he could reset. Oh, he got the res. So finally, something worked for how to play. Here comes Chung Pung to drop it out.
Serious
Manages
matter
to
with
get
double
everything.
the spare stun as well. Finishes off the
Oh.
Han. Savannah looking to finish off the Gianna. We've got Oliver looking to finish off the Dark Onimusha. Just so much damage coming in here. What a commanding lead for Tars, taking down HOWTOPLAY with brilliant more
Whoa.
speed.
Tars was.
Holy
Wait a
cow.
minute. I was not expecting the more to be that fast. Had we not seen it before? What was that about?
That could have been Swift more. We may have been looking at 2 mores. Was it because we didn't see any despair stuns coming out of it? What a
Legitimately,
play.
it was so fast, Stoic, that we'd have to rewatch it because that might be the new fastest game of the day. Everything went Tars's way. There was one resist from the Oliver skill 3 into the Han, and then after that, everything just went as planned. Great draft,
Water Ryu
man.
actually AoE stripping everybody. Hello? I thought this unit was
Into
inconsistent.
Savannah?
There was nothing
Yeah.
inconsistent about that at all. It was just an absolute clean sweep coming from Taz.
It was great. Yeah, loved it. Very, very strong way to close out that set. I mean, he looked that cleave dead in the eye and said, I'm going to outspeed that.
What a draft.
That was
And what a
crazy.
final we have here. We've got Lest and Tars. Some people could have predicted that this was going to be the final already. We've got previous 2019 SWC champion Lest and legend, multi-legend tournament player and winner Tars going up against Lest in this final.
This is going to be the coolest finals round ever. I'm so stoked to see this happen. We got 2 of the strongest drafters that we've actually ever seen in these finals, Stoic.
Yep, we really do. We're going to see some outstanding plays from both these players. It's going to be very, very exciting. We've seen excellent plays, of course, coming out of Lest as expected, but incredible rune quality and plays coming out of Lest. The drafts have been on point. Phenomenal play from both these guys.
Guys, we've got one more coupon code for you right here to celebrate our entry into the finals right now. Go ahead and plug this in if you're on Android within the coupon code section inside the events page. And if you're on iOS, the mods in chat will have you covered with a link. You'll get 3 mystical scrolls as well as some mana and some energy just for hanging out, having fun, and watching some of the best games that we've seen so far in SWC, if I do say so myself. I've had a really good time commentating all the way up to this point, and I can't wait for the final, Stoic.
I can't wait for the finals either. You know, I'm looking at 5 a.m. right now, and I honestly do want to see a Game 5 because this is just incredible watching these 2 going at it, and I look forward to every one of them.
I can't wait, but somehow we'll have to, guys. We're going to a quick break. We'll be right back for the finals.
Show your color. That's so cool, slick. Better be too quick for me. That's so flamboyant. But a little too typical, won't ya? Say the same, don't ya? I'm one of a kind, don't get me wrong. Show your own color. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just take all the spotlight. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Making mama feel so right. No need to look high and low, baby. Maybe it's a little too obvious. It is my solo show. Let's hear you say color, leave a mark, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm here to show you fluorescent paint, paint. I just stand up, what can I say? Fluorescent paint, paint. Just go for it. My one and only color. Da-da-da, he show you, come on. Da-da-da, he show you, come on.
여자인들께서 이 세계로 오시려면 나르가 새 눈이 필요하다. 어리석은 자여, 나의 신하가 될 자여, 새로운 주인을 맞을 준비가 되었는가?
어두워진 하늘 날아오르는 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들릴 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너
라이를 지킬 소환사를 소개하겠다.
그리고 나
이제부터 나의 시간이야.
희미해지고 어두움의 이른 날로 선명해지네 반복된 시간 속에 흘러 어둠에 익숙한 듯 흘러가며 살아가고 있어 어느 날 누군가 잠자던 내게 말을 걸어
마음 놓고 싸우라고.
아픈 친구가 있어? 두려워해야 할 거야.
어느새 이미 준비를 모두 마친 나는 한 번 더 날아오를 준비가 됐어 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너 그리고 나
Hello and welcome back for the finals of the China qualification match for SWC 2022, folks. We're back and we've got probably the most exciting matchup that we could have hoped for between Lest and Tara's Stoic.
That's right. It is probably going to be the most exciting match here with these incredible players in the forms of Lest, which is 2019's SWC champion, and of course Tars, who is a legendary tournament competitor and winner as well.
Yeah, both of these players have their names in the Hall of Fame, but for different reasons. And so it's like, you know, they're just trying to add more titles. They're trying to get in the Hall of Fame more. It's great to see. And basically what we're trying to say is that we have ourselves a finals match with some of the best of the best. Both of these players have already proven themselves, and now they're trying to do it again. This whole tournament has been absolutely fire, and I've loved every second of it. So going into this finals match, Stoic, is there either one of these guys that you could say has an advantage over the other?
I don't think so. No, I think this is going to be a pretty even match here. Obviously, the drafts will be going to be what settles it with these two here. So, however they respond to each other is going to be the biggest decision here. I think Oliver is going to play a huge part for both these players here. I think Nana is going to be something we're going to see for both of them when they start going turn two. It's just all about how well they pivot with each other's drafts.
Oh, yeah. And the draft is really going to be where like all of the excitement starts, especially for these players, because it's like their strategy is unprecedented. It's unlike anybody else that we've seen so far, I would say. I mean, we've had some really strong folks in here, especially with like FH, who was the newcomer, who really stood a solid chance. But like, I think these guys have really proven themselves. And so I'm excited to see what they do when they're faced with each other.
Yep, exactly. I mean, we're going to see Les probably go for a lot of turn one plays up against Tars here. And then Tars is going to be looking to obviously respond to it. Even Tars has that ability to clearly go turn one up against Les. I mean, we just saw an incredible turn one play that he put down there up against HOWTOPLAY. So why not? Both players might be going for turn one. And then we'll see where things go after that. I mean, RNG decides a lot of things, and it might be deciding who wins tonight.
Oh man, if the Varisa could be here in the finals, that'd be so awesome. The MVP of the night for me, just based on impressions, it really left a strong impression.
It really did. As a Hall of Heroes unit, Varisa leaves a massive impression. But Tars, man, we're going to see some really good drafts out of Tars. There's a lot that Les has to worry about. And I think that's what's going to be really, really important. How well does Les handle everything that Tars can bring to the table here? We never got to, I mean, we did get to see the Gurkha kind of pop off in one of the matches, but that's going to be a unit that's going to be on Les's mind. He needs to know that, you know, at any moment he might have to deal with some form of a Gurkha draft and then have to worry about how fast Tars can be.
Yeah, imagine a Gurkha late in the draft, because neither of these players really likes to draft immunity. We had that come up earlier today, and so a Gurkha can really just throw a wrench in their whole strategy. So picking that late could be a problem. There's a bunch of problematic picks. They have some pretty unique counterplay that they could do here. And I'm excited to see it. And luckily, we won't need to wait much longer. So we're going into the finals. Just like everything else, it's best of 5 all the way through today, guys. Whoever wins the finals is heading straight to the World Finals. This is the Regional Cup for China. So they already get their ticket to the World Finals, and that means they get to play for their slice of a $210,000 prize pool.
Yep, exactly. So this is big. But you know who's not too worried here, and that's going to be Les. Les been in this position before. I think he's going to be a little bit more comfortable than Tars here, because Tars, I don't think, has made it as far as this before in any of the previous SWCs. So Tars looking to finally put his name down in an SWC Cup going to Worlds, but he's got to take down a big monster in the form of Les here.
And that's right. Yeah, there is a real thing. Like tenure in SWC is definitely something that gives you a little bit of an edge, being able to hold to yourself under pressure, and Les has that in spades. He's done this before, but on a stage in front of hundreds of people in France. You know, Tars has been in a similar space too, but in the finals of an online-only tournament with like the Legend tournament. So it's like, let's see how they hold up once the tension is really high and like the World Finals is on the line.
Yep, exactly. But the drafts, like we said, is going to be extremely important here. I think today's results of the draft is definitely going to be a situation where the last picked unit is probably going to be the banned unit. These two players are going to draft very, very well to a point where they're looking to ban out whatever the last pick is. They have drafted accordingly throughout the process of drafting to know that whatever was the big unit to really change the tide here is going to be the unit potentially getting banned out.
Yeah, and in that slot, I mean, that's where you might see that Gurkha pop out. That might be where you see like a last-minute immunity or something that counters anything. I mean, we've seen Tessarion's close to there. Anything that could possibly throw a wrench into their plan. And I expect nothing less from these guys. Like we said, their drafts are absolutely incredible. And that's saying something, because we've had a lot of talented players today.
Yeah, we really have. A lot of surprises, a lot of LD units that we didn't know that were coming to the field came to the field here. So it's always fun to be entertained in a form like that. And both these players that are going to be playing very, very shortly are going to be trying to surprise us here. And I look forward to that. I want to see something that we were not prepared for. Not something we've already seen throughout the day. Bring something entertaining. But you know what? Let's see the Varisa. The Varisa is pretty nice to still see.
The Varisa is just as surprising as the first time she was picked. But imagine, Stoic, that they still have a pocket pick that they haven't shown us yet. That would be awesome. But then again, like both of these players, to their credit, I don't know if either of them has really been like super pressed. It's like they're coming from like they lose a game and then they win 3 or something. So if they have that pocket pick, there's a chance they might not have needed to show it.
Yep. Well, I think for Les, that pocket pick was maybe that Charlotte. Like, we were not expecting the Charlotte to be that fast. Or maybe even in Atar's position, a Swift Water Ryu or Swift Moore, whichever version was. I think it was Swift Moore.
Yeah, those
but
might be
moments like that where it's just like, Tars is probably like, the Charlotte. And then we have Les knowing like, oh, that Water Ryu. Like, they both know about these two things that were kind of surprising in today's tournament. So, big payoff to pay attention to the matches that have happened previously to know what you're going to be going up against. And we're definitely expecting Les to have paid lots of attention to Tars' draft and Tars' matches, and Tars to play lots of attention to Les matches as well.
Yeah, and we got to mention, too, that Moore that was acting suspiciously like Moore before the nerf. That was a pretty reliable strip, that Swift Moore.
That's not supposed to be reliable. That full strip came out there, and that was the jaw-dropper. To see all 4 units get fully stripped out there and to just get quickly followed up by that Savannah, holy cow.
Here we go, guys. It's not much longer that we gotta wait. Les and Tars are queuing up as we speak. We're about to go into the pick ban phase. The first round of the final matchup of the night. These finals are going to be absolutely fire.
That's right. Best of 5. And I'm expecting to see a Game 5 from these two, most definitely. Pre-ban's going to be coming out shortly. I'm expecting to see a couple LDs getting banned out here. Les might be possibly banning out the Oliver. Tars potentially banning out the Oliver, I think, in this case. And then Les possibly banning out an LD of Tars.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the safest play. We talked a lot about like Oliver being a really strong neutral pick to start with. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Oliver soak up at least 1 slot in the pre-bans.
For sure. Well, let's get this thing kicked off here, guys, and get into our first match between Tars and Lest.
So it looks like once we get into the game, Lest is we're going to be spectating Lest's side. He'll be at the bottom of the screen. Tars at the top, deciding what monsters to pre-ban. We'll see what they end up deciding.
They're going to be taking their time here. This is a really, really important match. There's a lot on the line.
Oh yeah, a slice of $210,000. That is a lot, and getting a trip to the World Finals off this, that is a pretty significant step in the journey.
Most definitely. Taking up that timer here. We're going down to 10 seconds left to lock in these pre-bans.
Yeah, and if anybody can go to 5 rounds, it's them. So it seems like maybe this might be a connection issue. We've been here before, and we've seen that we were in a similar spot before with Jin, where there was a network error. So probably what's going to happen is we'll probably get those players together, just talk them through the protocol, just in case they haven't had this happen before. We just queue them back up again, and they jump right back into the pick ban phase. In this case, no monster has been picked, at least not publicly, so we'll see how that's handled there. But what we were talking about just before we got to that network connection, and we were notified about that, we were saying that if anybody has it in them to go 5 rounds, it's probably these guys. I think that they are probably the most well-matched out of anybody here today.
Yep, most definitely. I mean, clearly, as they've shown throughout today, they know exactly how to play and how to play against how to play.
How to play and how to... oh, yeah.
Just drafts are truly, truly on point, and I feel like none of these guys have that feeling of they're missing any of the normal element Nat 5s. I mean, we haven't seen that like truly shown here. We've seen the Shizuka, we've seen the Masha, we've seen the Oliver, all those like big named first picks that we've seen throughout pretty much all of the SWCs right now, and I think Tars and Les have it covered.
Oh yeah, especially the ones that have like kind of dominated the season. Between the Dominic that we've seen being dominant, like you brought up earlier. We see the Masha, we see the Oliver represented too. Something that we haven't really seen tonight is twofold. We saw one Bulwark picked and banned, and then we also saw a Molong, or rather, we haven't seen Molong. We've only seen his light brother Tian Lang. So there's a couple things that could make their way in, and we saw Riley flash, but never committed to, even though she's kind of on the fringes of the meta right now, not fully in it. So there's some room for more features.
Oh, most definitely. Now, some of those units may not always be a necessity into some of these drafts here. Definitely, Bulwark can be really, really impressive depending what's going to be coming to the field. Like some people even take Bulwark into Shizuka, but I feel like this is not the case. I think what's happening right now for honestly, in SWC is a lot of people are resulting to like a Cigar pick. I feel like Cigar's just adding a little bit more utility, having reset attack bar pushback with provokes. You're landing all of these things to help get you the edge here. We saw a lot of Sekhmet play as well. Sekhmet being, even though it's opposite unit fire to water, but Sekhmet being used as units to keep like Shizuka back. So maybe we're not going to see a Bulwark, but we're going to see a little bit more control units as everyone has been drafting.
Yeah, Sekhmet's got one of those cool interactions where it's like the increased cooldown time doesn't actually target the monster, it targets their skills. So it's like even though there's like the elemental disadvantage that some people might get a little turned off of at first glance, it's actually a lot better than you'd think. If folks in chat are thinking about building a monster and they've kind of been neglecting their Sekhmet for a while, it might be something cool to look into, especially now that there's kind of like what I like to refer to lovingly as like a redundancy pick, where you pick two of the same unit, so that way if one's banned, you still have access to it, and if one fails, you still have it, which is the Gingerbrave cookie in the event, which is kind of like a farmable Sekhmet option.
Yes. I feel like I'm not on board with Gingerbread just yet. We'll wait for Gingerbread to see some big time Gingerbread action here, but I think Sekhmet is the option for turn one resets. Sekhmet being extremely, extremely fast. Obviously, Gingerbread would, in turn one, go before a Sekhmet. But Sekhmet being just probably the more reliable first pick, adding a lot of utility, even with that Curse of the Beautiful second skill. But the ultimate part is if Sekhmet misses that third skill, she still has it up. And if you're able to get at least the strip, you're getting some sort of value. But I
will say that Sekhmet ages really well into a game. Oh my god, the respect. Oh, Stoic, the Varisa respect pre-ban.
Yep, and the Tian Lang getting pre-banned as well. Tian Lang, very good ban here. The Varisa getting banned out here. And let's see if the Oliver is going to be the first pick from Lest here.
And there it is. Yeah, you don't want to fight over that Oliver, especially if it's not pre-banned. If you got first pick, you might as well just kind of take it. Lock down that speed lead.
Ooh, and we've got Tars locking in a speed lead as well. We've got that very quick Moor. We've seen it before. And of course, Masha is getting locked in.
Yeah, that's presumably the same Moor with what looked to be a higher activation rate than others.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see what happens. We've got Barbara getting locked in. One other pick here coming in for Les. And this could be... I can't remember what he was taking, because these two units were very, very consistent for Les to draft. And it's potentially a Nana here, even though he's really signaling for turn one.
Yeah, Nana can kind of... I could definitely see her place here, but going with the Shizuka. I like the Shizuka in this case, even though Masha presents the ever-present immunity that can kind of be a thorn in that. I still like her.
Yeah, right. Let's see what happens here. We got Chung Pong. Chung Pong, excellent piece here to go along with that more. And Gurkha's gonna make a showing. So let's see what Les can do here. Knowing Gurkha has already been drafted, there's still one more pick here coming out for Taz.
Wow, yeah, the Gurkha is going to have to be responded to if Les doesn't want to ban it. And these next two picks are going to be so telling about how he wants to proceed here, because that is absolutely a unit that you need to respond to.
Ooh, we've got Heigang coming out here. Heigang's actually not too bad. And then a Water Monkey King. We could actually see the Diana, and the Diana did a lot of damage to all these water units. So Diana almost feels like a no-brainer right now, but that would be a big ban in this case. So is what has been drafted enough to take down a Gurkha if that's what happens?
Yeah, it looks like maybe Lest is trying to keep the Gurkha in the game.
Yep, there's
There
that
it is.
Diana as a 5th pick here. That's kind of a no-brainer to ban out that Diana. Let's see what happens here. Because, I mean, this is where things could get interesting. I feel like has to ban out the Diana. Diana gets banned out. Shizuka is a great ban here, and we're going to get into our first match, guys. We've got Lust. We've got Tars. Speed leads have been chosen by both players.
The first round of the finals. Best of 5. These players get to kind of feel each other out and see what's going on. Barbara takes turn 1. That 3rd skill is going to come out and boost up the team more than likely, unless he just wants to kind of play the guessing game. Nope, he just took a long time to think about who he wanted to target.
It goes right after that Gurkha there. Glancing is applied here. Does get the strip on top of the water mark. That's not going to matter too much, though.
Great stuns going out on the Masha before she can put immunity up when she takes her turn. And a stun on Gurkha, too. Time to put some damage on him before he becomes a problem.
That's the Water Monkey King that Les was looking for before, able to get some stuns onto the field. Gurkha's looking a little low right now. Oliver looking to probably cycle some attack bar, pushing back the Chung Pung.
Right, and this Chung Pung, is this the one that is on Despair, Stoic?
I believe this one is on Despair, but we'll find out to make sure that it is on Despair. As we get through this match, we might see something happen.
We see it. I just want to make sure that I'm not mistaking my games here. Nice, confirming the kill on the Gurkha before he becomes an issue.
Yep, exactly. We're looking at a big defense break coming towards that Oliver. No additional turn. If additional turn did pop up here, it'd be kind of a little favoring Tars here, but that's not what happened. Wasn't able to proc. And we've got a first skill coming out onto the Chung Pung. Never mind going out onto the Moor. Skill 2 is available.
Oh my goodness, Shiho, such a great monster. One of my favorites of recent seasons. That extra turn on his invincibility has kind of brought him into the limelight, and he just often gets those stuns. Look at Oliver taking total control of the game.
That's exactly what Tars does not want to see. Oliver doing that kind of madness right there. Absolutely devastating. This is definitely going to be it for Tars. Definitely thinking about what he needs to bring to the next game here. And Oliver looking like a big potential ban over a Varisa. I would say so.
Oh, big time. Yeah, I think Oliver has earned his spot in next round's pre-bans. While I love the respect being put on Varisa, I definitely think that over the starter, maybe getting rid of what's to follow might be better in this case.
Yeah, most definitely. I love that he stayed in there to take some of these units out. Look for the dismount on Barbara. Not going to happen here. And there you have it. Lest taking round 1 away from Tars.
Yeah, now Lest only needs to do that 2 more times in order to beat today's champion, but it's not as easy as it sounds, especially against Tars.
Not at all, but we'll see what happens. Tars needs to clap back here and get a victory over Lest. He wants to keep himself in the race to make it to Worlds.
So what does Tars have to do to take this back, Stoic? Step 1, I think, is maybe pre-ban the Oliver in this particular case.
I mean, that's definitely what's going to happen. It's definitely going to be an Oliver pre-ban. Varisa's coming back out here. I don't think there's another unit that Tars has to worry too much about that we've seen yet coming out of Lest. I think Oliver is going to be an issue. Potential first pick for Tars, taking that unit away from him in the next round.
That's going to be a high priority, especially considering how tanky it is. I mean, you saw even with the defense break from Mashaland, he had to invest a lot more skills into trying to take that unit out.
Well, Tars has first pick in this round. Actually, what I think should happen here is Tars first picks Oliver now, and then bans Oliver in the next round.
Right. Shifting over to pre-banning him whenever it makes it convenient for him is definitely the play. But yeah, for now I think he takes it. In this case, maybe Lest even wants to pre-ban the Oliver to deny it from Tars, but we'll have to see what they end up deciding.
There's a lot more to worry about than just the Oliver. I think Les might be forced to ban something out. But what I like if Tars is able to first pick should be able to first pick the Oliver. Taking that away is going to force Les into showing another style of draft. And I think that's what Tars needs to see. We're only going into a round 2, and we've already seen him take round 1 and be successful with what he had already drafted. Tars needs to change the pace and see what Les is going to respond with in the round 2.
Yeah, and changing the pace is something that Tars has proven to be really good at. Like pivoting away from established conventions and changing his team comp up to suit his needs. And establishing early tempo is something that I've been really impressed with for Tars. I mean, ever since the beginning, when he was like making sure to control cooldown times all throughout a game. So I've been really impressed by Tars.
I have been as well. He's been playing really, really well. I wouldn't say that first match was played very poorly. I think Les just ended up taking the victory. We've got pre-bans from last time. Tian Lang and Varese with the pre-bans. They are now available. Moore and Oliver are going to be the pre-bans here instead of taking the Oliver. I would prefer to see Tars take that Oliver away instead of pre-banning it, but fair enough. We've got Moore and Oliver pre-banned.
So that opens up to whatever he wants. He knows it's Shizuka. He knows that it's going to be Shizuka. I think that that's a great choice.
Definitely a good choice indeed, taking that Shizuka away. Let's see what Les is going to be taking. Now that he doesn't have an Oliver, now he doesn't have a Shizuka in his box, I think we... I was going to say, I think we still see the Varese. Varese comes out, and a Cigar as well.
The Cigar is such a compliment to this comp. It brings me back to the set earlier where we saw him play out the same game essentially twice, and Cigar did exactly the same amount of work as he did in the first one. He seems fairly reliable, and the AoE provoke is a great follow-up to what Varese facilitates.
Yeah, I definitely was expecting to see a Masha popping out here. It's a unit that is often responded with the Cigar here. And a Juno. Juno's coming to the field, and I think a Juno is a great unit. Varese is going to apply a lot of negative effects on the battlefield, allowing a little bit of sustain. And a Bulwark. We had talked about it already. And now it's coming in here.
Super popular response, like you said, to Shizuka, and of course Masha, now that she's been buffed to apply her own immunity every turn. That is just fueling Bulwark all the time. So even if you're not necessarily running a snipe comp, like, you can get just so much value. You can accrue value over time just by sitting there with Bulwark and then siphoning 50% of their HP.
Well, even the Juno as well. Every time Juno is going to be cleansing a buff off itself, it's going to be giving itself speed buff as well. So Bulwark is going to get a ton of value in this draft, and there's really not much Tars can do about that. Bulwark will see the value.
Heck yeah, I had completely forgotten. Yeah, now that Juno gets the speed buff, every unit presented here, sans these last two, gave him buffs. So that's going to be a huge problem for Tars, assuming that he lets it through.
Interesting.
And that doesn't provide immunity.
Coming out here.
Yeah, so Gurkha.
I think this is a ban on the Gurkha for sure, and that's a lot of water units dealing with a lot of fire units, and I think Les is a very good draft right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is probably signaling a Gurkha ban, especially considering now that we know how tanky it is. So it's not as simple as just getting rid of it early. Look at that. Yeah, these are two very, I'd say, optimal choices.
It's definitely, that Barber's going to put a ton of damage onto that field, so it must have felt like a must ban. The Bulwark is definitely going to be a difficult unit for Tars to have to deal with, but we'll see as we get into round 2 right here, and we've got Sekhmet taking first turn, looking for a reset onto probably going against the Praha, not receiving it.
I was almost going to say the Varese there, to be honest, but maybe he's just banking on the Juno cleansing it up, because I'd feel that the glancing on the Masha is pretty extreme.
Yeah, I was going to say the Cigar to stop the resets going back onto the Shizuka, but that is not the case here. We've got a Despair Stun sitting on top of the Varese, though, and a potential, he's going to hold on to that strip, and he's just going to first skill.
Yeah, and now it looks like Shizuka's got a stun on the table. She's got attack break and glancing as well.
Ooh, that was a resist on the reset, though. Provoke did land on top of the Shizuka. And we're going to see a nice little first skill. He's going to steal that speed buff right off of the Juno.
Yeah, and just tick up to 5. That's the way to go. And chooses to just funnel in some more damage, and he gets the buff if he wants it too, but let's see if he makes the same decision again. This time he decides to tick up to 5.
Yeah, he thinks that defense break sitting on top of the Sekhmet's going to be enough for the Praha to try and rip through. Ooh, that glancing so strong, not getting any defense breaks, slow on top of the Varese.
That's what I'm talking about. That glancing's pretty strong. I personally probably would have used the Sekhmet to reset the Varese, but you know, there's also a reason why I'm not up there at SWC too. Siphoning 50% of that health from Shizuka is not a bad call.
Yep, dumps all 5 of his stacks here, looking for some Despair Stuns coming out of the Juno. Juno does get the Despair Stun on top, and the additional turn as well. He can use it. Goes off of the 3rd skill and applies absolutely everything.
That is pretty big. Absolutely everything, everywhere that has ever been. All things in nature. And not a strip in sight.
No, not a strip in sight. We're going to see more damage coming towards this Cigar. Cigar's a unit of focus right now for Tars. Tars does have that skill 2 available. Let's see what he chooses to do. He could throw it onto his Mash to help get more damage out there and push that second skill. Throws it on himself. He wants to get that third skill back out again. There's that big curse, the beautiful going out there, getting the defense break on top of the Bolvark as well. Bolvark does have 5 stacks though.
He does, but it might be too little too late, especially considering that now it looks like there's not a lot of options that he has. I mean, Tars finds himself in a really solid situation, especially with Shizuka, to bring people back to life and prevent their death in the first place.
Masha with the fast link, heal block sitting on top of the Bolvark. That is incredible.
That is exactly what he needed to confirm this game. We know that's about 20k health as from last time. Bolvark and friends are looking a little worse for wear.
Well, we might even see a trade here. Shizuka not looking for the kill on top of the Bolvark, and a little bit of poke damage coming towards the Pra. Pra able to finish off the segment. Juno able to finish off the Bolvark there.
Can Verisa make something happen? Let's see, does she proc? Is this the same one? I don't know if this is the same Verisa we've seen earlier, because I haven't noticed her procking.
Yep, Juno not looking for the strip there. Just a bunch of skill 1s into the Juno. If Juno goes down, it's definitely going to benefit Lest a whole lot. Use that second skill on himself. The third skill right here. A lot of debuffs coming out here. There's those defense breaks.
The cooldown reduction.
For.
Cooldown reduction into the proc.
Damn.
That was awesome. That was so cool, and just accelerated Tars to the front. Tars was already looking like he had established.
As well.
Yeah, he looked like he had kind of established control already, and Tars gets on the board. 1-1 in the finals against Lest. Good job, Tars.
Well done, Tars. That was a great match there. Paying a lot of attention to attack bars, to all the units. That was a very well thought out and played match by Tars.
Yeah, very, very well done. I tell you, as good as the Bolvark seemed, he didn't end up contributing as much as Les needed him to. There were a couple times I think maybe a sleep from the Praha coming out a little early to try to deny the Shizuka a turn, but I guess she ended up proccing out of a stun to begin with. So maybe I'm just like pulling at threads that don't.
If the Curse the Beautiful didn't land the heal block on top of the Bolvark would still be alive, and we would have potentially had a different match here. But the Curse the Beautiful had huge value.
We did, and yeah, we might still be in the game right now if that hadn't landed on him, to be honest. But yeah, that was a lot of value, and it goes back to what we were talking about with Sekhmet before. I feel like Sekhmet just ages so well into a game. She's got that really strong opener, but then while the game's going on, a lot of units with that very strong opener can't contribute too much else to the game. Look at Heigang. Heigang with the opener to deny the strip from the enemy and the boost, but then after that, it's mostly just glancing and stuns if he's on despair. But when you bring a Sekhmet, you got that skill too.
Yeah, exactly. I remember back with the Cigar was going for the reset on top of something else, and I feel like it should have went for the reset on top of the Shizuka, I believe. And I feel like that was not a great way to kick things off here.
Yeah, respecting Shizuka early is one of the best things that you can do in this tournament. We're learning.
Most definitely. I think we want to see more control, and yeah, definitely more respect coming towards Shizuka.
So it looks like it may be just a moment before we go into the third set here between Les and Tars. Tars has done a great job getting on the board against Les. This is so far playing out kind of like how we were predicting here, Stoke. Very close games between these two.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting a Game 5 out of these two. Now, I can't help but feel like that Oliver comp is going to come right back to Les, and Les is kind of going to get back into that rhythm of having units that he's used to, and kind of like ball in his court. And he has the tools that he needs to take a victory here again.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder if Tars has that Oliver to pick in that first pick slot. Maybe it should have been picked in that last game, and then you pre-ban it on this one, like we were talking about, where he doesn't have the first pick.
Yeah. At the same time, Tars was still able to get a victory at a point where we wanted to see him take a Tars and put less at an advantage, but he still got the victory there. But we'll see what happens, because if the back and forth continues, Game 5 is going to be a position where Tars could actually take that Oliver away.
Yeah, so hopefully he'll be able to counter the comp that Oliver eventually comes into, or if he just wants to ban it out, he can. But it's kind of hard to bank on banning that first picked unit. You know, you want to pick against it. You don't want to be locked in on a ban so early in the game.
No, you definitely don't want to lock yourself in at all in an early ban. That's not the way you want to definitely draft, and I don't think that's what's going to happen here with less than Tars. Like I said, I think these two players are going to draft accordingly, and then that last pick is going to be where like things come down to it. It's like, are they going to be banning that last pick? And we'll see what happens after that.
Yeah, we're going to have to see, but I don't think that we're going to have to wait too long. It sounds like maybe the players are starting to get ready to go into that game right now, and we'll have all of our questions answered shortly here as we go into round number 3 in this final set. It's going to be pretty huge. Again, guys, best of 5, just in case you're joining us late, so we've still got a little time. Neither of these players is at match point just yet. This game is going to decide who has the advantage and who's at the stepping stone to becoming a World Finals competitor.
Most definitely. Let's get into it. Pre-bans have already been locked in. T-Lang and Cigar, a surprise pre-ban coming out of Tars.
I was not expecting either of those pre-bans, to be honest.
Yeah, so he's going to let him have the Oliver once again. And we've got more getting flashed alongside the Masha again coming out of Tars.
Oh, this is kind of shaking Tars up a little bit here.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, we just saw 2 units to see 2 new units potentially coming out here. I do like Shizuka as a first pick here alongside the Masha. I'm on board with this draft already with Tars.
It seems like Shizuka might be Tars' favorite first pick unit, at least from what we've seen. Here comes the Bulwark again from Lest.
Yep, Bulwark coming out here. There is value in this unit, but I like how Tars handled the Bulwark last time, but Bulwark able to get stacks off of not just Masha, but of course the Shizuka as well. Varisa is going to be returning to Lest side of the field.
Yeah, maybe with just one more threatening unit for Lest side, because I feel like that's maybe where the team lacked before. A Dominic would have actually been lovely on Lest side too. This is looking to be a pretty stellar draft from Tars. I really like where he's going with this.
Yep, there's that big threat, the dominant Dominic coming out. I almost want to say the segment should be coming out for Tars as well. We know he needs to have one of these reset units, or else he's already potentially banning out the Shizuka. You got to keep that unit back with something, and that might be why Tars had selected the ban on top of the Cigar to stop the reset. But there's Chung Pung. Chung Pung's going to come to the field, and that's going to be a reset unit for Lest here.
I actually really like that Water Monkey King to close it out. I think Shizuka's probably going to stay in on Tars' side because Lest is banking on the Bulwark, as it were, because it looks like it's not going to get banned from the side of it, or from the side of Tars.
Gianna getting flashed here.
Wow, what
decided
a
to
strong
finally lock
team.
that unit in.
What a team from Tars, actually. I really like this setup that he's got.
I am definitely on board with Tars' draft here. The ban probably has to be that Gianna, and then the ban's definitely going to be the Oliver. There's no way Tars is going to let that Oliver through already.
Yeah, and I mean, it should be that, but look at what Shizuka's got. I mean, the Water Monkey King introduces invincibility into the mix, and so that gets a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little dicey, guys, as we get into this round 3 with Tars versus Lest.
I'm definitely favoring Tars. I mean, anything can happen, but at the start of the game, I'm favoring Tars here.
That is crazy. This is the most consistent stripping / violent unit we've ever seen. Varisa bringing so much value.
Oh yeah, and at that violent proc kind of early. I don't know if that's necessarily the monster that you want. The Shiho with the AoE stun stoic. Oh my goodness!
Everything
what a
under the
monster.
sun is happening for Lest right now. He's getting absolutely all the value that he can look for. We're going to see a big third skill. This is going to be him doing away with the Masha, trying to get the big dismount, and lands that dismount. No turns coming out of Masha. Nice little poke damage coming from Varisa. Probably onto the Shizuka here.
Yeah, great early dismount. Now he just needs to navigate that one soul stone, and then he will just be great. He will be in a great spot.
Ooh, holding on to that second skill, not wanting to put anything up here. There's an attack break sitting on top of this Dominic. Dominic's not going to deal as much damage here. Also glancing, may not even see the branding effect. Branding's going to land anyway.
He gets everything that he wants, but just not as much damage as you're used to seeing come from a Dominic. Dominic, not looking so dominant.
Nope, not at all. Nice little additional turn there. He's not able to steal anything with that Bulwark. First skill, looking for stuns on just about anybody here. Might even just go for the kill on top of the Shizuka.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that, or you could try to go for like the stun on the Nana to deny the defense break. Looks like he goes for the Masha, like you were saying.
Yeah, Shizuka does have skills available. Branding effect sitting on top of that Chung Pong. No additional turns, though, coming out for Tars at all right now.
This is dangerous. I think Tars might start pulling ahead here. He's got the defense break. Only manages to get one on the Bulwark. Let's see what happens. If Shizuka manages to get that third skill off before the Soul Stone is dealt with, this could quickly shift to Tars's favor.
Yeah. Whoa, Water Monkey definitely had something to say here, but he's not able to get any value. Just the stuns going out onto the Nana. Despair stun, though, going out onto this Dominic, though.
And it didn't confirm the kill on Shizuka to deny the Soul Stone either. It didn't do anything. It didn't stun. It looks like now Shizuka has just put her will on this entire game. This is the chance for Tars to get ahead. Oh, Verisa with the strips.
Verisa is so consistent. Gets the strips, removes absolutely everything, gets the additional turn once again, potentially able to kill the Dominic. Dominic would get revived back here.
Oh my word, the Verisa lands every time, Stoic. I can't believe I'm gonna have to build one of these units.
I know, I feel like I'm gonna have to build one of these units as well. Masha, no additional turn, big damage going out onto the Verisa. And we've got Shizuka, a little bit of poke damage. Nothing else is going to be happening here. We're going to see a third skill go out onto the Shizuka. He wants to eliminate a couple units here, and I think that's definitely going to be the play.
Ends up trying to get a kill on the Dominic, and does in fact get it. If he wants, he could. This would be a perfect time to kill the Masha, or he could reduce attack bar on Dominic.
Definitely a good time to kill that Masha there. Dominic needs to see a violent proc. He has to go after this Verisa, confirm an orb kill here, and then potentially do some damage elsewhere.
Oh wow. Okay, wait. It looks like maybe there was. We know that Tars was experiencing some network connection errors before the game. That's what took so long. So it might perhaps be happening yet again. If that is the case, if something happens where it looks like we're just going to pause and probably resume. If there is a case where the game comes to a close, it will be given first to whoever looks like they might be in the lead. And unless something says like it's not clear, and then we'd have to redraft again. But in this case, it kind of looked like it was decided.
I mean, I don't want to say that just yet. We've seen Shizuka do some really silly things here. And with the invincibility still being up on that Water Monkey King is definitely in a position where one violent proc could really turn things around for less down there with that Water Monkey.
Yeah.
King.
So I was thinking that Lest is probably in a commanding zone right now, just with the Water Monkey King being so high health and with the invincibility up. We'll have to see what ends up happening if they can't reconnect. Of course, if they can reconnect, we're just going to continue as regularly scheduled. But in the case that doesn't happen, we got to prepare for maybe the point being given based on a judge's results.
Yep, definitely. Could be a lot of things here. Oh man, I mean, it's anyone's match still, even though we just paused right there. I really hope we get back into it because I don't want to see a point go out here. I want to see these two finish it out because this is definitely not a confirmed victory. There was definitely a lot of favor being shown towards Lest here. Shizuka, though, I mean, we've seen Thompson and True Whale have one heck of a match, and it was Shizuka able to make this crazy climb for Thompson to try and keep him in a match there. So Shizuka can still do that with the Nana being left on the field. If you bring back the right units, you're able to get those orbs back there, and we could have a big a swing that could happen.
Right. So there's a few factors to keep in mind, right? So it's everything you just brought up. The fact that Dominic is still in play as well. But the other thing to think about is that Shiho's pretty high. He's got invincible. The one thing I did notice is that Shiho's skill 2 is on a 2-turn cooldown, so he can't Vio proc into skill 2 and just happen to AoE team wipe right now. That's just not a possibility. But everybody's just so low. But I still, you're right, I don't feel comfortable 100% calling it. I would just say that the advantage is on less side right now, just with unit health, longevity in mind. I think he's got it right now.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think Les should have the victory here. Soul Protection is currently still up on that Shizuka as well. I believe it's still up. And that Soul Protection can keep that Shizuka alive, though. So who knows? We'll see. But that means that second skill is not available. If Soul Protection's still up, I believe it was 2 turns. That means that is a fresh second skill that Shizuka placed on herself. So we'll see. I really hope we get into this match soon.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head. That's actually what led me to look at the cooldowns of skill 3 for Shiho, because I was like, can Shiho strip that? And then I was like, no. And he banked on a proc into it, and it's not even that. He can't even proc into it. So that Soul Protect is actually still pretty valid for the Shizuka. These matches are just as close as I wanted them to be so far. I'm very pleased with our finals games, guys.
Definitely. It's as close as they technically should be with players the likes of Lest and Taz.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to call it. I'm only comfortable saying an advantage is in one or the other. It looks like we get to go back, Stoic. This is great.
Oh, we get to go back, and we come back to Dominic with a big hit on Marisa with the additional turn.
There's the Soul Stone, like we were talking about. So this is where it could potentially shift back in Taz's favor.
Yeah, here's the shift indeed. Despair Stun goes out on the Bulwark. We've got second skill is available on top of the Shizuka.
Does he just go for the... Okay, he goes for
that,
so that way he doesn't have to burn it.
Be available.
Yep, that way he doesn't have to burn a stone. Ooh. You know, you actually don't want to see that proc necessarily. He needs to stun big time and get ahead. That was actually the worst proc ever. That was actually so bad. That was the worst proc ever. Oh my goodness, he procced out of invincibility.
That's what we come back to. Just Dominic removing units from the field. Oh my god.
Oh my god. The Shiho proccing out of invincibility with not even enough units to fully cycle back if he did an AoE stun. Tragic. Yeah, Dominic, so powerful. And it's so many factors. How crazy is it that we could barely make a firm 100% call of who was going to take it, and then it ends that quick, just with a snap of the fingers?
I know, we were giving it to Les. Les has the control, and oh my god. I mean, it was the violent proc coming out of the Dominic.
And you know what it was? It was the violent proc of Shiho coming out of invincibility at the end there, because if he didn't, then Dominic wouldn't have been able to kill. That was the thing. So it was not so much that proc, it was the proc of Shiho. Man,
that's crazy, man.
And that's the risk. I mean, sometimes it's like Shiho, I think, is obviously a unit that you want to run on violent, because you can proc from that skill 2 into skill 3 if you need to, if you happen to miss all the stuns, but you also run the risk of ending your invincibility early while you're staring down the barrel of a loaded Dominic, and that's dangerous.
Yep, exactly. That was one pent-up Dominic. He needed to release that anger, and boy did he release the anger.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yikes. That was pretty nuts. Okay, so now Tars with 2 to 1. So Tars is at game point now. We're at set number 4 of the finals. If Tars does this one more time, he gets to go to the World Finals.
Definitely. There's a lot to think about here. Now, the pre-bans, I believe the Oliver was pre-banned. I can't remember. I feel like it was so long ago already. That was the pre-bans in that match. Was it the Oliver that got pre-banned?
I think he was picked first in the game. I don't think he was pre-banned. I think
that is right. You were correct. The Oliver was picked in this match here.
And then we were kind of surprised because we were talking about how you don't often want to settle in on banning the first picked unit. You want to pick against it, but then the draft that Les presented actually allowed Oliver to be safely banned.
That's right, because Tars had the last pick to enter the field, where he could drop a unit down onto the field and then say what he didn't want to have to play against. So it definitely worked in Tars' favor there. to then get rid of the first pick, which was the Oliver on the side of Les. And now I think it works in Tars' favor as we get into Game 4, where he has the opportunity to probably ban out that Oliver and then play another match, accordingly. Now, he did win his match where he did ban out the Oliver against Les, so we'll see what happens if Tars is able to close it down here in set 4.
So, question for you, Stoic. How are you feeling about that Bulwark? I feel like it isn't necessarily contributing as much as Les might want it to, or actually as much as I'd want it to be honest.
I feel like the issue with Bulwark is if you're not pushing its turns, I feel like you can't get enough value out of the Bulwark. So people who play like Ragdoll Bulwark, you're able to give so much attack bar to the Bulwark, or if you're able to boost up like Charlotte
or immunity
Bulwark,
even.
you're pushing up the Bulwark. Maybe not so much immunity. I mean, immunity and cleanse can help keep your Bulwark up from, getting stunned up, because we did see Bulwark get Nana Despair stunned in that moment. And it was
that's exactly what I'm getting at. That's exactly what I'm getting at, because, you either want to get him turns or make sure that he doesn't suffer from as much turn denial. Because I think that's kind of where it's starting to falter, is that the turn denial is becoming a problem for it. He ends up lying down when he should be siphoning HP from somebody.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're not able to either protect your Bulwark or at least give your Bulwark more turns, I feel like Bulwark's not able to really pop off and utilize, his ability. He gets all of those stacks, and it's too often that Bulwark's just sitting there with 5 stacks ready to just give your team a ton of value, but you can't get the value from it if the Bulwark's not really getting his turns and the opportunities to do that like huge value.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe it comes down to like the control that's being like presented on the other side, and whether or not you want to like rise to the occasion and either defend him against it or try to get him more turns, like we were talking about with like a Ragdoll, which is actually a unit that we haven't seen at all tonight, to be honest. I'm not sure if anybody has him. Maybe HOWTOPLAY might, but he doesn't exactly fit the playstyle.
I'm pretty sure HOWTOPLAY does have a Ragdoll. But we did not see a lot of Ragdoll. Oh, you know what? Lynn had a Ragdoll, but we didn't see the Ragdoll play for him anyway here. Anyway,
you're right. It was in the most picked. Well, let's see what we're going to see in this next match. We're going on to set number 4, guys. Match point with Tars. This is potentially the last game that we're watching tonight before Tars has the chance to move forward to the World Finals right now if he really pulls out all the stops.
Yep, let's see what happens. Tian Lang now available. Varisa
getting the ban. God.
As well as the more.
Stop.
Now, I'm going to stand by it. I want to see an Oliver pick coming out of Tars here.
That would be great. Oh my God, Stoic. Varisa, the Varisa pre-ban on what is potentially the last game he's going to play tonight. That is hilarious to me, and I love it. And look at this. We're down 2 strip options now. This is pretty fascinating.
It really is. The Shizuka is going to make another appearance here, and I'm assuming that the Cigar and Masha are going to be I'm sorry, it's going to be Oliver and then Masha as a draft coming out of last year, potentially.
Yeah, we're for sure going to see that Oliver, because it's like, I mean, if he's not going to take it, it's like, oh, if you're letting me have him, I'd love to take him. Thank you, Tars. You can slap him down.
Yeah, I feel like
there it is.
Can't pass up on it. And an early Water Monkey pick
again. Didn't he just betray you last? I mean, he literally just procced out of invincibility early and lost you the game. I mean, I would bench him. I'd bench the monkey. Olio Macaque, I wouldn't look at him.
Well, the Tian Lang also is going to be another issue here for Water Monkey as well. So I stand by that Water Monkey being a little too early. I do like the Tian Lang. I think the Mash is fine to draft because there's still 2 more picks here that Tars can lock in.
The Tian Lang is kind of like huge value right now, to be honest, because I mean, look at what it's doing. Both of the units presented are being denied attack bar via the Tian Lang. Like, that's a great pick, and it's also something that Tars hasn't actually been able to take advantage of because he was pre-banned last game.
Yep, exactly, and I think it's a great pick being locked in by Tars. Let's see what Les has in store. What is he going to bring here? Is there going to be a change of pace coming out of Lest? I think that's what needs to happen,
something
to be
that
honest.
Maybe we've predicted before. I mean, this was the situation that he would bring the Bulwark before, and I'm glad to see he's pivoting away, to be honest, because it was a fun experiment, but now things are a little dangerous, and he's bringing Ophelia when he really needs the win.
So the last time we saw the Ophelia was Ophelia Shizuka, and there's no Shizuka. Shizuka's on the other side of the field, where Tars can get the value of threat state going on to his unit.
Oh, man.
I feel like that alone says Shizuka's potentially already the ban, which doesn't bode well for Lest.
Not exactly, right? Because it comes back down to what we were talking about. I mean, do you really want to ban the unit that they picked first? Not exactly, because it kind of leaves you open to whatever these last two are. I mean, heck, this could be anything. I mean, what if you were in this situation with somebody who was like going to pick a Gurkha against you? Or like, I mean, Gianna's not the worst I could think of, but it's dangerous.
Diana's very dangerous here, offering stuns and bombs to the Shizuka to get a ton of value. I don't like that Ophelia coming out of Lest. I feel like that is not a winning game plan right now. Dominic's coming back, and you know what? Dominic just sounds like a winner. Like, I'm looking at this man right here, and I see a unit that wants to win.
Yep, because I mean, we saw him. He really rose to the opportunity when he needed to slam down the monkey.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens with this last pick coming out of Lest. This got to be a really, really big unit here for Les, whatever he's going to bring to the table here. Ooh, we're going to pause once again.
So we will anxiously await that last pick for a moment. It looks like maybe some of those connection issues are still plaguing the players, but we'll get those resolved shortly and get right back to that draft. But for now, we can look forward to what Lest is going to pick. I mean, looking at this draft, Stoic, I mean, is there anything that you would ideally put in that final spot?
Oh man, for Les, I feel like Cigar is probably a really good option, knowing that there's no actual immunity or cleanse on the side of Tars. Cigar would able to help control the Shizuka. If he's not already banning the Shizuka, then maybe not the Cigar. So if Cigar hits the field, I don't think he bans Shizuka. But if Cigar also hits the field, I feel like Tars might just ban out that in the first place. So there's a couple options. Well, I mean, the only option being the Cigar, in my opinion, right now, but that kind of just looks like the ban for Tars, if that's what happens.
I like that choice a lot, and it is looking like he strongly wants to ban that Shizuka. I bet there's a part of him that wants to address the Gianna and not introduce the bombs, especially because Cigar introduces Provoke. But I mean, you got to pick your poison here to a degree. I'm still with you. I think he needs to it's rather post-ban the Shizuka.
Yep, exactly. I mean, we could potentially see like a Hay gang coming in there, but even if it's a Hay gang, like Dominic doesn't care. Dominic has no feelings.
No, it's got to be something that contributes further past that turn one. I think you're right. I think Cigar kind of has that mid-game pivot option. So he has the start, he's got the mid. I think Cigar is probably the right choice, and we'll see if Lest ultimately lands on that same choice.
Well, I think the issue here is that whatever Les picks as this fifth pick, it's probably going to get banned out here. And I think Tars just already has the better draft. I think the Ophelia was the ball drop for Les. I think we should have seen an Ophelia right now.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what he's thinking with that one, because we've seen an Ophelia today already, and we saw it like synergize with the Shizuka, and so it's kind of a scary thing when the Shizuka might be left in play and it's on the other side. So I agree. I think Ophelia might be a little bit of a desperation move, but we don't know yet. We don't know what the plan is. We haven't really seen Ophelia like work super well in a game tonight, even though this isn't the first time we've seen her be picked.
Yep, exactly. I mean, we did like that. We did like the Ophelia match that we
did
had
like
today,
it
because it was Ophelia Shizuka. But right now, it's just Ophelia.
But would I pick it? Yes, and exactly, because before it was with the synergy, it was on the same team as that Shizuka. So it's like, do I want Ophelia over any other monster right now? We'll have to see. He's going to convince me, I think. He's going to have to convince me. I mean, he needs to put a point on the board right now, otherwise he loses to Tars.
I mean, if anybody can do the convincing, it's Lest. He's an SWC champion. I feel like whatever this last pick, it's banned. It's banned, so we're looking at those 4 units going through. And he's just got to show us why that Ophelia was drafted. That's basically what it comes down to.
So we talked about our MVP monsters already, but as far as like impactful picks go, I've got to give it to Shizuka. I think Shizuka just has this immense presence in a game. She can do a great Nana impression when she needs to by keeping a team member alive, keeping herself alive, being a constant threat of like, if this unit gets one turn, it could shift the entire game out of my favor. So I got to give it to Shizuka in that sense. Would you agree, or who would you give it to?
Well, let me start with, you want to know what's really, really tough to deal with in ATA, and that's predicting. So if you're able to predict everything, you can probably be an extremely great player when it comes to Summoners War ATA. Now, what Shizuka does to you, it makes you think about absolutely everything that happened, all the buffs that were applied, all the debuffs that were applied, and Shizuka's going to be there to catch you off guard sometimes, because you're like, wait a second, I'm stunned glance. Where'd that heal block come from? Like, oh, that's right, like someone had a first skill that applied a heal block and it landed, but like we didn't care about it at the time. But now we care about it because it's AoE heal block on everybody. Like Shizuka is able to throw you off because there's just so much happening. You know, they're receiving all these buffs, you're receiving all these debuffs. And in a game where predicting is really important for a player, like where you could truly succeed if you're able to have great predictions, Shizuka just throws that wrench, as you call it, into a match.
Oh, absolutely. The sheer amount of mental gymnastics that she introduces into a game is unbelievable. And I don't know if folks in chat have gotten the chance to use a Shizuka in 2v2, but like 2v2 RTA, she becomes even cooler because she's one of the, technically it's not a passive. She sees the buffs on and debuffs on either side. She doesn't care about which side. She sees it on the side adjacent from her and the other side that normally monsters don't look at. In a pretty incredible unit, and so that's why I'd probably say that she's been the most impactful tonight. And there's a reason why Tars favors picking her first over anything else.
Yep. I actually think that Shizuka should be usable in 2v2. I feel like it kind of doesn't. It's not equivalent to a Leo.
Hot take.
But because if Leo, hot take. If Leo is introduced into 2v2, it messes with too many things, so they just don't include the Leo. So Shizuka has something to do with all four players. When passives don't deal with all four players, you don't have a skill that deals with all four players. But we have one unit, and that's Shizuka that deals with all four players. So
sees everything. Shizuka's so strong. There's so many units in the game that are like already super good, but become even better in 2 versus 2 RTA. And that's a really fun conversation to have, is like evaluating which ones, like a Yeonhong, already so good, even better in 2 versus 2.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot. I look forward to more 2v2 in the future. We'll see.
Yeah, me too. I would love to see some of that. Frankly, I'd like to see some competitive 2v2 as well, because I find it to be a really interesting format. And yeah, I definitely stand on the side of I think Shizuka is obviously super strong in the 2 versus 2 environment, but I don't know about like outright banning her. I don't want to add too many lists of banned monsters to it, unless we wanted to cycle that sort of thing out. That's a conversation that's always fun to have. Leo, of course, would just outright hose one side of the board.
Yeah, exactly. But it's to each their own, I say.
To each their own. We've got a really exciting set coming up here, guys. We're going to take a brief break here coming up here while we let these players reconnect before we go back into that pick ban phase. And then we'll be right back here for another awesome round of the finals at the China qualification match. So stick with us. Oh, it looks like maybe they're still, the folks over there are still waiting on that. We'll be going to a break here shortly, guys. And then we'll allow these guys chances to come back in. And this whole time, obviously, they're getting to think about that last pick. Man, Lest is really leaving me in suspense here.
Yep, he really is. I mean, sun's coming up right now. This is getting wild over here.
Oh, yeah, it just passed really 6 a.m. for you. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. for me. All right, here we go, guys. Here's that break we foreshadowed. See you soon.
I don't wanna break your heart. Better be careful and let you down easy. Look, don't touch, baby. I line up the dominoes, 1, 2. Knock them down just for fun, and you fall for me. Cause I got what you need. Eeny, meeny, miny, more. Catch a lover by his door. Pick them up, then let them go. Going through the motions like it's my job. Eeny, meeny, miny, more. Who's the baddest of them all? Can't hold on to what's not yours, that's for sure. I don't want your love songs. Love me not. I'll just keep dancing here, and I don't spin in my head. No, touch and it turns to gold. My love, I keep it close. I'll have you on your knees. Oh. Eeny, meeny, miny, more. Catch a lover by his door. Pick them up, then let them go. Flown through the motions like it's my job. Eeny, meeny, miny, more. Who's the baddest of them all? Can't hold on to what's not yours, that's for sure. Don't want your love songs. Love me, love me not. I'll just keep dancing here, and I don't spin in my head. No one in my bed. I'm good with me, myself, and I am golden. Act like you know it. Walking on roses. Wherever I go, you know that I'm so golden. Heaven is for it. Walking on roses. Baby, I'm golden. Don't want your love songs. Love me not. I'll just keep dancing here, and I don't spin in my head. No one in my bed. I'm good with me, myself, and I. 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 Ooh, tell me I'm the one you really like. You feel so good, I swear that I might die in the night. Next to you, I'm a fighter for your love, and I'm over the moon. The things I would do for you, I move with the way your body's making waves. Ooh, touch me and I think I wanna stay in your arms. Might let you break my heart, light me up, yeah, I'm so into you. The things I would do. Light me up, I'm higher than the clouds. Drunk on ice, no, I'm not coming down. Give you everything I got, forever. Darling, I swear you were made for me. Can't deny it's all riding on your energy. If heaven is a place, then it's in your eyes. Wanna love you till the end of time. Like the way your hands are tracing me. Can't deny it's all riding on your ecstasy. If heaven is a place, then it's in your eyes. Wanna love you till the end of time. Oh, I got neon colors in my room. Don't ever want another, only you in my head, only you in my bed. Light me up, yeah, I think that I'm doomed. The things I would do. Light me up, I'm higher than the clouds. Drunk on ice, no, I'm not coming down. Give you everything I got, forever. Darling, I swear you were made for me. Can't deny it's all riding on your energy. If heaven is a place, then it's in your eyes. Wanna love you till the end of time. Like the way your hands are tracing me. Can't deny it's all riding on your ecstasy. If heaven is a place, then it's in your eyes. Wanna love you till the end of time. Darling, I swear you were made for me. Can't deny it's all riding on your energy. If heaven is a place, then it's in your eyes. Wanna love you till the end of time. Like the way your hands are tracing me. Can't deny it's all riding on your ecstasy. If heaven is a place, then it's in your eyes. Wanna love you till the end of time. Knee-jerk reaction is fight or flight. First sign of color, I run and hide. But you came like rain on a summer night, and I think you're rewiring my mind. I've been taking cover under my skin, but I wanna step outside and take it all in. 'Cause baby, it's like a light storm to be yours. Thunder crashing till the sky's torn. You're like a light storm, a light storm. Oh, oh, a light storm. I love the way you bring me to life. One touch and I'm on some kind of high. You're painting scenes on my storyline, so carry me where you like. I'm used to taking cover under my skin, but I wanna step outside and take it all in. 'Cause baby, it's like a light storm to be yours. Finding freedom in the downpour. You're like a light storm, a light storm. Oh, oh, a light storm. Baby, it's like a light storm to be yours. Feelings flooding through the front door. You're like a light storm, a light storm.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're in for an incredible night. Oh, we're taking it up a notch. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. Wes and Mike TZ coming all strong. Straight into the end zone. Hey, be sure you stick around because we're only getting warmed up.
I kept the faith, keeping the faith. I know you got it. Yeah, out of my way, give me some space, just family around me. Yeah, putting in work, won't say a word till they announce it. Hey, determined to get it, I'm focused and driven. What you know about it? Thanks to the sun. Hey, you see the melanin? Yeah, we just begun. Yeah, in my elements. Came through clean looking, like a president. Martinelli porn, we celebrating with elegance. Yes, it's for the women you see by my side. She gave me reason to fight. Yes, mama, we made it. I know that you proud. Dad always told me stay true to the route. It's for the veal, golden the teal. Kids walk around with the golden and grill. Told you I'm focused, I never lost hope, and I'm giving them something they feel. I keep it trill, ain't no counterfeit. How does it feel if you doubted it? Still who we started with. Put down the seed, now it's harvesting. We make the art, then we market it, all of it. I kept the faith, keeping the faith. I know you got it. Yeah, out of my way, give me some space, just family around me. Hey, putting in work, won't say a word until they announce it. Hey, determined to get it, I'm focused and driven. What you know about it? I'm just working on my trophy speech. My trophy speech. I'm just working on my trophy speech. My trophy speech. This for the fam, this for the home team. Yeah. I'm just working on my trophy speech.
I started making a list of some names that I gotta mention when I'm getting my trophy. Lot of folk wasn't with me in the gym. I was shooting around. I was trying to be Kobe. No time for the phony. Don't act like you know me. Got God on my side. I can stand on my lonely. Been on my ground so that wifey and I could just live a sweet life where this side can float. He wasn't there and I wrote your name down and I made a mistake. Gotta scribble it out. Snakes trying to slither in now. The ones that ain't put in, been wanna reap benefits. They want some talk. That ain't what I'm about. I'm moving different and they moving fast. They gon' be tripping when my name is announced. And the winner is Mike TZ. Congratulations. Cause I kept the faith, keeping the faith. I know you got it. Out of my way, give me some space, just family around me. Put it in work, won't say a word till they announce it. Determined to get it, I'm focused and driven, so what you know about it? Yeah, I'm just working on my trophy speech. My trophy speech. I'm just working See, this for the fam, this for the home team. I'm just working on my trophy speech.
My head feels like a fountain overflowing, going upside down. Giving me more heart, sky higher than mountains. Kind of love could turn me inside out. Wanna be yours. Take me to Saturn while I'm still tangled up in your sheets. I'm leaving traces of golden, yeah, when you're holding me. No, I probably sound like I'm losing my mind, but I swear every time you look in my eyes. My head feels like a fountain overflowing, going upside down. Giving me more heart, sky higher than mountains. Kind of love could turn me inside out. Wanna be yours, ooh, forevermore. Wanna be yours, ooh, wanna be yours. Wanna be yours. Don't need a light in the dark with you, it's a neon dream. I'm sleeping with all the sparks, yeah, you gotta pull on me. No, I probably look like I'm losing my mind, but I swear every time your hands in mine. My head feels like a fountain overflowing, going upside down. Giving me more heart, sky higher than mountains. Kind of love could turn me inside out. Wanna be yours, ooh, forevermore. Wanna be yours, ooh, wanna be yours.
If you open your eyes, you see every house. Post lights out in the neighborhood. You grew up in all your friends. They're calling you, but you're still running from the fate you thought defined your life until you opened your eyes. Till you opened your eyes. Couple years, couple felonies. No one's gonna hire you now. You're making moves just to make money, so mama had to kick him out. And as the days go by, all she does is cry, hoping that you'd open your eyes to see everything. Post lights out in the neighborhood. You grew up in all your friends, calling you, but you're still running from the fate you thought defined your life until you opened your eyes. Until you opened your eyes. And your face all alive. So just open up your eyes and see the family that you left behind was what you needed the whole time. You were just too young to understand. Failures don't define your life. You fucked it up and you're alright. Now that you've been given another chance, you hold him in your hands. If you open your eyes, you'll see a red brick house. Post lights out in the neighborhood. You grew up in all your friends, calling you, but you're still running from the fate.
Show your color. That's so cool, slick, but a bit too quick for me. That's so flamboyant, but a little too typical. Won't ya? Say the same, don't ya? I'm one of a kind, don't get me wrong. Show your own color. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just take all the spotlight. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Making mama feel so right. No need to look high and low, baby. Maybe it's a little too obvious. It is my solution. Let's hear you say. Color, leave a mark, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm here to show you fluorescent paint, paint. I just stand up, what can I say? Fluorescent paint, paint. Just go parade. My one and only color. Da-da-da, he show you, come on. Da-da-da, he show you, come on.
고대인들께서 이 세계로 오시려면 나르가 세 눈이 필요하다. 어리석은 자여, 나의 신하가 될 자여, 새로운 주인을 맞을 준비가 되었는가?
어두워진 하늘 날아오르는 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들릴 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너
나이를 지킬 소환사를 소개하겠다.
그리고 나
이제부터 나의 시간이다.
희미해지고 어두움의 이른 날로 선명해지네 반복된 시간 속에 흘러 어둠에 익숙한 듯 흘러가며 살아가고 있어 어느 날 누군가 잠자던 내게 말을 걸어
마음 놓고 싸우라고.
아픈 친구가 있어? 두려워해야 할 거야.
어느새 이미 준비를 모두 마친 나는 한 번 더 날아오를 준비가 됐어 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너 그리고 나
Hello, everyone, and welcome back again for the finals of the China qualification match. We're going into set number 4. This is against Lest and Tars in the finals. So after that extended delay, guys, it seems like what's happened is that some judges have reached out to both after Tars had some connection issues. Seems that Masha that we saw in that third pick slot for Tars was actually an automatic pick, and so they reached out to both players, and both players agreed to do a repick and ban. So they're just going to do that whole thing over again, except for the pre-bans. So the pre-bans will remain the same, but both players have completely agreed to redo the pick ban phase altogether.
That's definitely going to work in Lest's favor here, because I think Tars had that match won, and that's match point for Taz here. So that's pretty big that Les is able to reset the draft here. So in a position where Tars accidentally drafted something that he didn't want to draft, and Les having what I would still say a losing draft in that match, I think this works out for the both of them.
Yeah, I agree. So it ends up being both, right? Because Tars gets to refine his draft. Les gets to refine his, and I do think Tars was probably in the winning position, which is probably why he's kicking himself because of the network connection errors. But based on regional potential network difficulties, that might be a little tough for him. It's been a long night, Stoic, and we've got a couple really good games ahead of us potentially, though I do believe Tars is at match point still.
Tars is definitely at match point still. That is correct.
Oh, yeah. Big time. So I'm excited to see what they do now that they have the chance to redo their pick ban phase. The Masha, I thought, was a perfectly fine pick for being an auto one.
Yeah, I was definitely still fine with the draft for Tars. So I think Tars, even if he had picked a Masha going into this match here, I think Masha's fine no matter what.
Yeah, I think so too. There are worse things to draft in those situations, especially considering that she gives herself immunity and she can hit pretty hard when it comes down to it, when she only has one option against the Ophelia. So yeah, we'll see how this goes when they go into it. It seems like they're still coordinating with everybody, making sure everything's good to go. Again, both players were consulted and they agreed to going back and changing the pick ban phase. So that's pretty good. It seemed like both players wanted that opportunity.
Yeah, most definitely. Definitely curious to see if we might see a potential Ophelia again. And if we don't see it, I think we definitely made the right call and said the Ophelia to pick for Les was not what he needed to succeed in that match.
Yeah, we'll see if he rethinks that. It'll be really funny if after all this time he actually goes back in and doubles down on the Ophelia. That would be actually pretty fun.
Proves me wrong, and I hope he does.
All right, guys, here we go. So we're going into set number 4, Les versus Tars.
Let's go. Definitely excited to get this match in and over with.
More Ophelia,
Let's get
Ophelia
it.
action. So again, guys, just to reiterate, pre-bans are going to be the same. It's the pick and ban after it that's going to change.
All right, those same pre-bans getting locked in very shortly. And there they are. It is the Moor. It is the Varisa for the pre-bans. And we've got a new draft. Again, a new draft with Taz with the first pick here.
That's right. Brand new draft. Fresh, hot off the presses. Cigar Masha. That's actually what you were hoping to appear in the 5th slot there, Stoic.
That's exactly what I had said. Cigar in that 5th slot. But I think I actually wanted to see a Cigar Masha originally coming out of Les, and now that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. Cigar Masha up against the Shizuka. Tian Lang is still going to be a no-brainer. Sekhmet, I think, is a great pick here for Taz.
Yeah, the Sekhmet's going to be great, and that's a unit that's going to age well in the pick ban, no matter what comes after this. The Sekhmet's going to have a nice time being able to use that skill 3 to reset it and make sure it doesn't do whatever it's there to do.
That is correct. Les definitely taking his time here. Hopefully not too much time. And we're going to see some new units in Anavel.
Oh, that's brand new. Imagine that in this last game. This could potentially be the last game for Les here, and bust out the Anavel and the Josephine. The Josephine is pretty apt, I'd say, between the Tian Lang skill 2 and the Shizuka, but otherwise, we'll have to see.
I think Les is going to bring something to help get that Josephine going. I love the Dominic pick coming out of Tars, super aggressive, and I think that's exactly what we need to see right here. Thinking about this last pick here, and it is a Riley. That's interesting.
As far as setting it up goes, you thinking, oh, there we go, Bulwark. I love the Bulwark here actually against the Riley.
I think the Bulwark is what's going to get banned out here. I think what Taz was doing is if he drafted the Riley, he could almost guarantee that Tars was thinking about or potentially going to be drafting the Bulwark here. And it's almost a no-brainer. I think Tars did a really good draft here, and we're going to see Bulwark take the ban, and then probably that Dominic has got to go.
Yeah, big time. Dominic presents the most threat on everything that Les has picked here.
Yep, so we'll see. If Josephine can pop off, I think Les can definitely take a victory here and keep himself into the tournament. But I do think Tars may have the better draft, and we're about to find out here. Sekhmet's going to be kicking things off here with a reset. Let's see if it's going to be landing true, and it does get resisted.
Oh, dear, and it looks like the stun is going to activate the Josephine, who's going to quickly send a stun in Tian Lang's direction. If he wanted to, he could also stun up the Riley to prevent more immunity coming up, but he's got options. Or he could also go for the provoke on the Shizuka. Oh, second chances.
Yeah, definitely a lot of options here when able to violent proc with that Josephine. Getting a ton of value right now. Beautiful provoke. And another violent coming out here with the cigar. Definitely a lot of RNG turning into Lest's favor to keep him into this match here. We see a third skill going out onto the Shizuka, and it does land.
That is exactly what you want to see if you're Lest right now. You want to see that cigar getting the turns that he needs to deny Tars potentially this victory.
Yep, here comes the cleanse coming out of Riley, able to cleanse up the stun off the Tian Lang. It was the perfect thing to cleanse up.
Lands even the defense break on the Riley here. Awesome setup from Annabelle. Such a cool monster to see. So Masha's going to get to lean into that defense break a little bit here and put some pressure on Tars.
Yeah, Tars looking for the reset onto the Savannah, gets that reset onto the Savannah. Big damage, though, coming towards that Tian Lang. Tian Lang did handle that pretty well. We're going to see a second skill to get the defense break provoke here, going out onto the Riley.
Big stun on Tian Lang. The Josephine's got the Tian Lang's number here. Annabelle's ready again to just funnel in some damage, try to get a sleep, comes up empty. Here's Shizuka.
Definitely comes up empty. Shizuka with a beautiful strip there, going out onto the Masha. Masha with just a heal block sitting on top of it.
Oh, this is a big opportunity to stabilize for Tars here, getting the fourth skill off.
Yeah, Tars needs to get some more violent procs though to keep him into this match. And I mean, he's going to be losing his Tian Lang here, looking excellent for Lest right now.
Oh yeah, and remember guys, passives don't count. Passives don't count when they're revived. Not that it necessarily matters with Tian Lang. He could come back for skill 2 though.
Yeah, he could definitely bring the Tian Lang back. Let's see what kind of value he's going to be getting here. He only has the first skill available. He probably has to go onto that Annabelle to try to help eliminate a unit from the field. And second skill is going to go onto the Shizuka to keep that unit from doing anything here. But the glancing is going to be stopping it, or potentially stopping it from doing anything. Yeah,
it looks like Lest has done a pretty efficient job picking against Tars here. He might have gotten himself a draft that's going to take us into a Game 5.
Yep, exactly. Now the reset may have to... I think the reset actually is on top of the Annabelle, but I think he needs to keep pushing that thing back. Does get the kill on Annabelle,
wow.
So it's not too bad for Tars right now, as long as he can keep his team alive, and that no big defense breaks come out just like that, and getting stunned up by the Josephine as well, capitalizing on that defense break. Sekhmet's not looking too good right now.
I really like the pivot here from Lest. He's got enough threat and sustain in all 3 of these remaining units. They all provide damage to some degree or control. I think this was a great draft from Lest so far. Here's another opportunity for Riley to put up some immunity and attack buff. But like, there's only so much that he can do with a stunned up Shizuka.
Yep. No more stun. Another additional turn coming out of this Josephine. This is exactly what I was talking about. Like, Josephine has that ability to just absolutely pop off. I think this damage has to go into the Masha to potentially get this dismount as soon as possible, but it looks like he's going to try and work on the Cigar. The Cigar is going to be there to help get all the resets onto this Shizuka and keeping this unit back here. Masha's not getting the additional turns to keep the sustain up for his team here, and this is going to be it for that Sekhmet.
Yeah, Sekhmet's gone. Can Shizuka do something here? She needs to proc in order to make an impact, because she is the last bastion of hope for Tars. No proc means that's ultimately going to be potentially game over here.
Yep. He's going to go for a skill here, throws up the immunity, does get the additional turn, so more sustained poke damage going into the Cigar. There's no skills available for this Masha, but the Masha is still going to get a little bit of value, especially with all these violent procs that Lest's able to get here. There goes that second skill. Does not land the provoke this time. He needs to land the provoke with the Cigar onto the Shizuka. Shizuka will have second skill available. Does get it. Defense break available. Fast Link coming out, dealing additional damage here, and there's no violent procs coming out for Fataz.
Oh, none to speak of it. Oh, nice crit. He's trying to effectively remove the Shizuka, and he gets it with the proc from Josie. You know, he didn't even need it, though, because Cigar was right there, to be honest, but it's still fun to see getting that. And just like that, Lest has taken us to Game 5, just like we were saying, Stoic.
Yep, exactly. And there's some procs coming out for Tars. It's just a little late to get these kind of violent procs. I know he was looking for that sustain, and that's definitely going to be it there. Lest taking round 4 and taking us into a Game 5.
Yeah, that was a really solid pivot for Lest. Like, those remaining 3 units, were so good at controlling the game. He had backup plans for his backup plans. If Josephine happened to miss the provoke or the stun, Cigar was right there to cover for her. And then, of course, Masha's only job is to just stick around and do some damage. So I think that was a really solid draft from Les, to be honest.
It really was. We've got these pre-bans. They're going to be available this time. More is coming back, and so is the Varisa. Now, the pre-bans again here should be not the Oliver. Interesting.
Oliver has had kind of a suspiciously low presence in these last few games.
Yeah, he has, but I'm expecting to see an Oliver again coming out of Les with this last pick here. Oh, he's hovering over it.
So fast.
As quick as we said it.
So fast he tapped it twice.
I'm expecting to see the Shizuka again. That's what the ban on top of that Cigar was. So Shizuka, potentially Masha, going to be the first picks coming out of Tars.
Almost unanimously first picking the Shizuka whenever he can, Tars. He's been locking her down over any other unit pretty much every game tonight.
Yep, and then there's the Masha as well. Now let's see what Les is going to be doing. The Varisa, obviously he was pairing that up a lot. Now let's see if he's going to bring, he does bring. So he's got 2 strips locked in, meaning Oliver's going to have plenty of room to go absolutely berserk. But we also have Dominic being drafted here, potentially with the Nana as well. We know Tyra's been drafting a lot of Dominic, Nana. So he may do that here to keep his team alive and have that kind of sustain. I mean, he's got the Shizuka Nana, I think may work as good supports for Tars' draft here. And he decides to go with a Molly this time. We might just even see a Tasarian coming out of Les.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Oh, and the Molong. We were also discussing how Molong hasn't really seen a presence tonight either. Yeah, the Tasarion wouldn't be out of place at all.
This would have to be a Vampire Molong, in my opinion, if he's going to be drafting it alone. He's not bringing any sustain, unless he drafts sustain here. But that might not be what Les needs for the victory. Unless he's just going to zerg him down. We're going to see a Bella being drafted.
Yep, that is great. Just kind of lean into it. I think, unfortunately, as much as I think that he would need some sustain for the Molong, I think he just needs to lean into that aggression because it's going to dilute the potency of the draft too much if he goes into support. And Nana, so Tars has a really good hybrid draft here. Look at all the threat he has and the self-preservation.
There's that Nana last pick. Does lock that unit in here. Now that Bella is going to be offering a lot of damage and then no sustain for the Reckless Assault. So the question is going to arise here is if the Bella does get banned out, if the Reckless goes down, there's going to be nothing to heal this Molong. So that means Les would have to put enough damage down that he knows that he can capitalize off on with a Reckless Assault to remove a unit from the field. But Nana's left on the field. Does he ban out the Nana?
I knew the Nana was going to get banned, but I wasn't sure about the Oliver. I thought maybe there was even a chance we might even see the Molong get banned, to be honest, just because of...
It makes a little bit of sense not having an immunity, so the Oliver does get the ban, but we'll find out. We've got Game 5, Lest and Tars, and we've got Barbara kicking us off.
Whoever wins this one goes straight to the World Finals and has a chance at the $210,000 prize pool. Look at that! Stoic, the strip on Dominic. That was so bold.
That was bold, and it worked very well. Reckless Assault coming out right onto that Dominic. Dominic is gone. Done and dusted. Glancing is applied to this Masha. And Attack Break. We're not going to see a lot of damage coming out of this unit. The additional turns are popping up there. Gets that slow landed. He may just try to spread the slow, and he does.
And yeah, that's why the Molong really deserves attention in that pick ban phase. Just sniping out the Dominic that was going to be your long-term damage dealer early. It's kind of tough here. We'll see if Tars can bring it back.
Yep, does get that defense break and the additional turn as well. He needs to drop this Bella as soon as possible. Not a lot of damage is being being put down right there. Now he is going to try and take away a unit here, looking to apply branding. Going right after the Bella, does remove the Bella from the field with that second skill. Doesn't have to cleanse himself. I don't think he needs to throw a shield up and does a little bit of poke damage going back to the Varisa.
Dominic proving that he doesn't even need his passive to do a ton of damage with that skill too. Oh man, that was a great summon back up.
Yep, definitely. We're going to see a lot of damage that's going towards this Masha. Masha's going to be the unit of focus, but the additional turn is going to be popping out here. Here comes the defense break. Does not land true on the Varisa.
And now Tars is just waiting to cycle through some turns with Shizuka before she can start really contributing to the game again, but she's already done enough, basically facilitating the kill on the Bella. Nice proc to get those cooldowns lowered, so now that second skill is back up again.
Molly looking to apply a little bit more damage, maybe even potentially just throwing up the shield to keep the Masha alive even longer, but just a little bit more poke damage.
Defense break comes out for Shizuka here. Verisa doing what she can post-game. That was actually a significant amount of damage from that skill, and the confirm on the Shizuka.
That's big, and I think that's what's going to be the winning move right here. I mean, throwing up that shield's not going to matter. Tars is putting so much time into trying to get rid of this well-ruined Verisa here. And just more damage. Look at that. That should have killed the Verisa, but the Verisa's still holding on, meaning Tars has to waste more time going into this Verisa when he needs to get rid of this Barbara, but it doesn't matter. The damage is going to be there. He can go for the defense break, goes for the stun. He needs to get a defense break onto the Barbara, and then Molly proccing out to take care of the Masher. That's not what's happening.
He's playing it a little quote-unquote safe, going to confirm the kill. Luckily, he doesn't get dismounted, so now he does have another chance to land the defense break, but aims it at Molong instead of the Barbara. Oh dear. Yeah, that's real tough.
Really
that
gonna shut it
snipe from
down
Molong
here.
early. I mean, not having the the damage from Dominic over time, instead only having one summon from Shizuka was a really strong start. And then a couple, we had a strong proc too, and just it was. But I really think that early snipe from Molong was the key contributing factor.
Yep, there's two occasions right there where units were just able to hold on. Big skill 2 going out there, gets the full team strip, and it doesn't matter. That Barbara's about to apply so much damage onto this field. Molly even needed to take care of the Molong there and did not, because we have to worry about a full health Barbara and no additional turns coming out of this Masha.
Yeah, not anymore.
Fast
You know,
link, man.
she had her fair share before this, but when it really mattered, she didn't get them. And so now Tars is just going to hang out and be like, "Can I chip damage this thing away with the Molly?"
It's possible.
One defense break changes it, but if he dodges the defense break and holds the cleanse, okay. Wait a minute.
What happens?
Wait a minute.
There's the fast
Wait a
link.
minute. Wait a minute.
It's possible. Nice additional turns coming out of the Molly. Molly's going to keep smashing this thing with bubbles.
He's proccing. I think he's actually proccing a little too much when he doesn't need it, if I'm being honest, because it's lowering the chance afterwards. I think he needs those procs later. Another big
This is not a violent Barbara, though. Not a violent Barbara. This is a swift Barbara. That means Molly's got all the 12% in the world to throw down here.
Oh my word. Stoic. What's happening?
Barbara can still get some big damage in here, but Molly's going to keep pushing this thing down.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. It might be able to hold on here. That's it.
This is it.
This is it. All you're going to see is these bubbles coming and destroying Les Dream here. We need to see some big damage. Here's the opportunity. We're going to see a big second skill. Is it enough? It is not enough. Throws up a shield, gets the additional turn, smacks it for one more time. Tars taking down Lest and securing his victory and his ticket to SWC.
With the Molly solo of all things. That was crazy. Probably the coolest way we could have ended that. Congratulations to Tars. That was pretty incredible. Great draft on the Molly. There were a couple things. I mean, maybe the snipe should have been on Molly early, but these are the type of things that you know in retrospect, right?
Yep, that's so wild to see.
Wow.
To see it go down like that, because I was giving it to Les, man. Les, excellent drafts from him. He was playing his match, but what happened is just the Molly, Molly thick, man.
And you know, it goes back to what we were talking about. Like, you brought up how maybe he didn't have the support to complement the Molong because he was only going to get that one snipe, and that was really it. And while it was really helpful to get rid of the Dominic, and it looked like maybe that was all he needed, he couldn't get any more value out of that Molong for the rest of the game.
Yep, we went from a full health Barbara all the way down. What an adventure today has been. Les making his way all the way to the final. Previous SWC champion going up against Tars as he made his journey through as well. And a 3-2 victory for Tars. Well done,
That was
sir.
so gnarly. That was so gnarly. That was quite the sight to see. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. And yeah, it was really funny. I mean, seeing that the Barber was on Swift, there really wasn't any chance coming back to it. The Molly got a lot of procs, and at the start, you heard I was kind of concerned because I was like, wow, she's procking a lot before she actually needs them. Turns out she had everything that she needed and more. Guys, we have this event going on right now. Summoner's War's partnering with Cookie Run Kingdom in their newest collaboration, and so obviously you can get your own Gingerbraid for free during the event, but you can also get 2 of the collab scrolls as well as the new item that lets you choose what rune set drops in Kairos for an hour. Oh, and guys, we got one more code for you for sticking with us tonight and hanging out and watching all these great games. It's at the bottom of the screen right now. Redeem that to get 5 mystical scrolls, some crystals, and some energy for watching some really fun games tonight. So yeah, what did you think of the finals, Stoic?
I mean, that was wild. It's a much better result than the draft that we could have had previously as well when we had to redraft it up. That was definitely a better draft because it went from a definite win for Tarzan, in my opinion, in that draft to the results that we just saw here. And it was where I think I was right about the Molong. The Molong just had that one Reckless Assault available, and he was not able to capitalize off another one after that. But who would have thought Molly would have go from 100, Barber being full health and being just constant bubble beams to take that unit down.
Always the bubble beam. Always the bubbles. It was, and no defense breaks. That's where the 100% res really came into play, I guess. Because if a defense break landed, maybe that could have given him the edge that he needed.
Yep, that's right. I mean, there was even that moment where Barbara finally got a double hit off when it was able to hit, second skill available, and go in to deal even more damage. Molly just not only just built super thick, but able to keep those crits back as well.
Exactly. Guys, I want to thank everybody in chat tonight for sticking it out and watching this with us. It was an awesome tournament. Stoic, I had so much fun casting with you. It's time for us to head off to bed. I hope you had a great time. Is there anything you want to say to the chat before we go?
I'm going to go brew some coffee, make an omelet, and I'm going to stop my day. But thank you so much for tuning in. It's been a blast. It's always fun.
It has been so much fun. Good night, everybody. Thank you.